Hey guys, we're going to start in about 4 minutes. We need to get Director Lamb out of here as quickly as we can because obviously there's a lot going on in the state. So just know we're about to get started. Chairman Hatchett's running a little bit late. He's meeting with an insurance adjuster, and then we'll get started. But if he's not here at 8, we'll start right then. Christine, you think you'll be offended if we go ahead and do the prayer and get started? Good morning. What's up, man? Oh, really? Okay, guys, welcome to day 3 of the 2026 budget hearings. It's 8 o'clock. Chairman Hatchett's on his way up, but we're going to go ahead and do the invocation and get started because we have some other time-pressing issues that are going to happen a little bit later on today. Chairman Carpenter, do you mind saying the invocation?
Nope, that'd be great. Bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come to you and we just thank you so much for getting us all here safely. Be with us as we go through this budget process, as we try to do what's right by the taxpayers and the citizens of this state. Father, just be with us as we forecast what's going on in the weather the next few days in our state, protect our citizens, get us each of us home safely, and Just thank you for your love. In your son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You'll see that we're a little bit out of order. The first group up was supposed to be the Department of Law. Guys, thanks for letting us take y'all a little bit later on. It's going to push everything back a little bit today. The purpose is going to be so that Director Lamb with Georgia Emergency Management Association can go first. Agency, not association, sorry. Can go first. There's obviously some weather-related events happening today that we're trying to get ahead of, and we need to get having this hearing earlier allows him to coordinate with the governor and the governor's team on some joint virtual meetings that we're doing with our statewide officials later on this afternoon. So with that opening, Director Lamb, thanks for being here. This is your first time before our committee as well, but not your first time with a storm. So.
Sure. Yeah. So I heard there's a time-honored, age-old tradition that there's no questions of a first-time presenter, so I was just hoping we could stick to that today. But thank you very much for the introduction. It's my honor to be here today and represent the men and women of GEMA Homeland Security and be able to present our budget. Again, I do want to thank Chairman Cheerleary and Chairman Hatchett for making the necessary adjustments for us to be able to present here early, as we do have impending severe weather on the way. Before we discuss the budgets, I want to begin by thanking Governor Kemp for his leadership and continued commitment to emergency preparedness and public safety. I also want to thank the members of the Joint Appropriation Committees for your support over the past year. Your investment allowed GEMA Homeland Security to continue delivering critical services to the people of Georgia during a period of significant physical and operational change. We appreciate you all getting here early this morning and allowing us the opportunity to present our budget proposal as we are beginning to prep for winter weather. That said, before we get into the details of the budget, I would like to take this opportunity to address the upcoming winter weather. Widespread snow and or freezing rain is expected across a large portion of north and central Georgia on Saturday and Sunday. Freezing or below freezing temperatures will continue into early next week. GEMA is closely monitoring the forecast, and we will be standing up the SOC at 0700 hours on Saturday morning. While forecasts continue to evolve, confidence is increasing for significant impacts in areas generally north of I-20 this weekend. Impacts also remain possible in central Georgia, but confidence is low in the southward and westward extent of the rain and freezing rain line. Expect further forecast updates as model guidance comes into better agreement. Temperatures will remain very cold early next week. High temperatures Monday may only reach the mid-30s for much of North Georgia, while temperatures Tuesday morning will plummet to the single digits and lower teens across the northern half of the state. Temperatures should steadily rise every day beginning next Wednesday, but prolonged sub-freezing temperatures could prevent snow and ice accumulations from melting and drying from roads and potentially causing pipes to burst. As always, our agency will continue to monitor conditions and provide updated weather information as it becomes available. Our legislative liaison, Skylar Whitaker, has begun sending you all weather monitoring reports as they come in. Lastly, we encourage you to follow us on our social media for live updates and visit our website for resources as we prepare for winter weather. Secondly, as all of you are aware, structural and policy changes at FEMA have gradually trickled down to the state level. We recognize that reimbursement timelines have become a source of frustration for our partners, local governments, and this body, and we take those concerns very seriously. It's important to clarify that reimbursement delays are not a result of a single issue, but rather they're the cumulative impact of several factors within a multi-step, federally driven process. Reimbursements move through multiple phases, including applicant documentation, state review, federal validation, and final approval prior to payment. Each phase is sequential and must meet strict federal compliance standards. Recent structural and policy changes at FEMA, including updated eligibility guidance, additional documentation requirements, and increased review layers, have extended processing timelines nationwide. At the same time, we experienced a higher volume of reimbursement activity due to Hurricane Helene's historical impacts, further contributing to delays. We appreciate the opportunity to provide clarity to this issue and remain committed to transparency, accountability, and continued improvement. Here we have included an on-the-screen step-by-step description of the reimbursement process. I want to briefly draw your attention to the obligation step you'll see in step 1, as this is often where confusion arises. Obligation does not mean that funds have been issued or that the check is in the mail. Rather, obligation indicates that FEMA has approved the project and formally committed federal funds for it to move forward. As shown here, obligation is an early step in a multi-phase process. Additional reviews and approvals must occur before funds are ultimately released to the applicant. Understanding this distinction is important as it helps clarify why time may elapse between obligation and final reimbursement. To date, out of the nearly $1.4 billion that has been obligated to Hurricane Helene, we've paid out nearly 75% to subrecipients, which include county and municipal governments. Keep in mind that this is a capture of a moment in time because these numbers do change due to projects being obligated or revised. These payments reflect projects that have fully completed the federal review, approval, and reimbursement process. There's nothing more important to us than to move these funds as expeditiously as possible as we can in getting those funds to the ones that have been affected. We're in constant contact with the local counties and municipalities to work through any issues that may arise. GEMA Homeland Security is somewhat unique among state agencies in that approximately 98% of our funding is derived from federal grants. While this creates opportunities to leverage federal dollars, it also means state funds are critical to meeting required matches and maintaining compliance with federal requirements change. Over the past year, changes to federal grant structures have created new challenges that required careful planning and prioritization. Over the past year, despite significant changes at the federal level, GEMA Homeland Security has remained focused on sustaining our core mission and delivering results for the state. I'd like to briefly highlight a few key points or key accomplishments from the past year. Within our Homeland Security Division, Behavioral Threat Assessment Management, commonly referred to as BTAM, continues to be an ongoing priority. To date, 97 school systems across Georgia have completed BTAM courses, strengthening early identification and intervention efforts to keep students and communities safe. Across the agency, GEMA Homeland Security has provided and facilitated a significant volume of training and professional development. During calendar year 2025, we delivered 1,528 online and in-person course offerings, reaching more than 32,000 participants statewide. In addition, 813 individuals currently hold a Certified Emergency Manager credential in Georgia, reflecting the continued professionalization of emergency management at the state and local levels. Operationally in 2025, GEMA Homeland Security supported 3 statewide activations totaling 42 days. These included support for President Carter's final farewell, which required a 14-day activation, a winter weather event lasting 25 days, and a severe weather activation which spanned 3 days. Together, these accomplishments demonstrate both the breadth of our preparedness efforts and our ability to sustain operations during extended real-world events. We successfully managed multiple federal grant cycles, ensured compliance with evolving federal requirements, and maintained statewide emergency preparedness capabilities. We also advanced planning and readiness efforts for Next Generation 911, which I will address in a later slide. These accomplishments reflect careful prioritization and responsible stewardship of both state and federal funds. FY26 amended budget overview. I'll begin with the FY26 amended budget, which we fully support. This amended budget ensures continued compliance with federal requirements, supports critical public safety infrastructure, and strengthens protection efforts for Georgia communities. We'd like to sincerely thank the Governor for including the one-time $2,000 salary supplement for state employees. Our personnel have expressed sincere appreciation for this recognition, which reflects the value placed on their continued commitment to public service. EMPG match. The $5.7 million increase allows Georgia to meet federal matching requirements for 2 emergency management performance grants. This requirement resulted from the federal government shortening the grant period of performance from 3 years to 1 year. As a result, both the FY 2024 and 2025 EMPG awards now require a full state match and must be extended by September 30th, 2026. Without this funding, Georgia would risk losing significant federal preparedness dollars. The next item relates to the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, which is administratively attached to GMO Homeland Security. The additional $9.9 million builds upon the existing $5 million allocation and funds the first 2 years of GIS build-out necessary to support next-generation 911 services. This investment improves call routing, accuracy, response times, and situational awareness for emergency responders statewide. The final item in the FY 2026 amended budget is a $1 million transfer from the Department of Public Safety to GMO Homeland Security for the Protection of Communities Grant Program. These funds will be administered along the federal nonprofit security grant program, allowing the state to better coordinate resources and strengthen security for at-risk communities across Georgia. I will pause for if there's any questions related to our 2026 amended budget. If not, moving into the 2027 proposed budget. Turning now to the governor's proposed 2027 budget for GMO Homeland Security. The $1.429 million covers the state match requirements for the first quarter of FY 2027, which corresponds to the final quarter of the federal fiscal year 2026. The next item is a transfer of funds from GBI to GMO Homeland Security for gang case management system support. This program began in 2024 under us, and the return of the program and funds will assist us with meeting our federal match requirement. The last item is a continuation of the transfer of $1 million from DPS to GMO Homeland Security to continue to administer the protection of communities in conjunction with our federal nonprofit security grant program. These investments have a direct and measurable impact on the state of Georgia. They ensure the state remains prepared to respond to emergencies, protect the progress achieved through prior investments, and reduce long-term costs by addressing risk early rather than reactively. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the risks that could occur without state action. In terms of grant dependency, many core agencies' functions, finance, training, logistics, IT operations, are almost entirely EMPG or FEMA funded. Elimination would directly halt essential services, not supplemental programs. We'd continue to experience vulnerabilities in our 911 communication and aging infrastructure as it relates to the next generation 911, and county preparedness would also be at risk as hazard mitigation plans are federally supported. Without state funding, counties risk losing FEMA eligibility for mitigation grants. With the state support, GMO Homeland Security can ensure continued statewide emergency preparedness and response. Ultimately, this budget strengthens public safety, resilience, and coordination across the state with our local and federal partners benefiting all Georgians. And with that concludes my presentation. I will yield for any questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Director Lamb. A couple of questions I'm sorry, something just happened on our screen. Our screens went blank for a second. Sorry. First, can you go back to your slide where you're talking about FEMA funding? The things we hear the most about, at least that I get the most calls about, are FEMA funding and things that go back through there. Can we talk about that for a second?
Sure
I think it was the one we just passed. Currently, the states receive $38 million. And the feds, walk me through this and make sure we understand this so I can figure out how much is still outstanding to the local governments in the state.
So this is a little bit complicated. So let me start with the bottom and then work all the way back up.
All right.
So right now, Helene is being estimated, and this gets into how projects are built out. Some of them are estimated at cost, some are real cost. Right now, the total event with Helene is estimated to be the $1.79 billion sum you see at the bottom, estimation. Out of what has been estimated for this to cost, the 1.4 nearly you see on the line above is what has been obligated. That goes back to the obligation piece that I was explaining, where the proper documentation has been sent forward and FEMA has signed off and said, we're going to put federal funds toward these projects. Out of what has been obligated, federal part of that has been paid out is right at $1 billion, and the state match that goes along with that is that $38 million that you see above it.
That estimated amount, it was based upon what local communities and the state turned in literally in the weeks after the storm, correct?
It is, but my understanding is, again, that can change depending
Right.
on how projects are obligated or revised within that process. Some, there is a time frame on submitting them in, but they can be revised afterwards, and that number can change.
Okay. Do we expect that number to continue to climb, or do you think that's pretty well set right now, or what's your confidence level at the 1.7?
What I've always been told is it was going to be estimated somewhere around about 1.8 billion to 2 billion.
Okay.
So I would say this is,
We're getting close.
right.
Of the 300 million, roughly 400 million remaining, do we have any idea on the breakdown of how much of that is owed to the state versus how much is owed to the local governments?
We probably do. I don't have that right now, but we have it broken down by projects on spreadsheets, so that would be something we would be able to get, even if I don't have it here now.
And I want to give you credit too. I know you work with your federal partners. I mean, if we had done this map 2 months ago, I think the payouts we had received right then was around 700 million at that time.
Well, just before Christmas, we had about $1.2 billion obligated out of what is referred to as the large project review, which is where these major projects go through an additional level of scrutiny. We had $1.2 billion or so released out of that just before Christmas. Out of that, and you and Chairman Hatchett are on the emails you've seen where we've probably had over 600 million released since then. So money is flowing much better now than it was in the past. We're hoping we are so-called over the hump, some you would say, because money is flowing better, but for a long time, money wasn't flowing much at all. And we understand that causes hardships for a lot of people. We're very sympathetic to it, and again, I would just assure everybody, we're doing everything we can to try to move that money along, and I would tell every one of you too, and I know there's probably several in the rooms, people I've done this for in the room, every one of these situations is different and unique depending on the particular situation. But if you call me, we will dig into it, see if we can move heaven and earth. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Because again, it is a federally driven process, but I assure you, we will do everything we can to get the money to those that are affected and in need.
One last question on this topic. You said there's a difference in it being obligated and then it coming to the state. What is the word that local governments should be looking for when they're looking at their FEMA pages, or if it's not obligated, what should they be looking to see?
It's not obligated, because again, that obligation is just that FEMA has approved for the project to move forward and they are setting money aside. I'll go back, and the critical piece in all of this is when our grant specialists are working with those counties, and just referred to as subrecipients, they are in communication. We're trying to change up some of the wording, so to speak, because there's even one where it refers to a check, and it would lead you to believe that the check is in the mail. It is not. I'd had to get the technical term on that, but what I will say is they are in communication between, and I'll just say this, again, you go back to the magnitude of this storm. It is somewhat unique in just the fact that Helene was so big, and you had 95 counties that were affected by it. So what's happened is all this influx of money have come in, and you've got counties that got a tremendous amount of dollars invested. A lot of those have now brought in a consultant to help with that too. We've found sometimes when the consultant comes in, the county steps back a little bit, and there's some miscommunication in the process, and a lot of times it's getting the right people back talking to one another. I don't know the exact word they should weigh. What I would say is that communication is happening between our grant specialists and them.
Was it dispersed? Was that the word they were using? Okay.
Greg, do you know exactly what the verbiage on that is?
I do not, but we can.
You good? And maybe this is the better question to ask. After the funds hit GMA, when they hit your account, what is our turnaround time to then give them issued out to the counties or the cities?
Once it hits GMA, and let me back up a step before that, it doesn't actually hit GMA, it hits OPB. OPB cuts that check. Once it gets to us, we're getting it out in a matter of days. I mean, we're immediately making phone calls. We're putting people into, I've hand-delivered checks. We're having our field coordinators handle checks. Once we get the checks from OPB, and it depends on what day OPB is cutting the check, but they turn it around as quickly as possible too. But once we get the OPB, it comes to us, we're delivering it almost immediately.
Thanks.
Director, I just have one sort of request. I understand the delay, well, I can't say I really understand the delays. It's not your delay, but will you just make sure that the people in your area under you that are working with the local entities are constantly communicating, because you know who doesn't have their money yet, and you know they're waiting on it. You just please make sure you're communicating with them and keeping them in the loop.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Carpenter.
Yeah. Do you foresee increased costs, obviously coming up with the World Cup and then the Super Bowl next year? Do you see that being a strain on your budgets?
No, and I'll tell you why. A lot of that cost is being offset through federal dollars. There was money put into the federal budget on that. I think it's about $73 million that's gone out, that's being set aside for grant overtime. We've just went through that grant process where all the participating agencies are signing up to be eligible for that overtime. So I don't have concerns on that as of right now because it's going to be offset through federal money.
Okay.
Chairman Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent District 9 of South Georgia, and of course the hurricane came right through, and you know I've been dealing with my local governments quite a bit. You know, when we've got things like City of Valdosta owed $14 million, and Atkinson and Pierce County owed $7 million apiece. I'm not sure. I think some of them are still waiting on that money, but I've done a little research into this, and my understanding is the state of Florida has a fund, whereas they'll reimburse the locals, and then when the money comes in, the state gets their money back. I would really love for us to at least look into that, and I understand we don't want to do anything that would slow down the urgency as far as our local governments of getting all their paperwork done and everything. But at the end of the day, that money that we've got in the Treasury is the citizens' money, you know. And I just think if we could look at trying to do something like that, I think it would be well received, and I think it'd be a good use of the people's money.
Yes, sir, and we are. So a couple of things. We've put a group together within GEMA to look at alternate methods. I'm also part of Emergency Managers Association. It's NEMA, the National Emergency Managers Association, and I sit on the Response and Recovery Subcommittee. We're actually looking at it too, because there are some other states that are doing some other things. Now, it does get into the weeds somewhat of how that is funded and how they do it, but it is something that we are actively looking into now, because anything we can do to help is a good thing. How we do it is like everything else where you run into the problems at, but yes, sir, we are looking at it both internally and externally as well, because a lot of the other states are battling with the same problems. It's not just reserved to Georgia. Again, going back to kind of the magnitude of Helene, it is truly that and some of the federal changes. It's a nationwide problem. We're trying to work through it both on a local level, but also nationally as well.
Last question from Senator Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. As quickly as possible, we need to get these reimbursements, especially to our farmers who plan. They end one season and begin at the same time the next, and it's very crucial and critical that they have these funds for planning purposes. They cannot do anything without knowing that they're going to be reimbursed for their losses. The bankers are waiting. The fertilizer folks are waiting. Everybody is waiting to be paid. So it's crucial that we take care of these farmers. Thank you so much.
100% couldn't agree with you more. I would just remind everybody that often we play a game in which we don't write the rules, and it goes back to those federal guidelines. I come from a farming family. I understand how it affects them, and again, I would just go back and assure you we are trying to do everything, but we do understand the severity and the importance of it. So yes, ma'am.
I said last question, but somebody else asked, and she's got a lot of seniority. Chair Lady Lynn Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm over here straight in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, it's been my experience with local governments, especially our very rural areas of the state, that they do not have staff nor talent to fill out these applications. And a lot of times the delay is due to inexperience. And I don't know if our state has a system to support that, but I do know several of our rural counties create their own harm without knowing they're doing it.
Yes, ma'am. Well, part of that goes back to the money that's they get in relation to some of these events. They can use some of that to bring on, and Anna, correct me if I'm wrong, but they can bring on consultants to help them with that process, and that's what a lot of them have done. But we do assist them in that process. Again, I think it comes back to some of the magnitude is causing some of that issue too. But yes, ma'am, that is something we look at, and we're trying to alleviate any issues that they may have as far as their trouble in filling out their paperwork as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Director, thanks for being here today. If you don't mind, this roughly $400 million difference between the current estimate and obligated, if you could get us a list of where that would be, just so we can kind of have it for our purposes of understanding and planning. Really appreciate it. Thanks for
Absolutely.
what you're doing,
Thank y'all
and thanks for
very
what you're going to be
much.
doing over the next 72 hours, too.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on the weather. Thank y'all very much.
Next up, we have Wright Banks, the Chief Deputy Attorney General, with an update from the Attorney General's office.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Wright Banks. I'm the Chief Deputy Attorney General. I'm here on behalf of Attorney General Chris Carr, who has a commitment this morning that I think is family related. With me today is Travis Johnson, our Chief of Staff, and Adam Ross, our Finance Director. I also have Jordan Watson in the back, who's our Director of External Affairs and Policy. Our amended budget and FY27 budget are basically flat budgets, with the only changes being the statewide changes. In amended 26, we pick up the $2,000 per employee payment, which our employees are very excited about. And we have a small adjustment of about $93,000 that relates to the timing of our ability to fill some positions that we were given last budget. FY27, our budget is again flat, with the only statewide adjustments being the DOAS adjustment that everybody has and the health benefit plan adjustments. With that, I'd certainly be glad to try to answer any questions.
We would have let you go first if we knew it was going to be that fast.
Well, I spent a good bit of time working on that, so I was getting that finalized in the back while Jima was presenting.
I think Chairman Tillery has a question. But
My questions are, first of all, Wright, thanks for being here. I know you've been litigating with the Department of Law for a long time. Carry us back to the opioid settlement for a little bit. We were asking Commissioner Tanner some of these questions. Can you tell us right now the total dollars that we've received statewide and then what we're expecting?
Cash collected, I think we're at about $200 million cash collected. But now the settlement obligations extend, over multi-years. Just remembering the distributor settlement, my recollection is the state on distributors would get about $600 million. But that payout, as I recall, is over about 18 years.
Okay. Of those funds, what percentage of that $200 million currently is at the trust, and what percentage do we have some allocation over from the legislature?
So that, I don't know that offhand, Mr. Chairman. I'd be certainly glad to get you that. Of the $200 million, there was a first round of settlements, you may recall, with the distributors and Johnson & Johnson. Those funds, as I recall, all went to the trust. Then there have been, as collected, of course, there's an obligation, a tail obligation. Then the individual settlements that have happened since then basically have an allocation that, as I recall, is a split where some of the funds go to the trust, some of the funds go to the state treasury and are available for appropriation. but then have, of course, conditions on how they can be expended through the appropriation process that are forced on us by these national settlements.
The reason we're asking is we heard the commissioner talk about I think it was a WSB article this morning about the issues we're having with forensic beds. If we've got $200 million that we can allocate towards state hospitals, forensic beds, why would we not go ahead and do that?
Some of that $200 million, I believe, he would know better than me, some of it, I believe, has already been subject to grant processes. I remember reading that there was some number that was granted from the trust. Some of that $200 million is still in process, like we've collected it and we're about to remit it to Treasury and over to the trust, some part, but the cash does exist. But some of the 200 total that has gone to the trust, I believe, has already been granted out. I wouldn't presume to speak for them, of course, but.
In that category then of the funds the 200 that's currently there, are there permitted and unpermitted uses?
Yes.
What's permitted?
We have a book on this topic, okay. But you essentially are expending for opioid abatement purposes. You've got to fit yourself within the confines of a national settlement that describes what you can do. But in general terms, there's a good bit of breadth there in terms of what you can do,
so if we were
as I recall.
So at DBA, if we were doing something with developmental disabilities or behavioral health, we're probably going to be okay?
We certainly could talk. We're glad to have input on that if there's a specific proposal, but it would be good to, the devil is in the details, of course.
Well, there is a specific proposal this year is about $30 million in the MAP program. Has been proposed to essentially use those funds instead. That's something the legislature was looking at doing years ago. And we were told we couldn't do that we had to go through the opioid settlement fund instead. We couldn't directly allocate. I'm just wondering, is there a change in policy there, or what's happening?
Forgive me, I don't know the details of that question. I apologize, but we would certainly try to be helpful on that point, but I don't know the details of that one.
We may have to revisit the issues concerning the legislature's involvement with the trust as we move forward.
Certainly. I understand.
Sorry, I turned myself off. Apologize. We're just trying to keep these screens going today. Representative Holcomb, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In past years, we've heard a lot about turnover and retention of staff, and we heard that yesterday from the Chief Justice with respect to the courts. Are you having similar issues within your agency still, or are they resolved?
Well, with the support of the legislature and the governor's office, we went through a 3-year process of getting some enhancements to our appropriations that we used to move our salary structure upward. We accomplished that over those 3 years. We moved our starting salary for lawyers, for example, from about $62,000 up to about $75,000. That has helped us. We've seen some stabilization, but are there challenges in hiring lawyers? Yes. And Atlanta is a tough market. We compete with other government entities. Local governments are paying. Some of the large local governments are paying large amounts to starting lawyers, for example. We lose people to our own clients sometimes. It's a challenging market, but the 3 years of support we have been given have helped us a lot. There are areas that remain challenging. Litigators, if you're trying to go hire an experienced litigator in the government sector, that's a tough market.
Okay, thank you.
One final question, right? I know we've been working with you guys for years, asking for your help with shutting down cell phones in prisons. Do you have any update on that topic?
Well, we've had some luck with the FCC here lately. AG Carr co-chaired with Arkansas a letter recently with the FCC. We were one of the first to sort of speak out on the long-held position of the FCC about, where they have basically taken an old radio law and interpreted it, in my personal view, to be prohibitive of of restricting a cell phone, which didn't even exist when the law was passed a gazillion years ago when radio was first licensed. So we've been pretty active in that space and certainly remain so, and hope that we are making progress there. Have certainly been some positive signs from the FCC. But
Any updates you can give us since the letter?
not a specific update today, no.
Any other questions for Mr. Wright? We do have one more. I think it's from Representative Mathis.
Chairman Tillery asked about the cell phones. Is there any movement as far as the drones that are flown over these prison restricted areas? It's a big problem.
Well, I think if some support was given on the topic of jamming cell phones, that would also probably be very beneficial in terms of jamming related to drone activity. But I certainly see the same reports that I'm sure you do, and related to a lot of the activity of certainly around the prisons, and there's one particular prison I see stories all the time of where the law enforcement are arresting people flying drones in.
I don't think you have any more questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you,
Attorney General, for being here.
Great, appreciate it.
Probably, if you see us messing with this, when we hit these buttons, sometimes they're not turning your mics on, and sometimes they're not turning our mics off. But but if you see us messing with this, it's not. It's us. It's user error. I apologize there. Next, we have Colonel Billy Hitchens with the Georgia State Patrol and Department of Public Safety.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the General Assembly. It's truly an honor to be here this morning, and I'm thankful to have this opportunity to speak with all of you. We're excited to work closely with this legislative body, as well as other state leaders during this legislative session and throughout the year. Our commitment is to continue to be transparent and responsive to all of you and the citizens of the state of Georgia. We stood before you previously to explain the troubles we were having with our retention and recruitment. The governor and this legislative body listened. I stand before you today to tell you our department is either moving in the right direction or we're holding steady in our divisions because of what you have done for our employees and our agency. Speaking of moving in the right direction, our employee retention is higher than it has been in years. With the $16,000 salary adjustments over the past 4 fiscal years for our starting sworn employees, it has increased our overall recruitment and retention for our agency. In December 2021, we had 769 troopers. Our position count as of December 2025 was 864 troopers. These are 95 additional troopers that have been able to recruit and retain for our department. For our other sworn divisions, as of December 2025, we currently have 222 commercial vehicle enforcement officers, 22 Capitol Police officers, and 147 dispatchers. The decrease in open positions is in large part due to the support we have received from Governor Kemp, First Family, and from this legislative body. The salary increases have helped give our employees another reason to continue to call DPS their home. To build on personnel, DPS would not exist if it were not for our incredible and dedicated employees. They are our most treasured and valuable asset. We can have the best looking patrol cars in the world, but if we don't have the employees to drive them, what good are they? Our employees chose to become guardian angels of our state, the merciful and benevolent protectors of public safety. They willingly accept the mission of DPS, and they rose to stand between good and evil. They stand tall in the face of tremendous adversity, provocation, and challenge. I'm here to tell you I've been on those front lines with our employees, and it's not an easy task to be the one who stands between normal life and utter chaos. I think we can all agree this has been highlighted over the past years. Their continued dedication to their profession is what allows citizens to sleep peacefully at night and go about their daily activities. We all know they will never be sufficiently compensated for the heroic deeds and what's asked and demanded of them, but what they deliver is priceless. Since 1937, DPS has set the standard of what a law enforcement agency should be. The legacy of our agency is in the hands of our personnel. They are the ones that are currently writing the next chapter of that legacy, and it is their responsibility to make sure the chapter they write becomes part of a bestseller. I want to assure you our command staff is committed to rewarding and recognizing our employees for their sacrifices. In 2021, Governor Kemp came up with the idea of a crime suppression unit in Metro Atlanta. Since the creation of the 10-man GSP unit and the beginning of the larger multi-agency crime suppression details in Atlanta, they have conducted over 100,321 traffic stops, apprehended 1,345 wanted persons, issued 1,220 reckless driving citations, taken 2,240 impaired drivers off the road, recovered 1,185 stolen vehicles valued at over $33.1 million. The success of our crime suppression details in the Metro Atlanta area has led to other police departments and sheriff's offices requesting our assistance in their jurisdiction. We have conducted successful crime suppression details in Albany, Blakely, Columbus, Cordele, DeKalb, Macon, Savannah, Thomasville, Valdosta, and Warner Robins. In 2025, our SWAT team handled 89 calls for service. To highlight one call and an example of what they do, on December 5th, 2025, SWAT was requested by the DEA to execute 2 of 4 search warrants in Stockbridge. These warrants were related to a drug trafficking investigation. All total, 8 people were arrested, 15 guns were seized, 7 of those were chambered. 1.4 kilograms of cocaine, 4.2 pounds of marijuana, and $3,000 cash was seized. Since April 15, 2021, when we began tracking the apprehension of murder suspects, our specialty units that operate in the metro area, including the SWAT team, have apprehended 92 murder suspects to date. None of those things would have been possible without our personnel. Working together, we achieve better results in providing safety to the citizens of our state. We greatly appreciate everything you've done to have a positive impact on our agency and our personnel. Your continued efforts and dedication have enabled us to achieve monumental feats, and we ask for your continued support moving forward. Our personnel still face a multitude of issues daily, and now is not the time to become complacent. Employment with our agency must be competitive in order to maintain and recruit quality applicants. It comes down to a simple decision. Is it worth this to do that? If the answer is no, they will choose to do something else. Even though we've seen a significant reduction in these activities, law enforcement as a whole continues to struggle with the long-term effects of the defund the police movement, of critical news media, and people trying to use the justice system to promote their cause. While we weren't directly impacted by these here in our state, the psychological effect of seeing this on the national news certainly impacted our members, and we're thankful for the support that y'all give our agency. All of this has had an impact on personnel coming into or staying in this profession. As we have all seen, public safety is a 24-hour job. Our troopers work nights, weekends, holidays, and often get their days off canceled. Prime example of this is the anticipated need for extra personnel this weekend due to the winter weather forecast. The reality is that our troopers and officers miss countless family gatherings, birthday celebrations, and children's events because they understand the magnitude of the oath they took to ensure public safety. In terms of recruiting, it is important to point out that DPS is recruiting out of the same shrinking employment pool as our local and federal partners. Some agencies like ICE pay a $50,000 signing bonus, and we have lost a few employees to ICE because of that. I believe there are 3 things that attract and keep employees at an agency. That is pay, benefits, and work culture. And I can assure you we're doing everything we know how to do to have a great work culture with the esprit de corps our agency has always been known for. Over time, we have seen that as the number of troopers on the road increases, the number of roadway fatalities decrease. Inversely, fewer troopers on the road leads to more fatalities. Recruiting quality applicants is vital to providing our citizens with safe communities. I think it's a fair statement to say that with the power and responsibility given to members in the law enforcement profession, this job is not for anyone. We see this time and time again during our trooper school training. During the training, the majority of people who start but don't graduate quit on their own. We continue to have stringent standards to ensure we hire the most qualified candidates. If you don't meet those standards, our agency doesn't want you in our ranks. As I stand before you today, I want to personally assure you our commitment will always be to work hard for our employees of this department and the citizens of this state. We expect every member of our department to be leaders in their communities and leaders in the law enforcement profession. Before we delve into the numbers portion of our presentation, I just want to remind everybody that in our society, there are those that answer the call to be protectors. Our agency has proudly served and protected during some extremely difficult times, and I'm proud of the men and women in our agency. They are compassionate, professional, trustworthy, and display the fortitude to do this job every day. They set the standard. We're thankful for the governor's and legislative support that you provide us the last couple years' budget process, from the funds for the salary increases previously mentioned to the new radio system, additional K-9 funds, and our bond funds. We've already highlighted the pay increase as a huge reason for the recruitment and retention of our sworn members, but we also want to thank you for the funds we received in fiscal year 25 to implement our dispatcher career promotion path. In 2021, we were down to 126 dispatchers statewide. We currently have 147. While 20 may seem like a small number, they are the front line to our front line. They are often the first contact to the public has with DPS during an emergency, and most importantly, they are the lifeline for troopers and officers who patrol alone. And our dispatchers also dispatch for several other state agencies. If we don't have qualified and experienced dispatchers answering calls and ensuring troopers and officers are routed properly with correct information, we cannot meet the mission of our agency. We have completed installation of the statewide radio system. All 9 communication centers have been upgraded to the Telex dispatch software with new computers and monitors. We've also conducted successful tests using Starlink as a backup network when deployed to areas that have no cell or radio coverage. We continue to be impressed with the implementation of our statewide radio system and its performance during the most vulnerable times like Hurricane Helene. We currently have 52 DPS K-9s that are trained in a myriad of disciplines. In calendar year 2025, our K-9s conducted over 1,911 deployments versus only 700 3 years ago. Of those deployments, 176 have resulted in felony arrest and 358 were to track individuals. Our K-9 teams have recovered over $1.7 million and 1,308 kilograms of various drugs. One of the newest disciplines added to this program is apprehension of suspects through catch and hold. This year we were able to deploy our K-9s and apprehended 176 suspects. 30 of those apprehensions resulted in a catch and hold of the suspect by the K-9. The ability to deploy the K-9s in dangerous situations provides a layer of safety to the trooper or officer we didn't have in the past. And this program has been beneficial to our agency, and we look forward to continuing its growth. For our bond projects, we have several projects in the agency that are ongoing. These include Post-19 Swainsboro. DPS is developing a conceptual design for building placement on the property. The Swainsboro Manual County Development Authority is surveying a 10-acre parcel and seeking release of the property from the FAA so it can be deeded over to DPS. The property is located on US 1 at State Route 57. Post 21 Sylvania, on November 19th, the bid for the new post located on US 21 was awarded to TQ Constructors, and site work and tree removal began last week. We look forward to a groundbreaking ceremony soon. Post 32 Oconee County, Sheridan Construction has been awarded the site work and construction on the campus that will also include GBI and DDS on property. Last, as far as updates, in amended 24, our Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division received the funds to update our weigh in motion hardware. We are well underway updating all 19 DPS weigh stations. We have 3 that are fully operational with the new equipment upgrades, 3 stations that are currently in the replacement phase, and 4 stations that will soon begin the in-ground construction and equipment installation. This will give us 7 to be completed by June 2026 for a total of 13 completed stations. The remaining 6 will be upgraded by fiscal year 27. Now I'd like to move to the governor's budget recommendations for amended 26 and fiscal year 27. You'll find the Department of Public Safety on page 292 for the amended 26. We appreciate the governor's recommendation for the one-time supplement of $2,000 for our full-time employees. In field offices and services, the transfer of $1 million for the protection of community funds to GEMA on line 2. We began working on the initiative with the House and Senate liaisons, and we're prepared to begin going live with the application online. We're happy to help transition the work that has been done over to GEMA for a successful implementation if that is the desire of this body. We also support the governor's recommendation to provide the funds for the ballistic helmet radio patches of $180,000 on line 3. We received the helmets in amended 25, and with the recommended funds, this equipment will provide clear communication during our intense situations. It will especially be helpful as we prepare for protest and as we plan for the FIFA World Cup events that we will help support. Moving to fiscal year 27, you'll find the Department of Public Safety's governor's recommendations starting on page 294. For fiscal year 27, you'll see the statewide adjustments through all of our programs. You'll also see an increase to provide funds to enhance the retirement benefit for select post-certified law enforcement officers who are members of the GSETS plan by increasing the employer contributions to that savings plan. We're in support of this initiative of the governor. As mentioned throughout our presentation, retention of our sworn employees is of utmost importance, and providing this change will encourage our sworn staff to maximize the amount they are contributing to their 401k plan. Under this proposed plan, on the employee's 10th year of service, if they are maximizing their contribution, the employer contribution will be at 15%, a difference of 6% to the current retirement plan contribution. With this change, on top of the pension plan of all employees receive, sworn staff will have the opportunity to increase their total 401k savings by over $200,000 by the time they retire with 30 years of service. Then in field offices and services on line 6, you will see the same transfer of funds for protecting communities from DPS to GEMA. Now we'll move to the governor's recommendations for bond funds starting on page 380. In amended 26 on line 22, we support the $16 million to replace our DPS vehicles, and this includes the outfitting of equipment for those vehicles. This allows us to replace our vehicles when they are projected to reach 135,000 miles. On line 3, we also support the $15 million to design, construct, and equip a new K-9 facility at DPS headquarters property. With the growth of our K-9 unit that now includes 52 K-9 teams, we need a location within the state to conduct training not only for our K-9 teams, but for other jurisdictions to use as well. The facility will provide training for various disciplines. And these disciplines include odor detection, specialized in either narcotics or explosive materials. And we have the operational disciplines that include article detection for items discarded or lost by suspects, such as firearms, keys, or other evidentiary items. Human tracking to locate suspects or missing persons by scent, and apprehension simulation to utilize the catch and hold technique to safely detain a suspect until troopers or officers can effect an arrest. The facility would support the evolving needs of the unit and enhance readiness through the following features: a larger secure training area to ensure the safety of personnel, K-9s, and the public; a modifiable shoot house to support modern realistic training scenarios and prepare K-9 teams for complex high-risk environments; a state-of-the-art boarding facility designed to properly house and care for K-9 partners; expanded office and storage space to meet the administrative and logistical demands of the growing unit; K-9 conditioning and rehabilitation equipment to support injury recovery and promote overall health and fitness; and a large fenced-in outdoor area for training, conditioning, and daily exercise. Again, the K-9 facility will not only support DPS, but we currently have 43 entities that our unit trains with. This includes DNR, county sheriff's offices, police departments, and 2 Tennessee departments that would utilize the facility for training, exercise, and any rehabilitation of their K-9 statewide. Next, you will find our 2027 bond projects on page 389. As in the past, we support the $1.4 million in major maintenance and repair for our facilities statewide. We benefit from the annual MMR funds to maintain and update our 92 facilities. That includes our post and waste stations as needed. On line 2, we support the recommendation of $600,000 in our aviation fleet major maintenance and repair funds. This is a continued request from FY26. The aviation program budget funding is $5.1 million, and in FY26 is projected that 72% will go to personnel, 17% to regular operating, and 11% to general repairs and maintenance. These funds will help us upgrade some of the existing fleet equipment, along with helping us cover any maintenance cost that is unforeseen during the hourly maintenance inspections that are required. On line 3, we support the recommendation of $2.3 million to replace 400 of our tasers statewide. In fiscal year 2022, we purchased our entire sworn division tasers for a total of 1,230 units. Our plan going forward is to replace 1/3 of our tasers for sworn members each year. We support the recommendation of $3 million for a new post in Lafayette, Walker County on line 4. This is based on an estimated cost for construction using the construction bid of the Reedsville post, which is the same floor plan. Post 41 Lafayette was built in March 1967, and DPS is leasing this site from Walker County Board of Commissioners for $1 a year. We did some renovations in 2007 and again in 2018. The bottom part of the post has some previous damage from a sewer water leak. This area is where the bedrooms and the kitchen area are located, and it has currently been stripped to just wood stud walls standing in the basement. Last, on line 5 and 6, we're requesting $115,000 each to fund the furniture, fixtures, and equipment needed for the new Swainsboro and Sylvania post. In the current state of law enforcement, the effectiveness of crime prevention and public safety is based on the law of supply and demand for personnel and resources. This has significantly impacted the ability to recruit and retain qualified applicants. In closing, I want to leave you with this. The members of the Georgia Department of Public Safety are never off duty. They have sworn an oath to protect public safety at any time, in any place in this great state that we all call home. No matter the severity of the situation that arises, since 1937, when the phone rings, our men and women answer the call. I can assure you our troopers and officers do the selfless work of putting their lives on the line to protect our communities and keep each of you safe. With civil unrest in our society, they frequently respond to or prevent crises completely without ever expecting any recognition. But I do want to thank the governor and this legislative body for giving them the praise they deserve, even when no one's watching. I do want to thank everyone for your time this morning. I know your agenda's full for the third day in a row, so I tried to keep this as short as I could be, and I'm willing to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Colonel. I, along with, I'm sure, everyone in this room and in this building, appreciate everything y'all do, and especially when things might be getting a little out of hand in here and one of y'all appears in the room. It definitely makes you feel better and more safe. So, Chairman Hitchens, I just wondered if you want to have the honor of asking the first question, or I don't know if the Colonel's mama would approve, but I'll let you ask.
Well, I'm not scared of much in this world, but I'm scared of his mama, and I don't want to ask him any difficult questions.
As Forrest Gump said, I may not be a smart man, but I do have a couple of questions. So you did have in one of the slides I think your goal or your ideal number of troopers was 1,000. When have we ever been at 1,000?
No, sir, we haven't. The closest we've been is in the 900s.
Okay. That's your goal. Have you got a certain plan in place that you say, I'm going to hit that this year or next? What have you got a plan in place to attack that and try to get to that number?
We do, and we're moving in the right direction. We were very close to having 900 troopers this year, so as you see, we've gone up 95 troopers in the year. We're still seeing a lot of interest in our trooper schools. As I stated, our trooper schools are not easy, so we do see a lot of attrition, but we'll graduate, hopefully, about 80 troopers this year, and that's what we're seeing year in and year out. So if we continue with our retention, our numbers are going to continue to go up.
Great. So if my memory serves me correctly, and it doesn't always do that, in the past, counties provided post locations and built the buildings to have you in their area, correct, to have a trooper presence there. I noticed we've got several line items for buildings of post in counties. Are the counties participating at any level in those construction costs?
In these constructions,
yes,
they do provide the land, and some of them do provide services to get the land prepared. But as far as paying for the actual building, no.
Okay, we may need to talk about that a little. Chairman Tillery, you have any questions?
I was going to go back to, I know that's how we had done it in the past, right, and usually we use like community bids, didn't we, to move them around a little bit. The community would decide that they wanted the increased trooper patrol there, so they moved to do that.
Correct.
I know we moved away on one time, and I thought we actually still did that did we do that on the Jeff Davis facility?
Yes, we still, that is certainly still an option.
Yeah.
Some of these places do not have the money to fund that. And, we still have a lot of buildings that were built in the 60s that cost us a lot of upkeep and renovation.
Gotcha. Some questions. We're going to start at the top over here. Chairman Robertson.
Thank you, Colonel. I appreciate your presentation. Appreciate you coming in this morning. You mentioned on the K-9 facility there are 43 entities that will be participating with you and your team. Will they be contributing anything to the upkeep and operation of the facility?
They will not.
So is this something that we're doing out of the kindness of our heart to help support public safety in Tennessee and around the state of Georgia?
What we do now is these groups train together already, so we do train in different areas.
Right.
So, but they do come to our facility. Now, we do not provide food. This will only have them in the building. They will not be getting any kind of money from the state to operate. It'll only be them utilizing what is built.
Thank you, sir.
Leader Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for what you do and all your officers keeping us safe. My question has to do with training as it relates to dealing with those situations where there is a mental health concern or a behavior disability concern. How confident are you in that level of training for your officers?
I'm very confident. Obviously, things can go astray at a moment's notice, and we can't control every aspect of what's going on the scene. But our people go through CIT training, so they get that. They actually go and actually have people that have mental health issues come in and try and help them and show them ways that they can deal with people that have the same mental health issue that they do. But I'm confident that our folks can do that. I can't tell you that every interaction is going to be perfect because, again, we control one side of that equation. We don't control the person that's got mental health issues. But our people are trained.
Chairman Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, thank you for the great work you continue to do. I'm not sure if everybody saw it, but isn't it true that you, as the leader of public safety and our colonel on holidays and other important events, are actually out there on the road yourself, setting an example and stopping cars and really showing the entire state of Georgia what we're doing to keep them safe?
Yes, sir, and it's not just me. That's an expectation we have of our command staff, our leaders, and our troop. How do we ask our people to go out and do things that we're not willing to do? And I can tell you, I get a lot of surprised faces when they see a Telluride stop them.
Chairman Harbison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I'd like to extend my congratulations to you for doing a great job with the troopers and the professional attitude that they carry about them. But in the area of Chairman Hatchett, in the recruitment, is that a great advertising campaign with the military across the board? Just what's the extent of that, the outreach to reach that goal of 1,000 for your corps?
So it's a multifaceted approach. We certainly use social media because that is what the young folks today are looking at. But we also have recruiters in each troop and region that go out to local events, either school events, recruitment events at colleges, anybody has. But we also have our personnel that go to military bases, and because traditionally that has been a great source of our workforce. They're already trained, they already have the discipline. So we send people even out of state to certain military bases to try and recruit them. And one of the big things that we get people from is just us being in the community. They see us places and want to be a part of it. So, but we try to hit all those avenues, and we do spend a little bit of money. We don't spend a ton of money sending them certain places. We look at it and go, we getting a return on investment by sending them certain places? But we're very active in the schools, colleges, and the military.
Well, thank you very much. I was going to ask you another question, but I got a text from Chairman Hitchens to let it go. So I'll do that. He's my traveling buddy, so
Chairman Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, there's no saying that goes, all of y'all are welcome, but you got to act right. Yep. And, the overwhelming majority of our citizens that come up here to have their voices heard do act right, but every now and then we have some that don't. And of course, public safety is the foundation of any society. And, I just want to tell you from the bottom of my heart that thank you for everything you do, because you all are the most important people in this building. You're more important than the governor and lieutenant governor and speaker and everybody in this room, because I'm just going to say it, because we could not do the work of the people without you. And I am grateful for it. And I will say that I think that all those people I mentioned, including everybody in this room, would agree with me. So we're very thankful for you.
Thanks, sir. I'll take the compliment, but I'm not going to comment on it. Thank you.
Amen. Representative Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator, I know you're not running for anything, so forget it. The mental health issue was answered, but I did want to ask you, you showed support for several localities all over Georgia as a backup. I've noticed it's become quite popular. There are a whole lot of stars on shoulders, and I've seen some 5 stars, and we hadn't had one of those in the Army since World War II. You go in as a colonel, do you ever have to salute all these stars we have all over Georgia?
No, sir, I do not.
All right.
Got a couple more questions. I think Chairman Lee Anderson, is that right?
Colonel, thank you for what y'all do. Y'all do make us feel safe. Y'all truly do a great job.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for taking after your mother. But at the same time, say the next 5 years, I know the goal is to get where you want to get to employees, but do we have very many that's going to be retiring?
Yes, sir, we do. I mean, we're at an age, at my age group, there's still a lot that can retire. What I will tell you, though, just for our trooper side, we have 57% of our employees with 9 years or less. We are a very young agency, 52% with CVE, 77% with Capitol Police, and 80% of our dispatchers have 9 years or less. So there are a lot of people that are very young in our agency, but we do have some that will transition to retirement. It's not going to be a full-out exit, but we'll have regular attrition that'll go out.
Chairwoman Donzella James.
Thank you. Colonel, would it help if you could already identify that someone is mentally challenged or have a handicap that's in a car that you're stopping? Would it help?
Anytime we have more information going up there, it would help us understand why a person may be acting the way they are. I know there are several programs out there that try to have some kind of sticker or something that shows things, but anytime in our situation, more information is usually better.
Okay, I know that it's several pieces of legislation that one identifies on the tag that someone may have autism, or they act out when they get nervous and they pull them out the car, and so this would help to make sure they don't get hurt.
And that's part of that training we go through, but it takes time to understand what you're seeing. So if you knew that going in, it's just like any time the more information we get on a call, it helps us formulate a plan as whatever we're attacking. So it gives us information to either handle it this way or handle it that way. So anytime we get more information, it'd be beneficial.
Okay, I know the other one is to have an identification on your driver's license, but to me, is that after the fact? Because you already pulled them over.
Well, any information will be good. What part of the problem I would see with that is I'm sure y'all have seen a lot of videos that people do not want to hand over their license. So do you create a problem before you get the license? But either one would help us just having more information.
All right, thank you so much.
Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you. Colonel, just a quick thought. I know there's been some concern around the nation about people with CDLs that maybe we shouldn't be allowed to drive, especially in the state of Georgia. And my question is, can you address maybe some thoughts on putting folks at weigh stations at the edges of the state just to make sure that those folks aren't in our state driving and really more than that, competing with our trucking industries that's driving down costs so they can't make a living?
And we do some of that. Our CBE side of our agency really is working hard. I've been amazed at the number of people that they are getting out of CBEs that are not licensed. We see, and it has shocked me, it's mostly the Middle Eastern or Middle Europeans that are coming, that I would have thought that would not be our major thing, but they are pulling those out. We have, anytime they come through a weigh station, they're required to have an officer there, and everybody that was eligible to do the 287G training with ICE, our department did that. So they have that authority to do it. And again, anytime you come into a weigh station, an officer has to be present. So we have that capability already there.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Colonel, one of your alumnus, Chairman Lumsden.
Thank you so much for carrying on the tradition of our great State Patrol. You mentioned something earlier that I just wanted to see if we could get you to expand on. Accidents, injuries, and fatalities are major drivers when it comes to the insurance premiums that we pay. You said that for every trooper that we added, you saw a reduction in fatalities. Can you expand on that a little bit as far as it relates also to accidents and injuries?
It does, and we're seeing that this year. It's a trend, and this is not new. When my father was here, they had this same chart, and it showed the same trend. And my thoughts on it are, you have police departments and sheriff's departments that are out there doing things, but they're handling calls as well. So when they get overrun with calls, what do they lose? Traffic enforcement. So as you put more troopers on the road, that is our main function. So you have somebody dedicated to do it. So you are having people enforce traffic laws consistently when you have more troopers on it. And I will also say, knock on wood, getting away from the protests that we were seeing. So now our people are actually doing the job that they were designed to do, and I hope we can stay in that same vein. But we were down pretty significantly this year, about between 15 and 20%.
Well, I'm very pleased to see the increase in the numbers. I remember we were having trouble maintaining 700 for many, many years.
Yes, sir.
So this is a very positive direction, and I just applaud you for your work and want to continue to see our numbers grow.
Thank you very much.
Colonel, just two more questions. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Hitchens, thank you for your presentation, and thank you also for what you guys do for us. Really appreciate your service around the state. I was looking at your dispatch numbers, and I noticed on that chart that there's an upward trend. As you deep dive into those numbers, and I'm sure you do, is there a particular category that seems to be driving that? Or is it commensurate with the population increase, or what type of insight do you have on your dispatch numbers increasing?
Well, I will tell you, we saw the spike once we did the dispatcher career path. Prior to that, you got hired, you got a pay raise after 1 year, and then you didn't get anything unless you got promoted. So now there's some steps in there that gives them a future. So we saw that number go up at that point. But you also have to remember, a lot of females do that job, and it's a good job for somebody without kids, but they work a rotating shift, nights, weekends, holidays. So they compete with other jobs that are Monday through Friday, 9-to-5 jobs. But that is when we saw our numbers go up, when they got a pay increase and a step ladder.
And what, in the same vein, what about the categories of the calls that you're seeing?
Some of that is just the population in our state going up. Some of that is also, we've added a few state agencies that have come on that they dispatch for now. But I would say the majority of that call is the number of the population going up and the number of troopers on the road, that they have more people doing more work now.
The best for last. Chairman Hitchens.
Well, I promised I wasn't going to say anything here, but when we talk about trooper strength, I went on the State Patrol in 1969, and we had 700 troopers. Most people have no idea that all the states around us have over 1,000, even though some of them are half our size in population and geographical area. Nationwide, we come in last in troopers per capita. We have 8 troopers for every 100,000 people.
The national average is 24 per 100,000. So in order to come up just to the national average, we would have to triple the size of our department right now.
I wouldn't say I'd say that's an interesting note to close on. Thank you, Chairman. Colonel, thank you. Thank you for all y'all do, and thank you. And I know you're going to have a busy weekend, and we appreciate all of those that will be out in harm's way taking care of us. Thank you.
Yeah, we did put some information. If you need to call a patrol post or something, it'll be in the mail room to be distributed out.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank y'all very much.
Our next presentation will come from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations Director Chris Hosey. Director, welcome this afternoon. This is your third? Is this your third year, fourth year?
Third.
Third?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for what you do at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing us to be here this morning. And first off, I couldn't begin without thanking the dedicated men and women of the GBI across every division, close to 1,000 employees throughout our agency. The success of what we do each and every day is directly associated with their dedication and professionalism and work ethic. It has nothing to do with the director sitting in that chair. It is all dedicated to the men and women of the GBI. And due to that, and in my goal of keeping our agency at the level that it is, we look at our operational challenges that we continue to look at each and every day and address. Many of these challenges are addressed in the governor's budget recommendation in GBI's operating budget and capital projects, and are in line with the strategic plan that we have for this agency. We want to continue to maintain appropriate staffing levels. Currently, our overall turnover rate throughout the agency, we had a slight increase from 5% in fiscal year 24 to 7.3 in fiscal year 25. There's a variety of reasons for that, depending on which division of the agency that we go into. Our crime lab scientist role that we hire for is different than any other scientific position in state government due to the expertise that they're required to have testifying in court, accreditation standards, and so forth. But we continuously work throughout the year to ensure that any vacancies that do come up, that we're working diligently to get those filled so that the work product does not slow down. The complexity of our cases continues to increase, requiring us to continue to hire, retain, and train staff in specific skill sets that can meet with the ever-changing environment that we face in law enforcement. Along with our workforce is ensuring that our infrastructure within the agency is being addressed. Many of those are being addressed in our capital projects and facilities, with the medical examiner office expansions at our headquarters facility and our Macon facility in Middle Georgia, along with working towards expanding the crime lab at our Macon facility as well, so that services can be expanded and some services brought back to that lab that we lost some years back. And then regional investigative offices, working through the build-out of our Region 11 office that is in Athens, that will be going to Oconee County, sharing property, as the Colonel mentioned, with GSP and DDS. And then our Region 10 office covers the metro Atlanta area, actually located in Conyers, is getting a facility for them as well. And then lastly is the technology challenge and updates that we face each and every day with the changing world going on around us. Our GBI systems in the investigative division, crime lab, MEO office, our CGIS network continue to evolve with increasing complexity when it's dealing with technology, but our staff is stepping up to answer that challenge, but also looking to see what technology is out there that can better help us to better do our job and be more efficient in the areas that we operate as an agency. In Section 30 of the Appropriation Bill, page 235, is the Governor's budget recommendations. We appreciate Governor Kemp's recommendation on a one-time $2,000 salary supplement for state employees. And then the other statewide changes that are mentioned there, GTA telecommunications, infrastructure, DOAS premiums changes, state health benefit changes, Georgia at Work, and teachers' retirement, which we have one staff member in the investigative division that would affect there. Under our Bureau administration, number one, funding for security contracts at our Pooler Lab and headquarters. That's $144,168 for FY27. The GBI headquarters entrance and the security fencing around GBI headquarters will be reconfigured. It will be a one-way in secured entrance with a guard posted at that location to help better secure our facility, our main campus. We have had some issues in that area in the past, and we want to ensure that our employees are safe at work. These funds will also allow us to put one security guard along with that project at headquarters to add to the current security there, but also to add one security guard to our Pooler Crime Lab that currently does not have a security guard there. The facility is built for there to be one, but there's never been one assigned there, and we have had some concerns coming up at that lab where we feel it is appropriate to put a security person at our Pooler Lab. Our CJIS Criminal Justice Information System at $266,556 for FY27 involves disaster recovery. For our CJIS system, this will allow us to comply with GTA's business and continuity disaster and recovery policy by providing an off-premises disaster recovery solution, meaning we would have a backup for the critical systems that we have operating within GCIC. They include the GBI Secure File Transfer Portal, which contains such items as license plate reader information, camera system information. It would also be a backup for our Georgia Law Enforcement Message Switch, Georgia Protective Order Registry, the Sex Offender Registry, and computerized criminal histories. Under Forensic Sciences and Services, the number one would increase funds to replace software that allows for efficient connectivity to our federal DNA CODA database. The Governor's recommendation, which we support, includes funds for software licensing. It is for STACS, S-T-A-C-K-S is the acronym, Sample Tracking and Control Systems. This software will create more efficient operations and result in quicker processing of offender samples from submission to upload into FBI CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System database. Amended FY26 includes $618,170 in one-time software costs and $74,920 for FY27 in ongoing maintenance costs. The current system that we have that does this activity or performs this activity is actually two systems, and they are both outdated at this time. This system will add efficiency to that speed and allow our crime lab scientists to be more efficient in the work and getting that information uploaded quicker. Number two would be to reduce funds based on hiring dates for new positions. That's at $163,345. In FY26, we received funds for 2 new crime lab assistant managers to provide a better span of control in lab operations. Those positions were hired, one on July 1st of 25 and the second one on August 1st of 25. We also received funding for 3 positions at our central lab in Macon. One scientist was hired on February the 16th. One lab tech will start on March 16th, and one evidence receiving tech is currently in background with an expected hire date of March the 1st. In FY27 would be to eliminate one-time funds for 3 handheld portable mass spectrometers. That's at $327,546. In FY26, we received one-time funding to purchase 3 handheld portable mass spectrometers. This was done to aid in a preliminary reporting or preliminary testing project that we started back in the spring in our crime lab to reduce the backlog in drug chemistry. And I will mention while I'm on drug chemistry that our current backlog for drug chemistry, which is the highest, is at 69%. With the efforts that have been made with new projects like preliminary testing and putting scientists on the bench and just the hard work that they're conducting in that section of our lab, our backlog rate was at 78% back in the fall. So we've dropped it almost 10%, or a little over 10% since then, almost 10% since then. So I'm proud of the work they're doing there and addressing that. And regional investigative services to annualize positions, our HEAT unit, which is our human trafficking unit in FY26, we have had 6 months of funding for 3 sworn positions that supported the human trafficking unit and their efforts across the state. The governor's recommendation, which we support, provides an annualized amount for both FY26 and FY27. That's $294,420 for FY26 and $287,300 for FY27. Also within this slide in annualizing the positions is in FY26, we had funding for 9 months for criminal intel analysts that was previously funded through a grant. That grant funding expired in August of 2024 due to CJCC no longer being eligible to receive that grant, and they cannot award the funds out. That grant requires to have a victims assistance program, which did not qualify us for that. The governor's recommendation provides to annualize that amount in FY27 for $171,841. Excuse me. Also to provide funds for 3 special agents. Last year we received funds for electronic surveillance equipment platform. That equipment is currently in production at this time and should be delivered hopefully very soon. In T&E of that equipment, when we were looking to purchase last year, we utilized it on 9 different investigations, and we had 9 successes in utilizing that equipment. These positions mentioned here for FY27, which is $543,750, they would be utilized to be assigned to that equipment full-time. I will add that we were able to utilize some grant funds to purchase a second platform for this electronic surveillance equipment so that we can have one in North Georgia and South Georgia. But due to the technology of that equipment, the upkeep of it, the knowledge of how it operates, we needed to fund or assign special agents to that equipment full-time. I think we'll see a benefit of it not only through our agency, but also in assisting our partners across the state. And so we appreciate that support from last year. Also, number 3, to reduce funds for personal services based on actual start dates. We had 3 digital forensic investigators. One was hired January 1st, and the other 2 are expected to start in February and March of this year. Based on last year's funding, FY26, we did hire 2 Strategic Threat Assessment Group agents, STAG for short, that are assigned under our GSAC unit, and 2 crime scene technical leaders. They were all hired on July the 1st of 25. We also were able to fill 4 criminal intel analyst positions that were transferred off the grant to funds this past fall as well. Also under regional investigative services, with our statewide gang case management system, FY26 funds were provided for developing an API to connect Formulytics to the GBI's current criminal street gang database. That will be a take-back of $800,000. In FY27, local law enforcement grant funding for a gang case management system will be transferred back to GEMA. That will be in the amount of $1 million. And then lastly on this slide, the one-time equipment, eliminating funds for one-time equipment purchase, that was for the surveillance platform that I mentioned earlier, which was at $877,320. In our forensic scientific services, the GBI currently has a total of 19 medical examiner positions within the agency. 16 of those are filled right now. 12 are located at headquarters, 2 at Pooler, and 2 at our Macon lab. We do have 3 vacant positions for our medical examiners. Those are 2 at headquarters and 1 at our Pooler lab. We currently have 1 part-time doctor at Pooler and paying supplements to our headquarters doctors to help cover Pooler and Macon labs when that is needed. In 2024, the number of autopsies that our medical examiners conducted was 4,353. That is 329 autopsies per doctor, which is still above the national average of 250 autopsies per year that is recommended. In 2025, our number of autopsies dropped a little bit to 4,220, but that equated to 272 autopsies that our doctors performed, each doctor per doctor in 2025, which is getting us closer to what the national average should be. And I attribute that in part to us being able to put doctors on due to many programs that were supported by the governor and you in this room here today. In the past year, we have hired 2 doctors and 9 death investigation specialists. We also hired 1 child fatality review program manager and 1 admin assistant. 3 of our doctors that we currently have applied for the loan repayment program, which has been a success to help attract doctors to our agency. This will continue to increase as we hire more fellows who complete their training program. Our child abuse and death investigation unit is now fully staffed with a unit supervisor and 3 pediatric-focused death investigation specialists who will streamline our child death investigation process and work closely with our child fatality review unit to improve child fatality prevention. Some other good news from our ME office is since starting in October of 2025 this past year, is when we hired a forensic anthropologist. That doctor has completed 40 cases already, improving our turnaround time and identification of unidentified remains and reports on skeletal remains. And she has also provided consults to our crime scene specialist unit, which obviously comes into contact with unidentified or skeletal remains quite often. Our GBI MEO fellowship program is currently in its 6th year, and including this year's fellows has trained 12 forensic pathologists. The fellowship program has proven to be very successful in aiding the state of Georgia in hiring forensic pathologists, as 6 have been recruited from that program to full-time ME positions at our ME office in GBI. We currently have 2 fellows in the program now and received 15 applications for the 27-28 fellowship year. And we have narrowed that down and have scheduled 11 interviews to choose doctors or to choose fellows for the 27-28 program. Currently, we have 221 crime lab scientists on the benches. We have 24 vacant positions within the crime lab in the different disciplines. We are currently in the process of filling 12 of those 24. They are in what we refer to as critical hire positions, being drug chemistry and biology being our 2 highest backlog areas. Our strategic threat assessment group that this body helped and the governor helped start last year and fund with agent positions, the goal of the strategic threat assessment group, which is located under GSAC, or STAG for short, is basically to mitigate threats. Threats to this state, threats to its people, threats to our public officials around the state. They look at mitigating these threats. They examine critical infrastructure challenges or threats. They triage threats to public officials and intellectual properties. In calendar year 2025, there were 80 event support activities that our agents from the STAG unit were involved in. There were 55 threat incidents that they took place in, 23 tabletop exercises or briefings that took place. They assisted and worked along with our state partners on 46 visit or protection details in the state for a total of 204 incidents of activity that unit was involved in. They are also utilizing drones and drone work in our investigations within STAG, but also throughout the investigative division. We've conducted 92 flights this past year for public events, high-risk search warrants, and major criminal case surveillance, threat assessments, and training. We currently have 35 drones in our fleet with 25 pilots. They are assigned to our crime scene specialists, our regional drug enforcement offices, our gang task forces, and Georgia Information Sharing and Analysis Center, GSAC, which they are being utilized by the agents that are assigned to the Strategic Threat Assessment Group that I mentioned earlier. Our criminal street gang activity in Georgia, our gang offices are located in Atlanta or Conyers, Macon for our Middle Georgia Gang Task Force, and Columbus also for our West Georgia Gang Task Force. The success of those 3 units right there are on partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies here in the state of Georgia. Analysis of 235 gang investigations for calendar year 25. There were 90 gang cases. 21 of those were gang motivated. 76 were gang related or had gang ties to them. And other cases with gang related or gang motivated designations were at 48. The gang unit in calendar year 25, the gang units arrested 286 individuals. Arrest by other GBI work units was at 85. The reason there were others is all of our work units across the state, our 15 regional offices, our 4 drug enforcement offices and specialized units are designated with at least one agent that is working as a regional gang specialist in their area or territory, and we currently have 25 that are designated as regional gang specialists across the state. Our gang-related and motivated intelligence and analytical cases worked by GSAC for this past year, which is our fusion center, was at 193. Drugs and narcotics seizures was over $21 million, over $68,000 in firearms seized, and over $19,000 in vehicle. Grand total of seizures by these units was over $22 million for the calendar year of FY25. Our also involved shootings, which we are typically the agency that's requested to investigate any use of force incident in the state. We investigated 102 use of force incidents in 2025. 83 of those incidents involved officer-involved shootings, while 19 of those involved were non-firearm related use of force incidents such as blunt force trauma or impact weapons, tasers, or OC spray. Our Region 10 office in Atlanta, or our Atlanta field office, worked 36% of all the use of force investigations for calendar year 2025. That's 37 out of 102 of the cases. 43 of the 85 officer-involved shooting incidents were worked by our Atlanta office, and 16 of the 19 non-firearm related use of force incidents were investigated by them. Roughly 1/3 of the use of force cases involved a potential mental health issue of those that we investigated this past year. I'll close by again thanking the men and women of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I thank each one of you here today for your support of our agency. I also wanted to mention the strong partnerships that we have with our other state law enforcement agencies. You heard from Colonel Hitchens just prior to me, a very strong working relationship that we have with him and his agency and our other state agencies, our local agencies, our federal agencies here in Georgia, because I believe it takes all of us working together to get the job done, and we've had great success with that. So with that, I will stop and be glad to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Director. Whip Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. I appreciate the hard work your men and women are doing. I'm especially impressed with the threat assessment group and the work y'all are doing there to keep us safe here in the state of Georgia. A couple of questions. The drug chemistry testing is 69% of the backlog, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the majority of that, do you know?
It's going to be a mixture. Some of it is going to be marijuana, because marijuana is a little bit harder to test, because just in preliminary testing we can tell you that it's marijuana, but it could also be hemp. But then we've got to go to further to determine the THC level within it. The preliminary testing project that we started back in the spring is mainly focuses on our cocaine's meths, our powders, for lack of a better way of putting it, because we can test those, we can provide the prosecutor with a result based on mass spec and gas chromatography to say this is what the drug is that you're dealing with.
Is manpower or technology the reason that we have the backlog?
It is a little bit of both. It is a little bit of both. When we have been able to go to different ways of doing things, this being one of them, and I'll give you an example. When we started the preliminary testing project, after I met with prosecutors across the state, because I wanted to make sure it was something that they were amenable to, we started out in the first trial, if you will, with 2 judicial circuits. Both of them had backlogs close to 900, just backlogs. They were completed within a month of each other. Backlog was gone, and we were doing preliminary testing on new submissions that were coming in. So that project, as we continue to roll it out across the state, because there's some training that needs to go with it. It's a little bit different, so we need to get people used to it. And it doesn't fit every situation, so we know that there's times it's not going to fit. But it is continuing with ideas and furthering our technology in how we test drugs and how that process works. But it's also putting people in seats that we need to continue to do.
Okay, and the use of force investigations that your agency conducted, were those just local law enforcement agencies, county and municipalities, municipal, or were they also other state law enforcement agencies?
There was some state involved.
Was the Department of Corrections, do y'all do the use of force investigations for DOC also?
I would think it has to do with the situation. I don't recall one right off the top of my head for this past year. You know, typically the criteria is death, serious bodily injury.
Yes, sir.
Unless there's some other unfortunate circumstances within it that we need to get involved. I don't recall us doing one for GDC this past year, but I need to check and confirm that.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Chairman Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for the good work y'all do, you and all the men and women at the GBI. I do want to thank you. I see this right at $75,000 for upgraded DNA software. Very important for us to swiftly find perpetrators of crime, also solve cold cases. But I want to ask you this as we talk about updating DNA software. So ICE has arrested 7 people in Georgia in the last 6 months for murder. Those murders were not largely committed in Georgia, but those arrests were made in Georgia. How robust is this most updated software to capture individuals that when we don't know who they are, they may be from other countries? Can you speak to that, sir? Thank you.
My understanding of this software here, it is the first stage of even being able to take a sample, to enter it, to develop a profile for it. So it's not going to assist in what you're specifically referring to in getting DNA to a point that it can go into CODIS. My weak understanding of science, if you will, there's several steps that take into that process. This is one where the initial entry is being made into our system that gets the ball rolling so that a profile can be developed that can be entered into CODIS. So there's many steps, and this is one where we need to just improve the efficiency of what we're doing. Right now we have 2 pieces of instrumentation that are doing it. Neither one of them is the same. So to I guess, split hairs here, for me to train a scientist to utilize it, I've got to train them on both. That's one disadvantage to it, where now I can train them on one, plus the systems that we have in place right now are well over 10 years old.
Chairman Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. I appreciate your service in the GBI. My question revolves around crime labs. I represent 11 counties in east central Georgia, and in Richmond and Columbia and Burke, they're experiencing significant delays in response to autopsies and crime lab reports. We had a crime lab in Augusta. You still own that facility, and it is still available for use. What are your plans to respond to East Georgia's needs for more reasonable, prompt response and reduce costs? Because the travel cost is killing my folks.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right. We had a medical examiner's office in the building with our crime lab in Augusta. That side of the building was closed several years ago. is my understanding, after that doctor retired. Some of that space has been now utilized to expand crime lab services in that area, or at that lab, and we have continued to do that. I do not miss the fact that it is a long drive from Augusta area to bring a body to our headquarters facility. With turnaround times that you're referring to, what helps with that is our having doctors there to do it. But I know the benefit that it would be to bring a medical examiner's office back to Augusta, but it would take some build out of the current building to do that. It would take at least, we've estimated 2 doctors and staff to be there. As I recall, bodies coming from that area is somewhere around 9 to 11% that are coming from the territory that ME office covered, that is now being brought to our headquarters facility. I'm looking every day, thinking every day to be an agency that is providing better service to our customers out there, and I feel your pain on that one.
I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to remind the members, we did try to do a partnership with Mercer University to create more medical examiners. Our issue, Director, is they turn out, what, 40 a year, and we need about 400 a year medical examiners? We are trying. And Director, in that vein, I know the partnership with Mercer didn't work, even though they tried very hard to do it. If you see a different avenue that we can do with another school, or in-state or out-of-state at this point, we're interested.
What I recalled about the Mercer program was, one thing that it did was it guaranteed, I want to say, 3 years for them to stay with us after completion was done. So that really helps with our projections as we move forward. You know, even with the fellowship program, I can estimate how many doctor positions we would have that would go through that fellowship program. Not all of them make it. Some do not want to stay. So it's our job to ensure that they do, if they fit us, is the big thing.
You got a bunch more questions, so I'm going to try to hand it back.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Agents from the investigative division respond to requests from criminal justice officials to investigate major crimes, but crimes against the elderly can be initiated without request. We have an alarming increase in financial crimes, and financial crimes tend to be geographically agnostic, often perpetrated against senior citizens. And I'm just curious, does your budget include adequate resources to preemptively go after and look for these things that are happening? This year alone, we've had several major Ponzi schemes. There was a conviction yesterday for a $340 million Ponzi scheme. I'm just wondering, do we have enough money in the budget to preemptively start looking for these things, as opposed to waiting for a local jurisdiction to actually report them?
Right. Well, I'll say that we can always use more. There's no doubt about that. But currently, our field officers are trained to work those kind of investigations along with our cyber unit in Augusta. They do a great job on helping track the money. The problem that we run into a lot of times is a delay in reporting that information to law enforcement. So if it is some sort of scheme, Ponzi scheme or whatever it may be, time is of the essence that law enforcement, whether it be us, the feds that we work closely with on a lot of this, or locals, know about it as quick as they can so that we can get the proper authorities and proper individuals on that before that money disappears across our oceans.
Chairman Albers.
Director, thank you for the great work you and your team do. Last year, we worked together to get those portable mass spectrometers. What has the feedback been for our local district attorneys and others who might be benefactors of having those out and about in the state?
Right. So currently, where we are with the 3 portable mass specs is we are working on doing the training with the manufacturer or the vendor on it. My goal with those is, because with the portable mass specs, it is one sample test that can be done at a time, is for our crime lab scientists to get very comfortable with how they operate, which is the same technology, just a different application to it. And then I'm having them write the protocols or the guidelines on how to use those portable mass specs in the field. The next step from there is we will then push those out into our gang units and our drug offices across the state in hopes of that preliminary testing can be done there, and that evidence may never be submitted to the crime lab, which now cuts back on our submissions. To attack it from a different angle is what we started doing in the spring of this past year, where the crime lab, using the same technology, is doing batch samples of drugs where they can test more than one at a time. That's what's helping us knock the backlog down currently. Preliminary testing plus the use potentially of portable mass specs in the field, which then I would love to see it go to our local law enforcement agencies around the state as well too, because it would save them time and money as well. That would be the next prong of trying to address this. Getting our drug chemistry backlog down, but also addressing it so that we don't have another buildup or another wave of it.
What is the expected timeline for the training to be done and then those devices to be out with the local offices?
I'll have to get you a timeline on that. The vendors came down and met with our crime lab scientists with the 3 that we have. It was about, I want to say in November. And the next step is to have the training with the manufacturer on it, and then for our crime lab scientists to do the validation and testing that they need to do to get comfortable within our accreditation guidelines, and at the same time writing the protocols for our work units currently that we can then push those out and get to going. But in the meantime, what's taking place is this preliminary testing through our current mass spec gas chromatography within our labs. That is batch testing, which we're testing a bunch of a lot at one time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, there's quite a few of you that have your buttons pressed, but this is going to be the last question. Chairman Hitchens.
Well, first I'd like to thank you, Director, for the Pooler Crime Lab. I worked very hard to get that property, and it's I receive accolades all the time from the law enforcement community because it's so easily accessible there at I-16 and I-95, and the 20 or so counties that have to deliver the evidence are very appreciative. But I got a couple other questions, and one of them is DNA. And Chairman Williams in the Senate and I, when he was in the House, worked together a long time on some DNA, and how many people we solicit DNA from. You know, there was a revolution in law enforcement back when fingerprinting began, and one of the reasons that it was so effective was everybody got fingerprinted. Everybody went in the military, got fingerprinted. Everybody that got a job in government pretty much got fingerprinted. Everybody that got arrested got fingerprinted. So they had a real database to go by. I've been in the FBI's headquarters complex where they do DNA, and they did it by hand. You know, they have the ability to segment different types of fingerprints, and there are about 4 different types, and they hand located it and picked it up. Well, DNA is much more effective, and in Georgia, the truth is we only take DNA samples from violent criminals. A lot of misdemeanor criminals, low-profile criminals, burglars, peeping toms, some people for minor sexual offenses, they don't give DNA. And isn't it true that we probably get more hits on DNA from other states who take more samples than we do from Georgia?
I don't know the exact number on that or an accurate answer on it, but I'll say it does happen. There's no doubt about that.
Well, he's got a bill now that we started on last year, and I've been a real advocate for it. And I think with the advances in DNA, particularly now with familial DNA, that resolved the case in Idaho where the kid went back to Pennsylvania and they ran his DNA and realized that somebody in that family was responsible, and the FBI went and took some paper out of his trash can and found out that it was going to be the son, who very obviously had been there and come home. And I don't know that they would ever solve that case if it hadn't been for that. So I'm hoping that we can do something about that. And the other thing is with regard to the crime lab and particularly the chemistry people. I know back a few years when we had 2 Army bases here, they had an Army crime lab here. And after we get somebody that gets hired by you that's got a master's degree in some scientific field,
it takes like 16, 18 months to train them up where they can actually perform by themselves. And it was a problem back then because the Army would solicit them, and they would go over there for more pay and do half the work. Is that still ongoing?
It's not as bad as it was, and a lot of that has been due to increase in salaries. The ones that we're losing now, and I asked our crime lab director day before yesterday about that, and I mean, I read the exit interviews and so forth, and he said it's easier to ask why people are staying versus why people are leaving. The ones that I have looked at that are leaving the agency is not so much going to the federal labs. A lot of it is, I'm not from Georgia, I want to move back to the state that I was raised in. Some of it is, this is not what I expected, I want to change career fields altogether. What I look for in those exit interviews is, are we not doing what we should be doing to take care of our people within the agency as best I can? When I see those, I get concerned. And you know, the pay is a big thing to all of them. But I still can't, as I was asked one time to put a price on a GBI agent, and I said I can't do that, because as soon as I do, I've told you how much they're worth, and they're going to be worth a lot more than what I just said they are. But that, it does help when they know they're appreciated and that they're doing more work and they're making sufficient pay for that. There's no doubt.
And I really appreciate the full-time medical examiner at Pooler now. We have a lot of autopsies performed in the Savannah area, and there for a while when you were having to send somebody down from Atlanta or haul the bodies up there, it was really difficult on the local law enforcement agencies. And I also applaud you for the fellowship with the Medical College of Georgia. And I heard you say earlier that you had more applications than you could handle. And a lot of people don't know there are about 500 medical examiner positions, certified medical examiner positions in the United States. And there are only about 400 registered medical examiners. So it's a very competitive position, and people go where they want to go, and they go for the highest pay. And we don't pay what's competitive like we do in any facet of the state government in the private sector, but I think we've gone a long ways, and I certainly want to try and get one in Augusta too. I don't represent the Augusta area, but I know some people that do, and it's really difficult to haul somebody back and forth from Augusta, dead bodies, paying somebody to go up there and pick them up and take them back, and just a note. When I was chairman of Public Safety and Homeland Security, I took my committee over to the GBI, and we went through everything in the crime lab, and I was astonished. I'd seen many autopsies, but I warned some of the people before we went in there that if they didn't want to go in, they didn't have to, but they had 5 people on the table in there that they were doing autopsies on, and I know that's coming. And I was just astonished that 4 of them were very young people who died as a result of drug activity, and it's a cancer on our society, and I appreciate all you're doing to try and alleviate that, because the people that went with me were just stunned that, 18, 19, 20-year-olds in there getting autopsies for overdosing on drugs. But thank you for what you do. Your deputy director has been very responsive to a lot of requests that I've made to him, and he seemed to jump right on it.
He does
I wish
a good
he'd
job.
worked that hard when he worked for me.
Thank you, Chairman Hitchens and Director. I don't know if you had a recorder to answer all that, address it, but if you'd like, we do have a little unscheduled special guest here, so if you'd like to answer, go ahead.
I'll do my best.
Well, I didn't know if there was a question in that. Was there? Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director. Colleagues, you may not want to go anywhere. You may want to continue in your seats and not move. It's my honor to introduce not a guest, not a visitor, but someone who cares deeply about this state and us, the gentleman from Effingham County, the Speaker of this House, the Honorable John Burns. Thank you.
Is my microphone on?
Mr. Speaker, I've been having trouble with this button all day, but it seems to work at the most inopportune moments.
Who knows, it may be opportunity. I don't know. You never can say. Hey, thank you all, members and interested parties, for being here the last few days and making sure you can be a part of this discussion with some very talented Georgians who lead our state and ensure that we are protected. The last two are very important to us, as we all know, in public safety. I'm impressed, y'all. Very qualified folks. Mr. Chairman, former commissioner, I'm glad things have moved on since you left there, so they've done a good job. But you all know what I know. It is always a great day to be a part of, be in Georgia and be a part of what goes on in this state. But the work you guys are drilling down on and about, we look forward to all continuing that work to make sure we take care of our only mandated #1 task, and that obviously is our balanced budget. So we look very much forward to working with Chairman Hatchett and his team, Chairman Tillery and your team, to ensure that we get our job done, because we're here to get a job done, and certainly that's what I would ask all of you to do, to keep that focused. We take care of what we're here hired to do, take care of our work, get the job done to make sure that Georgia remains the very, very best place to live, work, and raise a family. We look forward to working with y'all in the Senate, in the House, and all the members. And certainly, again, thank you, members, for being here. Be safe on this weekend with the potential for the weather that we have coming in. So we just ask you to keep your attention on any bulletins that may come out, and we'll all be fine. But take care of your families and take care of yourselves. So thanks, Mr. Chairman, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to run to the restroom. You want to take a quick break, or you want to just keep it rolling? Keep it rolling. You're not bothering me.
All right, members, we were a little ahead, and now we're back pretty much to schedule, so let's move, keep moving. Commissioner Nail, welcome. We look forward to hearing your update on our community supervision.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. We will keep you on schedule, I'm hoping. When we talk about our amended 2026 operating budget on page 141, it includes a $2,000 supplement for full-time regular staff. That's going to be $3.9 million. That represents 1,837 full-time staff for our agency. Amended 2026 for capital projects is 75 replacement vehicles. That's on page 380, line 7. This represents approximately 10% of our fleet that meets the surplus and replaced policy by DOAS and fleet management standards. I will let this serve as a reminder that, in essence, these vehicles serve as the office for our officers. That is where they do probably 90% of their work, and that right there is at a tune of $4.5 million. I'm sure you can understand if you're out and about going to houses by yourself, supervising individuals, you want reliable transportation. I can assure you that, especially if you're transporting someone. You don't want to break down on the side of the road. Moving to FY27, we have 2 items other than the statewide spreads. I'll be more than happy to cover that if you desire. Otherwise, I'll just talk about the 2 increasing funds for rent in West Georgia, Ogeechee, and Mountain judicial circuits. Those hubs are in Carrollton, Statesboro, and Clarksville. You'll find that on page 142 of the field program. This is based on an increase or a non-renewal in those locations, and as you all know, the marketplace and market value continues to increase, so we've got to adjust accordingly. The second item is law enforcement defined contribution, page 142 in the field program. This is based on a calculation from OPB of 1,007 officers that would come to $877,000. I hope I kept my word by keeping you on track and on time, and subject to any questions from the committee, that concludes my report.
Wow.
It's taken me 37 years to get that quick, but I've got...
You spoke too soon. Got a couple of questions. Leader Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm over here.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, ma'am. Good to see you.
Mr. Commissioner, thank you so much. Can you give us the number of our citizens that we have under supervision right now, and also what is the cost that they pay?
Sure, I can, and here's one good thing. We broke 200,000. Now we're at 194,000. We still lead this nation in the number of cases under supervision. I will be fair and say that 194,000 represents the entire population that we're responsible for. Actively supervising, meaning going to their house, having them come to us, whatever the case, is 91,000. I am pleased to report that with your continued support, caseloads are the lowest they have been since the creation of DCS, and I never want to miss an opportunity to thank you for that. Still not as low as they could be or should be, but I can't tell you how much your support means to us in that regard. So thank you, Representative Hughley.
Representative Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation, and just special thanks to your team. They came out and supported my resource day last year in my district, so great team. I really appreciate them. But my question is relating to concerns that I'm hearing from constituents, particularly that in the Taylor County area, they're having to travel to Columbus every day for some type of drug treatment as a part of their probation requirements, and it is such a struggle for their family trying to get them to Columbus from Taylor County every day, being in rural Georgia. So I was wondering, is there any thoughts of maybe finding a facility? Because I have an empty building in Taylor County that, I mean, seriously, that, that really help the people in that area, because trying to get to Columbus every day is a real challenge. And
you are not alone. Transportation, especially in the rural areas, becomes a great challenge for us. I will tell you that we are relocating our Columbus office, and one of the biggest things we looked at is ensuring it is on a bus line to help with transportation. That might not help with the Taylor County situation, but all I can do is acknowledge that, yes, it is a serious situation. One thing we did to address it is I still remain firm in the belief community supervision does not take place in an office. It takes place in the community, and that's where these officers need to be. However, you can only have so many day reporting centers spread throughout the state. Right now, we have 37. One of them is Columbus. One of the reasons we're moving is because to expand that day reporting center, that's a judicial option. Without it, these individuals would probably be in prison. And I wish I had an answer for you, but just being very candid and honest, I recognize the challenge without a doubt.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, just one. So you're moving the Columbus office, you stated. Is it going to be further for people in Taylor County, or is it going to be closer for people in Taylor County?
It won't be further. It shouldn't be, but but I will be candid. It's not going to address that concern. Gotcha. Anywhere in Muskogee County is still going to be far from Taylor County if you're the one that lives in Taylor County, and I understand that issue. Day reporting centers are expensive. I wish we could drop one everywhere, but I don't think that's feasible. Plus, just too costly. But if nothing else, you get empathy from me for the transportation issue. I promise you that. We are aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Whip Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
what you're talking about, the individuals having to move from or go from Taylor County into Muskogee County, and you're talking about day reporting, are the vast majority of these having to actually report to their supervising officer, or is this for drug testing, or?
Those are in the day reporting center. Our offender or supervisee population, the majority of those, we actually go out into the field and see them, to include Taylor County. Day reporting centers have a census of 100 individuals that are under supervision, and it does require drug testing and programming. So yes, they have to report to that location.
And these individuals are required to report based on certain diagnostics that are conducted by your department upon their release from prison, is that right?
Not all the way, sir. Most of these are judicial sentences that judges actually hand out, and we do initiate waivers if they have violated their conditions or have sanctions to be imposed. Those are the ones that make up the census of the day reporting center.
So it's a condition of their probation in order to follow the instructions of a Superior Court judge?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Oliver.
Thank you, sir. I remember a lot of conversation about Georgia being a total outlier on the number of offenders that are in probation. You said out of 194, 91,000 are active supervision. I wasn't sure exactly what that meant, but that obviously leaves, I can't do the math, 100,000 people. 100,000 people. What is your data research on the value of long-term probation for folks who have not been in trouble for a long time? That was a real issue of cutting back on those numbers when we discussed it last time.
That's correct. A very good question. The legislature 2 years ago passed a bill to limit the time on under supervision. And just the first day that was enacted, we were able to cut off about 24,000 off of our caseload. So really this is administrative status, but they're still under the conditions of the sentence. They're just not being actively seen or supervised.
Well, the conditions are what after 5 years? I mean, we can follow up on that, Mr. Chairman, but this is a lot of people that we're paying for, and what is the safety return on investment?
I agree, and the conditions are the same, the general conditions. And as to research, I will tell you, research shows that beyond 2 years,
exactly what I'm remembering,
you are not going to get a return on your investment.
That's exactly what I remember.
The numbers in Georgia aren't associated necessarily with the folks coming into the system. It's the length. We also have the longest sentences in the nation, and that's where you get a stacking effect. If it's 2 years, that's great, but when it's 8 years, you're still responsible for that individual until the recent passage. But it's still going to take time for that legislation to catch up. That's why it may have been joking, but that's why these numbers continue to go down. So they're going in the right direction. If they don't violate within 18 months,
they don't violate.
Generally, that's what research shows us.
That's what I remember. So we'll
That's correct.
keep having this conversation about
Sure.
what's the benefit of following 100,000 people. Thank you, sir.
Representative Gilliard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I see the bow tie still holds itself.
Where?
Let me thank you.
There you are. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me thank you so much for what you have done with us in Chatham County. I asked you to come and speak and interact with the community at the Breakfast Club. You came. I have taken the rides with your staff. The level of restitution was a problem in a lot of ways, and
yes, sir.
And I'm thankful that your office has worked with us on the different programs we've had, Show Us Your Guns and others, to help those citizens so that they will break the recidivism level and they'll meet their restitution. So we look forward to working with you in the future, but are there any future plans for Chatham County?
Stay the course. We have a great day reporting center down there. We have a great relationship with all the stakeholders. We recognize we can't do it alone. It does take community involvement. These people just didn't get to that part of their life overnight, and it takes a lot of work. But I think to the point is just continue to strengthen the relationships that we have with Chatham County. I would be remiss if I did not compliment the work of the nearly 2,000 staff members. I've got the easy job. I get to talk about the great stuff they're doing. They're the ones that are carrying the weight at the local level, and I'm very, very appreciative of what they are doing. But I think just stay in the course in Chatham County and keep strengthening those relationships.
Last question, Representative Lynn.
Commissioner, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I echo what others have said. I've really appreciated working with your staff.
Thank you.
I had a quick question with respect to the dynamic risk assessment tool, which, as I understand, is not AI-based, to be absolutely clear, but does look at a number of different factors. And the early, from engaging with your office, I understand that it is showing early promise. Could you tell us, like, when will we be able to tell, is this risk assessment tool working?
Well, the general risk assessment has been around quite a while by statute. We revalidate it every 5 years. It's not an off-the-shelf project. It is actually normed on Georgia's population. We are right now in the midst of doing one that is even more responsive. Our risks are calculated every night. We share data that is put in by the officer or the counselor that uploads. For instance, their risk can go down if they go 30 days without a positive drug screen. Consequently, it can go up. There are a number of factors that go into that and are populated with it. Even from the start, we are one of the only ones in the nation that we actually have access to the GBI database, which is absolutely critical when you're talking about risk and needs assessment. And that's a good point. It's not just a risk assessment. It also identifies those needs. And when we talk about risk, just to be clear, we're talking about the risk to reoffend. We're not talking about a physical risk. I know for a lot of people that's what comes to mind first, but we're talking about the risk to re-engage in criminal behavior. But we're making great progress with that, continuing to validate it and update it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Nail. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the support.
Next up is Director Jay Neal with the CJCC. We are a little ahead of schedule, but I imagine the next two after this presentation may take longer than scheduled, so hint, hint. Director Neal, ready when you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I caught that hint. So
that was for members. That wasn't for you.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Tiller, it's an honor to be able to present to you and your committee today. Members of the committee, appreciate the opportunity to come and share with you this morning. CJCC has a few changes in their budget, and I will highlight those for you, and then I will answer any questions that you may have. With us today also is Executive Director Taylor Jones from CACJ. They are in our budget as well. They have some changes that they would like to present to you in addition to our changes. The first change is the increased funds to provide one-time salary supplement of $2,000. And the reason I'm mentioning that, I know there are others statewide that we're not talking about, but you may remember there have been times in the past that not every employee has been included with similar recommendations. And I wanted to thank the governor and the Office of Planning and Budget for ensuring that every one of our employees were included in the calculation this year. So this $2,000 supplement is fully funded for our agency, and we're very appreciative of that. The second item is reducing funds for operations. This is removing $33,558 where the intent language was considered non-binding by the governor. The third is to reduce funds for personal services based on the actual start date of new positions, and we believe that that is an accurate calculation on those funds. There is a yes, and that's to utilize existing funds of $133,867 from rental savings for grant system connectivity. We have downsized our space. The actual savings, because we didn't move in July 1, the actual savings was $77,000 instead of $133,000 for the fiscal year that we're currently in. And by the way, we have already expended $170,000 for the Georgia at-work connectivity work that has taken place. For the fiscal year 27 governor's budget, reducing funds for operations is again there of the $33,558. And then the next two are removing one-time funding, reduced funds for the offset of the loss of Victims of Crime Act funds for federal fiscal year 2025, $3.125 million, and eliminating funds for one-time funding for gang prevention activities in Chatham County of $250,000. There's also a yes there again of utilizing existing funds from rental savings, and that completes the recommendations, the governor's recommendations for our budget.
I might need to use Chairman Hatchett's mic since we know it's on. Got a couple of questions.
Okay.
Representative Mary Margaret Oliver.
Good morning, thank you.
Good morning, Representative.
I'm told that the child advocacy budget that's now with you, that nobody's been paid anything since July. Is that true?
That is not true.
Good.
So we learned the middle of June that the funding was going to be transferred to us. Mm-hmm. We had to get a contract and an MOU with DHS before we could do anything with those funds. We also had to get a little bit of information from CACs to determine how that funding needed to be distributed to our local CACs. The CACs were receiving about $67,100 in those funds. We were able to increase that. Each of our CACs that were getting $67,100 ended up getting $74,000, if I remember correctly. We did $67,000 in our September meeting, and then in the December meeting we increased that to I think a total of $74,000. We also, the $3.125 million that was in our budget, we also gave another $40-some thousand to the CACs out of those funds as well. So the CACs are receiving additional funding from us this year from what they received last year.
Have you changed the method by which they receive it? Do they have to apply for a grant now, or is it still a direct appropriation? So
we asked them to submit to us a It's not a competitive grant application, but we did ask them to submit to us. I think it's important to understand that the way things were being done with DHS, there was no accountability at all for how those funds were being expended. So we did ask them for a budget. We're making sure that they're spending according to those budgets. The money is being used very generally, so it doesn't have the same conditions that our federal grants have. We are, assuming that we have this again next year, and we believe that we will, we're moving to get the contract and the MOU done in advance, so that that'll be done before the beginning of the fiscal year. And the goal is next year, in July, for us to be ready to give them an advance on that. So they'll be getting an advance on the funding beginning with the July 1 of 2026.
Final question, Mr. Chairman. Are there 700 or 800 interviews not scheduled yet in line for interviews?
I'm sorry, what?
What's the number of victims that haven't been interviewed yet? 600, 700?
Of victims that have not been interviewed?
Mm-hmm.
Forensic interviews?
Mm-hmm.
I am not familiar with that.
Okay, I hope I'm wrong. Thank you.
Yeah. I will say, when we learned that this was going to happen, I asked my administrative assistant to get meetings set up for me, and over the course of the fall last year, I visited every one of our child advocacy centers and sat down and spent a significant amount of time with the executive directors and the staff of each of our child advocacy centers. Wanted to get to know them a little bit and get to know a little bit about their needs and what their concerns were. I felt like those were very productive meetings, learned a lot about what was going on with our local child advocacy centers and some of the needs that they have. One of the most important needs that we heard from them was their concern about lack of funding. Obviously, we've been talking about funding for a long time with VOCA cuts. One of the things that surprised me was that there are a number of those child advocacy centers that already in this present fiscal year have already eliminated positions as a result of the funding cuts. As a result of that, we reached out to domestic violence shelters and sexual assault centers as well to ask them where they were, and we learned that a number of our partners already have begun eliminating some positions based on funding issues and are looking at the potential of eliminating even more positions moving forward. Thank you.
Chair Lady Dempsey.
Morning, right here. Yeah. So just kind of following up on that just a little bit. So of course I'm concerned when we hear about positions being eliminated because the workload and the needs are not decreasing any. If anything, they're increasing. So are you looking at some ways to address that these positions are going away?
So we have, over the last several years, exhausted every avenue possible for us to find additional funding. The governor's office and OPB allowed us access to a significant amount of ARPA funds, for example. There were multiple supplemental grants that were available from the federal government, and we went after those, and we were successful in getting all of those. We have seen our VOCA award over the last several years. We've seen our VOCA award decrease from $79 million in fiscal year 18 to $35 million this past year. That's the cut that we've seen from the VOCA award. We've been able, with the ARPA funds and with other supplemental funds, to fill the gap for the most part, not completely, but for the most part. And that's the reason we've seen some of our partners begin to make some reductions in forces this year. With the ARPA funds being completely used by the end, September 30th, they'll be all expended. As a matter of fact, some of the partners already have expended their funds. Where we've been awarding, with all fund sources combined, we've been awarding $113 to $115 million a year for victim services. Last year, we awarded $89 million. This coming year, we anticipate awarding about $82 million. So that's about a $30 million cut for our partners in this coming year, effective October 1. I don't know where else we can find those funds. We've exhausted all the grant funds that are available. We don't have any funds available. We'll certainly continue to look anywhere and everywhere that we can. We have, I have partners that have reached out. We've got one partner that went from one annual fundraiser. They did 3 fundraisers last year, and they're still looking at a $200,000 gap. One of the things that we've been really talking to our partners about for several years is the importance of diversification, and a number of our partners have done that, but even with the diversification, we're still running into significant issues. For example, one of the metro area programs submitted to us that about 29% of their funding is federal, about 28% of their funding is private, about 21% of their funding is county, given by the county, 11% is fees for forensic services, and 9% is state funds. That organization is looking at a $500,000 gap when the ARPA goes away. They shared with us that they're probably going to have to go from being a 24/7, 365 program to being open weekdays only and having limited on-call evenings and weekends. They're anticipating serving approximately 500 fewer survivors annually, and significant reductions in counseling, legal advocacy, and crisis response. And where we're hearing from our partners that the cuts are going to be made primarily are counselors, legal advocates, and victim advocates. The counselors obviously are trying to take care of these victims in some incredibly vulnerable times. And one of the things that they've reported, we have one partner, for example, a child advocacy center, that reported to us he's going to have to let go of a full-time therapist and a part-time therapist. And he said he already has 40 on a wait list for services. When he loses these positions, that obviously becomes an even greater problem. We're also hearing from our providers that if they try to encourage the victims to go somewhere else for services, they're not likely to do it. So being able to offer those services in-house is pretty critical, but the funds are not there going forward to continue being able to offer that level of services.
And I appreciate what you are doing. I do find it quite tragic, though, that we would have even one child who needs a forensic interview that cannot get it at the exact moment and place when they need it. The whole purpose of these centers is to help reduce that trauma, which does become lifelong without a doubt. And so I would say we're complicit in helping to add to that if we're not able to do it. So I hope as we continue to talk about this, the hearing for the subcommittee that I'm chair of my committee will be in the morning. And I hope we can figure out some ways to make this different, because it's very impactful. And I have heard from some of the centers that they have not received money since July 1. So they are having to let people go. They are having to not provide services. They're not even having those interviews, which means that child's case may be delayed for years, or either they have to retestify over and over again.
I will follow up, and we can get to you the payments that have went out so you can see what's went out. I will say this, over the course of the fall, as I was visiting child advocacy centers, no child advocacy center was reporting to us that they had children that were needing forensic interviews and were not able to get them. There were some that were saying we're having to schedule interviews for next week instead of being able to do them right away, but none of them reported to us that they were not being able to complete the forensic interviews.
Well, I hope you'll help us figure out a way to address this quickly.
We're willing to work with you any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Neal. That answers all the questions. We appreciate everything you're doing, and we're here for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all.
Next up is Commissioner Reynolds-Cobb with the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good
Welcome.
morning. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
All righty. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present to you our AFY 2026, FY 2027 Governor's recommendation. I do want to say thank you to you all as well as Governor Kemp for always being so supportive and understanding the needs of the agency as well as the challenges that we continue to face. I also want to make sure, though, that I pause to also say thank you to the over 2,600 men and women that make up the Department of Juvenile Justice because they are a very committed group of people and they make so many sacrifices, and a lot of times they are making personal sacrifices to serve the young people that's in our care. On average, daily, we have 11,000 youth that we're serving. A little over 9,900 of those youth are in the community, and the others are in our secure facilities. And so often, and I know we all get to hear about the negative stories and the things that our young people are doing, but I thought that I would take just a few minutes to spotlight some of the positive outcomes that we're also seeing with them. We had 68 young people that graduated from high school or with their GEDs in the 24-25 school year from the Georgia Preparatory Academy. We're the 181st school district, and the Georgia Preparatory Academy is our school. We also had 65 young people during this same time period that received certifications in things like prep cook, Microsoft, barbering, forklifting, and welding. And we thank our friends at the technical colleges for partnering with us to make this possible for them. We have 29 interns that's at Cafe Momentum Atlanta, which is a restaurant that is in a few cities across the country, and their sole focus is on justice-involved youth. So they do paid interns, ships for our young people, and in addition to teaching them about the restaurant business, they also help them with schooling, they support them with mental health, and they also do 24/7 case management. And this helps us when our young people are leaving our facilities, going back into the community. It gives them something positive and a positive start. We also had 8 young people that participated in the Credible Messenger Youth Summer Violence Intervention Camp, which is a 10-week intensive camp that works to reduce the risk of criminal activity. When we look at the staffing, retention and recruitment is always a conversation that we have because for many years we had the highest turnover rate, we had the highest vacancy rate as well. Well, over the last 2 years, we've been able to maintain an agency vacancy rate of 24%. And we also have our turnover rate at FY 2024 was 30.3%. We've seen just a slight uptick in FY 25 to 30.6%. But what you all also know is that what moves this rate for us is what's happening with our correctional officers. And so for years, we talked about a 94% or 97.5% turnover rate. Last year, we were able to report a 64.24% turnover rate with our JCO series, and this moved a little bit up in FY 2025 to 68.19%. The reason why I'm not alarmed by this is because we also have to remember that we have a responsibility to hold people accountable. And so where we want our numbers to be good, we cannot sacrifice accountability. But we're are also working from a plan on recruitment and retention. We continue to focus on our culture because that's a big deal. And we have moved from the days where we're just focusing in on the culture globally to also working now on the subcultures in all 76 of our offices and our 25 facilities. We have seen great results from our stretch program, which we believe helps us with succession planning, career development, and is also a morale booster. What this program does is it allows staff that are showing a lot of growth potential and that want to grow to serve in a hard-to-fill vacant position on an interim basis, and we provide on-the-job training, peer support, and constant performance feedback to make sure that they're prepared for that next step. We've also improved our onboarding process, and we're doing regular check-ins, so that way the people, when they're coming into our organization, they know that we care about them and we care about their success to help with retention. We're doing ongoing advertising so that there's a steady flow of applications, and this has helped us to decrease our vacancy rate. We just recently rolled out a mentorship program, which is helping us to foster an inclusive culture, increase engagement, and improve retention. This gets us to our actual request. So with us, when we talk to our staff, when I'm out at the different facilities or the community offices, when we're doing employee engagement, there are two things that we hear constantly from the team. We need to make more money, and especially those on the front line, because of the hours that they work, it's often hard for them to take on a part-time job. And we have 55.28% of our staff that's making $50,000 or less. And the second thing that we hear is about their safety. So I am very grateful, and I know that all of the men and women that make up the department, with the governor's recommendation for the supplemental $2,000 for all of the full-time staff. And the other things that you will see in our request, they're also geared towards not only the safety of our youth, but the safety of the men and women that work for the department. On page 244, with the supplement in our community services, the increase that we would be requesting is $1,440,357. And our departmental administration, with the 2,000 supplement, it's $355,245. In our YDC budget, that would be an increase of $1,681,493, and in our RYDCs, that 2,000 supplement would increase to $2,611,589 for our budget. Now, this next item has nothing to do with the $2,000 supplement, but because we've had a decreased turnover rate in our RYDCs, in order to make our budget and personal services, we're requesting a $2,544,806 addition to make it through the end of this fiscal year. And now turn your attention, please, to page 380 for our amended capital projects. We're requesting $600,000 for our Muskogee YDC. We have a new 56-bed housing unit that will come online this summer. That construction should be done the end of June. So we need to add some additional cameras, and while we're adding those cameras, we need to move away from the outdated physical servers that we have to a cloud-based platform. The next item there is for repairs and sustainment for our RYDCs. $2,833,800 is the request. Most of our RYDCs, we have 19 of them. They were built somewhere between 1970 and 1990, so they are aging facilities. As I stand here today, we have our Waycross facility that we need this money for, as an example, where we need $650,000 because we have to repair the sewer line. The laundry room is offline right now until we repair the sewer line. And in addition to that, we need to replace the vent hood, and we also need to replace the grease trap. This brings us to our FY 2027 request for community services. We have all of the statewide increases or adjustments as the other agencies. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, whether you want me to go through each one of them. Okay, so what we will do, what I will point out there is because we are a school district, unlike most agencies, we do have the $119 increase for the teacher's retirement system to reflect an increase in the actuarially determined employer contribution. See, everything for our departmental administration is just the statewide adjustments, and the same for our YDCs and our RYDCs, which gets us to page 389, capital projects. So when we talk about our 2027, and excuse me, that should be FY, not AFY 2027, but when we talk about all of our 25 facilities, it takes a lot to maintain them, especially given the age and the wear and tear. So with this $10,615,000 request for repairs and sustainment, I can pretty much tell you how we're going to utilize that money. That $6 million, we have two facilities, our DeKalb RY and our Clayton County RYDC, where the plumbing is pretty much almost gone. If we don't address the issue, we would have to take those two facilities offline, and that would be a total of 126 beds, and we have nowhere to put those young people. $3 million of those dollars we would need to use to continue to do the work that we started last year and trying to address doors, locks, and frames so that our young people cannot pop the locks to their cells. And then the additional $1 million, we have major systems that's at the end of their life cycle, such as our HVAC, chillers, and generators, so we would need to replace those. The last item that we have is for $5,970,000 for major repairs and renovations. We have about 3 facilities where we need to harden ceilings. We have other facilities where we need to replace roofs and gutters. And so those are the types of things, and those are the things that we know. But so often it's also the unforeseen things that we also have to budget for that often causes us a struggle in trying to pick and choose what we do first. And with that, I will pause for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got a couple. With I think you said your turnover rate had gone from about 60% to 30%, is that correct?
So, no, so the agency turnover rate went from 30.3% last year to 30.6%. But for our JCOs, that went from the 64.24% to 68.16%.
So you're still, with your officers, you're still in the 60s? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll do whatever we can to help try to resolve that. That's very important for all of us. So,
Commissioner, what's your starting pay on the JCO?
It is $44,000 for a JCO 1.
And what's your average pay on JCO?
The average would be maybe around 48, about 48, 49,000.
Okay. Remind me too, didn't we fund a new prison or jail in Macon?
So we're
Roseville?
the design. And we have the money. Yeah, we're in the process of completing the design for the Macon facility, and it's going to be the first facility where it would be all female RY and YDC.
And that's on, when is that set to be complete?
So we probably have about, I'm going to say 10 more months of design because we have to get it designed first, and then we start the construction.
Okay. Thank you. Whip Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate what you're doing, the attempts y'all are making to solve some of the issues we have in our juvenile community. You mentioned something about 8 children going to a summer camp dealing with violence.
Mm-hmm.
How many juveniles do you currently have in custody?
So we have a total of 11,000 on any given day. Now that's in the community as well as in our secure facilities.
I'm talking about inside your secure facilities.
We have about 1,100.
1,100 inside secure facilities?
Yes.
Did those 8 come out of that 1,100?
No,
or were
that
those
would
in the
be,
community?
they're in the community.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
And I appreciate the fact you said that you're focused on holding officers accountable. What percentage would you say of your staff, and I'm just talking about your JCOs, left voluntarily, and how many of them were terminated?
A majority, I don't want to give you like a number because I know I would be off, but what I can tell you is that majority of them are, when they leave us, is because we're terminating.
Okay, would that information be available that you could provide that to me?
Yes.
And were any of your JCOs arrested and charged with any crimes related to their job within the institutions?
I am sure that we've had some. That it all runs together because when they're going to court, you're reliving things that are old, but I'm sure that we have some, and we can give you that information as well.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Chair-Lady Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate you highlighting Cafe Momentum. It's right down the street, y'all. It's on Peachtree. They have great food, and all the staff are just as involved youth.
Yes.
They provide wraparound services, and we should be taking full advantage of it. I know you're working with them as well as another great nonprofit that's in Senator Anderson's district, Broken Shackles,
yes,
to try to get these kids back in the workforce. My question is, are you working with the technical college system at all?
Yes, we are. And so those certifications that I spoke about with those 65 young people, it's because of the technical college. They have been great. The welding, they bring the equipment to us, and they're taught welding on site at our secure facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. You talked about the condition of some of your facilities. Has there been any thoughts of maybe obtaining another facility? Because in Taylor County, we have a facility that's state-owned, that's not being utilized, and has been empty for a very long time, and that could be a possible solution to your problem. And also, Senator Kilpatrick mentioned the wraparound services and the work with the technical colleges. Can you share what are some of the work you're doing in rural Georgia to help children that may be in your custody for wraparound services to be able to transition back into the community?
So when I'm going to start with the second half of your question. So when we're talking about like these certifications, I'll give you an example. The first welding program that we did, it was with the girls in our Macon, our all-female facility. And so that catchment area for Macon, that would be young people that's coming from South Georgia or Middle Georgia. Also with these other programs like Fort Lifting, that's a program that we have in our Wilkes facility, also in our Cadwell facility. So majority of the programs that I spoke about with certifications, a lot of them are actually for the young people in rural Georgia. What we try to do is look at the data of what type of employment opportunities would be available for the kids, and then from there we try to bring those certifications. We also have kids that are working at Kia and the Hyundai plant as well, and these are kids from across the state, and these are the community kids, and they're doing pretty well. So we're trying to make sure that it's just not Atlanta focused. The only thing that I talked about that's just metro focused is Cafe Momentum, because that is downtown Atlanta. Now, and as far as property, we're always looking for property, but what we have to be careful about is because we're working really hard with communities because we want to be on the prevention side of it. It hurts my heart when I'm talking to teachers and educators and we have 5-year-olds that are being put out of a classroom and we don't know what to do with them. So we're working with local communities to try not to be the pipeline. So what we're trying to do is those facilities that are not in the best repair, we're trying to either repair them or bring them up to speed. There may be 1 or 2 that we may just need to close because they are old GDC facilities and we cannot overcome the adult feel to them. But we don't want to have to we don't want to have to say we have 30 facilities. We already have 25, which is more than a lot of states. And so we're trying to do all that we can to not push young people further into the justice system, if that makes sense. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Commissioner, that's all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Commissioner Oliver with the Department of Corrections. Well, welcome, Commissioner Oliver. We'll bring you in 30 minutes ahead of schedule. You don't have to take all the time, but I imagine you might get a few questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. First, I just wanted to start off with just setting the stage for our budget recommendations from the governor, kind of give an overview or snapshot of GDC from a population perspective and other perspectives. So total housed population, we have 50,252 offenders plus an additional 3,000 plus probation parole offenders that are housed in PDCs, RSATs, integrated treatment facilities. You can see our admissions and releases there. Our inmate breakdown, 75% are violent, that's 3 in 4, 25% nonviolent, and that population has increased for 12% since 2012. Validated gang affiliation, we're sitting around 15,888, that's 31% of our population are classified, self-identified as security threat group or gang involved, that's 1 in 3. And you can see the charts down there that breaks down the close, medium, and violent populations. Our sentencing trends, our current average sentence length is greater than 42 years, almost half of our population serving 20 years life without parole or death penalty. Both averages, sentence averages and the length of time significantly increased over the last 30 years. We currently have about 8,000, a little over 8,000 offenders serving a life sentence and a little over 2,000 serving life without parole. In that chart below, you can kind of see the time served on life sentences only. So back in the early 90s or 1990s, they were serving at least about 12 years on a life sentence. Currently, right now, is serving about 28 on average. Our health statistics. 26%, over 26% of offenders are actively on a mental health caseload, ranging from medication, therapeutic services, up through intensive crisis stabilization. Our mental health classification, we have about 13,834 offenders on that caseload. Chronic offenders with chronic conditions, over 25,000. That's grown from 33% to 60% since 2011. And chronic conditions are cardiovascular disease, diabetes, respiratory, COPD, cancers, HIV, and hepatitis C. So you can see that number is continually growing and increasing. We dispense over 100,000 prescriptions per month to our offender population. Our average age of offenders is about 41 years of age, and that's increased over the years, as you can see that in that chart below. Our 5-year projection, we're expected to see a 10% increase over the next 5 years to about 55,000 offenders by the end of FY 2030. This does not include the additional 3,000 probation parole offenders housed in our PDCs, RSATs, and integrated treatment facilities. And as you can see, that dip right there in COVID, during our COVID years, and then it steadily continue to gradually go back up and projected to go to over 55,000 by 2030. Our security incidents, we're still trending down. You see from the years before, won't go through each line of the chart, but kind of take a minute to kind of look at that and see where our fights and our inmate on staff assaults have continually to trend over the last 9 to 10 years or so. And the same thing there. One thing to highlight with Smith State Prison, one of the things that we'll probably talk about a little bit later on in the presentation, we did a pilot at Smith State Prison and created single-man cells. So I have about 500 beds offline at Smith State Prison because of the violence that was occurring there, and instituted a single-man cell prison. And you can see how how the incidents and assaults and fights have drastically decreased over the years, where we only had 14 assaults. When you include fights and assaults into that, I didn't put that slide in here. I do apologize. For 25, calendar year 25, it was a total of 31 instead of 14. So that pilot seems to be going very, very well. Our contraband deterrence, as we step up our contraband deterrence, thanks to this body with different technologies, and then our K-9 partners and local law enforcement partners, our contraband, you can see, has gone up. The wireless devices that we're getting, and wireless devices, you see that 30,000 number in calendar year 25, that's cell phones and charging, AirPods, things of that nature. You just take out cell phones in that, I think it's around 12,000 or 13,000 cell phones that we recovered in calendar year 25, and then the weapons. We've also increased our shakedowns over the last couple of years. So just kind of give an example, in calendar year 23, we conducted a total of 83 shakedowns, 24, 131, and in 2025, 224. And that's not including shakedowns that are conducted every day by the facilities out in the field. These are shakedowns that are done either by our tactical squads and or our IRT teams. All right, getting into the recommendations, FY26 and FY27 governor's recommendations found on page 147 and 149. Additional CO positions in amended budget at 4.9 and 27, 26.8 million. This will improve our staffing ratios to 11 to 1. Our security count positions you see have increased for a net change of 317 from June 24 to December 25. When we started this journey, our current ratio was 1 to 16 in state prisons, and currently we're at 1 to 14. FY funding will allow GDC to continue hiring and annualize the FY26 recommendations. Adding 275 COs will result in an agency-wide staffing ratio of 1 to 12 by the end of fiscal year 27, depending on whether or not the offender population changes at that time. So we're steadily on the right track, and we continue to make progress with our hiring and netting COs. And when I mean this, kind of get this for context, the CO positions are just your entry-level positions. It's not encompassing total security. So it's just your CO 1, 2, and 3 positions as entry-level positions. On page 147 and 150, security threat group, our gang coordinators, regional coordinators, that was recommending 3. The amended budget is $137,000. The fiscal year 27 is $377,000. This provides funding for 3 regional STG coordinators to enhance communication and allow more efficient management of critical gang information throughout the state. Currently, we have 1 that's trying to manage all that. As you can see in the earlier slide, a third of our population are classified as security threat groups. So that will enhance communication across the state and better to be able to manage that population. 147 and 150 on your page, canine handlers, recommending 6 additional canines. Currently we have 24 statewide, or 26, I'm sorry. This will allow for an additional 6 canine for a total of 30. And so it's very important. I think our canines last year, we responded to over 4,000 calls, call-outs, and just for 26 officers. So this will alleviate some burnout and then also provide, of course, security for not only our staff but offenders to address current coverage gaps and burnout. This also includes one-time equipment purchases and ongoing salary and operational expenses for each canine handler, and provides funding for 15 drones for our canine units to help with search and seizure. A lot of our efforts from canine, not only contraband related, but they go out into the woods to look for people attempting to introduce contraband into these facilities. So those 15 drones will supplement some of the manpower that would be needed to actually go into these areas to search for those people trying to introduce contraband and or missing persons that we assist local law enforcement with. State Prison, Safety, Security, and Technologies recommendations for FY 26-27 on page 147 and 150. Our managed access and drone detection systems, and amended is $13.3 million. As I just mentioned again, with the introduction of contraband, our managed access and our drone detection systems are essential to our operations. Out of the 19 that were already funded, 17 are fully operational, with the last 2 coming online March of this year. So we're definitely seeing success with both our managed access system and our drone detection system. Managed access analyst in fiscal year 27 is $409,000. This provides funding for 5 analysts to manage and oversee information collected from managed access and drone detection systems, as well as other data intelligence sources. This is important as we start to ramp up our safety, security, and technology systems. It's important to have these analysts to manage that data that's coming in. And it's been proven fruitful over the last several years with the analysts that we have. But of course, as we start to add systems, they're kind of getting overworked as well. On page 150, the annualized Overwatch unit, that's our force multiplier that was already funded. This is for for personnel in the 27 for 1.2. It provides funding for 6 months additional to the base budget funding to fully annualize all hour unit positions. And then in the out year again in 27, 5.5, it's a technology cost. So video monitoring, analytics for the hour unit, which is coming along very nicely there at headquarters. On page 147, public safety supplies and equipment, $2.4 million in the amended. That's to replace and purchase new vests for our officers, and also equipment, weapons replacements, and things of that nature that are outdated and or expired. Still staying on 147, our peer-led programming pilot at Autry in the amended $150,000. This provides funding to initiate a pilot in 2 dorms for a blended learning program proposed by the Moss Group, which is our consultants that the governor, in partnership with us, brought in to do an assessment of the system. It's been successful in other states, and also it includes video segments, facilitated discussions, small group activities, and personal reflection time. I personally went down and saw this in action. They have it in Texas, and then the program was very successful there. And I feel like we bring it to Georgia, it will help with some idle time with some of our offenders, and also provide good outcomes for rehabilitation. Additional programming at Metro Reentry Facility in the amended, $93,000, and in 27, $39,000. This provides funding to expand existing programs with the additional data-driven curriculums. Programs include Helping Men Recover, parenting programs, relationship programs, and Speed of Trust. 147 and on 150, the high school accreditation program. Currently, our vendor is slowly phasing out. They're providing that service to us, so we're requesting in the amended 26, the $93,000, and FY 27, $953,000 to get our high school, provide our own accrediting high school. This provides funding to allow GDC to become an accredited school district by transitioning prominent current staff or promoting current staff to teacher pay scales and hiring new staff as needed and required state positions. That's essential. Essentially, right now, I think we're having about 16 or 17 high school diplomas initiated. We're really pushing more GEDs than high school. We feel like doing our assessment, we identified about 900, almost close to 1,000 students that could graduate with a high school diploma with us, but we don't have our own accreditation. So by doing this, we'll provide that opportunity for those offenders between 17 and 21 years of age in our system. Physical health and pharmacy. This next set of recommendations are related to our health program contracts utilized to ensure those under our custody maintain physical, dental, and mental health care. In the amended budget, you see it's 38.8, fiscal year 27, 47.8. Governor's recommendation is to support, is based on this increased per diem rate to cover the costs of services provided by Centurion, and also includes the opening of additional beds. Additional beds at Autry State Prison, not included in the original contract due to dry docking that facility for renovations, will cover only 500 offenders in the 17 skilled nursing unit. It will require future funding as we bring that facility back online after all the renovations are done in late 27 and early FY 28. It also provides an addition to the McCray Women's Facility, which includes a 24/7 14-bed infirmary, reduction in services at Lee Arundel due to the population moving to McCray's Willing facility, so it's going to shift that to accommodate McCray. In addition to Johnson State Prison, the medical intensive infirmary will also add 20 beds there, and expansion of the long-term acute care at Augusta Medical Prison, which will be an additional 20 infirmary beds to reduce outside the wire care. Most of our costs are due to lack of infirmary beds within the system, and so by this funding, we're trying to bring that back behind the wire because it's going to reduce our costs significantly. It currently costs us about $4,000 per offender per day for outside the wire care for infirmary use or lack of infirmary beds, and we usually average about how many, Randy? So outside the wire? About 80 a day. That's what we normally house. So by supporting this recommendation, it'll bring a lot of those patients back inside the wire to reduce some of that cost. Also in this, the FY26 includes $15 million for risk share expenses for FY26. Some of that risk share is just what I just spoke about. GDC and Centurion are still reviewing the total claims data that will show the total obligation for both parties. The governor is also recommending utilizing GDC existing funds to help cover some of those costs from previous fiscal years that we hold in reserve for that. Our pharmacy contract currently for CorrectRx for fiscal year 27 at $3.6 million. GDC contracts with CorrectRx to provide prescriptions to our offender population. As I stated earlier, we administer over 100,000 prescriptions per month. This recommendation will cover projected increased costs and provide services, prescription drugs, and overnight shipping for our vendor. Our mental and dental health on page 146, 148, mental and dental health contracts and amended $479,000 in fiscal year 27, 1.9. That is for our staffing base. It's currently on a staffing contract, and they have a lot of vacancies in our mental health counselors, psychiatrists, and dentists, providing this, supporting this on both contracts, on the mental and dental health contract, will support our vendor in providing those increases to help with recruiting and retaining those critical needed positions. And if it's successful, future funding will be needed in the outgoing fiscal years. On page 146, jail subsidy payments to local jails in the amended at $6.2 million. It provides funding for the current jail subsidy payments through December and projected costs through the end of 26. How we got here, kind of what we're going to be facing, hopefully not, but with the weather, as you remember last year we had Hurricane Helene and some ice storms early on. We kind of got backed up with our jail backlog, and then we also have beds offline for our renovation projects, and so we'll not be able to, we have 15 days to get offenders out of the jails, and so we have a kind of a backlog, and that's been compounding due to those storms and having our beds offline. So we're requesting the amount of $6.2 to pay out the county jail for subsidy for housing some offenders longer than the 15 days that we pick up. Our inmate assignment decision support system and maintenance and support. You see in the amended $125,000, and in the FY27, $257,000. This provides funding to increase the annual licensing and support costs for inmate assignment system, ensures continued support of classification process in alignment with operational ability, legal mandates, program capacity, and reentry goals. Private prisons, 147 and 149, is to correct the tier funding from House Bill 68, and the amended amount of $1 million, and then same in 27. It aligns the funding to be corrected in the contractual tier rate to fully maximize available beds at Jenkins and Riverbend correctional facilities. On 149, additional beds at Coffee and Wheeler in FY27 at $4.2 million provides funding for 160 additional beds at Coffee and 103 beds at Wheeler using current contractual rates. This allows flexibility for ongoing maintenance projects and increases overall bed capacity. Operational cost, you can see on page 147 and 150 in state prisons, operations for our mod core units and food service at those mod core units provide 6 months of operational costs projected for our amended year 26 and annualized in 27, including food service costs, but excluding personal services costs. Dodge State Prison expected to be fully operational by March 26, with the remaining facilities coming online 1 month apart thereafter. Lee Arundel operations, $1.5 million in amended and also in 27. The reduction in the budget in FY24 was insufficient to cover the current positions, the current operations at Lee Arundel. It provides funding to sustain the operations for the 200 transitional center residents that will remain there, plus our fire services team. Staying on page 150, state prisons, our food contract. Our vendors requesting, Airmark's requesting a 4% increase due to the price of food in FY27 at $528,000. Our state prisons on 147 and 150, again, the lease cost for a training building at the Arnold Building North is where we house our BCOT North. We've created regional academies to accommodate and retain more staff there, and those will be actually working very, very well for us. And so we're asking for $14,000 in both the amended and 27 for the increase in lease costs, and also for our transitional centers for LaGrange and Clayton TC at $47,000 in the amended, and also $47,000 in 27. Here's a statewide supplements that the governor spoke about, the $2,000. Won't spend too much time on that. I think everybody's familiar with that, but that's to the tune of $15 million. And these are statewide recommendations that I think pretty much all of us have gone through on that you've been presented to, so I won't spend too much time on that. But you can see it's broken down by program there on the screen. And then the adjustments for the DOAS and telecommunications at $36.5 million. So our recommendations by program in the amended amount, we're requesting $87.1 million in the amended amount, broken down by programs there, I just covered. And fiscal year 27, $66.7 million is requesting, and we support the governor's recommendations on that. Capital projects, you'll see I won't spend too much time going through all this. I know with our good partners we have at GBA, we've been working closely in lockstep together on a lot of these projects, and I know they're going to be presenting this afternoon, but I will speak on some of them that we have in our vehicle replacements, vehicle and bus replacements. Currently, we have 252 vehicles throughout our fleet that currently needs to be replaced. Totaling about $1.6 million, a van replacement, 2.9. We have replaced 6 buses and 3 vans. The Warden's House at Emmanuel Women's Facility, and then our food and farm equipment for our meat processing plant at $2.9 million, and that's gonna and also getting a tractor trailer with refrigeration to deliver that food around the state to our state prisons. I know I went that pretty quick because I know there's going to be a lot of questions, so I want to save some time for them. So, Mr. Chairman, if you don't have any questions on the presentation, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
That was probably a good move. Whip Robertson.
Mr. Chairman, ours are working.
I know what it was. Hold on. Should be. Might have to turn it off and on again.
We turned it on. Max's won't turn on either. Grab grab Senator Burns. Still there? Nope. You want to walk over here to this side, Senator?
We have mic problems in 341 if anybody's listening. Thank you. Try it.
Thank you. Another great state contract. Commissioner, I appreciate your presentation, and just real quick, for my understanding, how many law enforcement officers do you employ in the Department of Corrections?
About a little over 7,000 law enforcement positions that we have. That's including our OPS units and correctional officers.
Those are post-certified peace officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would make you the largest law enforcement agency in the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple of things you talked about inmate on staff assaults.
Yes, sir.
I'm way over here and I'm old. Could you tell me what the number was for last year? I think you had it on a slide.
Let me go back.
Or do you have that number?
For last year on inmate assaults and staff,
Inmate on officer assaults.
I lumped them together, so I don't have that
Okay.
broken down.
What is that number?
I can't read that small. Let me go back to the presentation. 1695? 1695.
1,695?
Yes, sir.
Was somebody charged in all those cases?
I'll have to double check, but typically, OPS unit, if they can identify and make charges, we make charges and refer that to the DA's office. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Currently, your healthcare provider is Centurion, is that right? Your physical healthcare provider?
Yes, sir.
And I know y'all are in some discussions looking at risk share.
Yes, sir.
Where are y'all at in those discussions, if you don't mind me asking?
So we're still currently evaluating the risk share for 25. So we went through an auditing process with an outside auditor, and then we're still going through those numbers with Centurion to kind of reconcile their invoices to the audit.
And where are you at in that contract year-wise?
We're completing year one.
Okay, and how long is the contract?
10 years.
It's a 10-year contract?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think currently there was some discussions about Correct RX,
Yes.
looking for an increase of, I didn't get a percentage number, but
Yes, it was, let me get the percentage on here. I want to say it was a 4% increase.
I know there was 4% on Airmart, food provider.
Hang on one second. Yeah, it was 3.6 million to cover the projected cost increase for service for prescription drugs and the overnight shipping.
And what year are you in on that contract?
4.
Okay, is the year 4, is that a 5 or 10 year contract, or was that a?
10.
Okay, so this was not one of the contracts that automatically renew after the initial contract?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're in, I'm sorry, I missed it. What year are you in on the contract?
4.
4?
Year 4, yes,
Okay.
sir.
How many times has Correct RX come back and wanted to increase the cost on prescription medication since they've had the contract?
I'm not sure on the prescription medication. It's based on population increases. When the population increase, they ask for an increase to cover the increase in the population. I'll have to double check whether or not it was any recommendations for prescription cost increase.
Yeah, when these contracts are bid, are they provided with historical information based on population growth inside the Georgia Department of Corrections?
Yes.
Okay, but obviously we're missing the mark somewhere if they're coming back looking for increases, right?
Well, I think when you take a look, you take a deep dive into the data, you're seeing that once the individuals come into the system, we're identifying they're coming in a lot sicker. So we're identifying a lot more sick patients on the diagnostic process. I think I reported earlier, we've seen a 60% increase. We're sitting at 60% now, or no, it was the chronic illnesses. They're coming in with a lot more chronic illnesses on that. We're identifying them in diagnostic process. So,
but based on some of your information, these individuals' health are improving because they're living longer than people in the past have once they become incarcerated. Is that not true?
Yes.
Okay.
Once we can start taking care of them.
How close are you to getting the backlog down on the 15-day pickup from county jails?
Once we, hey, let me get back to that slide because I had it in my notes. 1 second. So the goal is to get them in by the end of 26, barring any other natural disasters or anything like that. So that's what kind of pushed us into the backlog in the first place with Helene and the ice storms earlier last year, and it just compounds over those next months. But we still have to keep a certain amount of beds offline for our renovation projects that we have going on that you all supported.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the job you do.
Yep, thank you.
So when the mics were not working, I don't know if they're working again. If you did, we hit buttons and hit buttons on and off. So if you wanted to ask a question, please hit your button if you had earlier. We'll try it. Chairman Chokus, see if yours works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I noticed in the slide you had 13,000 cell phone that y'all retrieved from inmates. In the past, this has been a continuous problem. Are we able to use new technologies to block that now, or is it just going to continue to be a pain?
Right now, in working with our fellow partners, I think it's in a public hearing comment for the FCC, so we're waiting to see what comes out of that, and then that will give us the ability or latitude to implement jamming technology. Right now we have what we call managed access. It's not jamming technology, but we're managing and controlling the signal to not allow it to go out.
Mr. Chairman, one more follow-up. Yeah. What about drones? When I was on the committee that was on the committee earlier, drone technology hadn't developed to the extent now. What are you doing to combat that?
Well, thankfully, with the governor's support and OPB support in this body from both chambers with our drone detection program, we've been very successful in detecting drones. Right now, we don't have the mitigation authority for the federal government to actually mitigate drones, but I think that was recently passed in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, to allow states to be able to mitigate drones. There's a certain steps and levels you have to go through, trainings and reporting mechanisms that hadn't taken place yet. But from what I'm hearing, Georgia's going to be kind of priority on that list. We were advocating really hard in DC for that, and so hopefully that'll take place soon. But right now we can identify and track drones, which has been very successful in identifying people trying to introduce contraband and pilots, but we just need the mitigation authority to be able to actually prevent them from introducing contraband into our facilities. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chairman Burns, let's try your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your help. I want to thank you for coming to Augusta last year and visiting our folks in Richmond County and an opportunity to tour the state medical prison there. Question relates to the increase in rates for private contractors who serve private prisons. I certainly support that. What is the current rate of per diem for a private prison?
What is it? Is it private prison per diem? It varies based off the tier in the population that they're in. I can circle back with you and
if you
get you.
Help me with that, because I have one of those in my district. The trick is, what did it go from and what did it go to? And then the second question is, for our county prisons, for the county prisons that house state inmates, what's the current rate of per diem and what are the projected changes in the future?
$30.
$30 per inmate per day.
Yes, sir.
And this budget makes no recommendations to change that. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, and perhaps we can have a conversation later on about what.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps
I think past fiscal year, current fiscal year we're in, was recommended to go up to that $30. So they did receive an increase this in the current fiscal year that
So
we're in.
in 2026.
Correct.
It did receive, it went
Correct.
from,
It was $6 increase
thank you, to 30, 24 to 30?
to $30 per day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. 24 to 30.
Chairman Harbison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you for your information, Commissioner. We appreciate what you do every day. During the session, I met with several women's groups dealing with pregnant women who commit crimes and they have to go into the system. Currently, how do we deal with that? What kind of problems does that pose for your department and how you deal with it? And secondly, the mental health, the growth in that area, is that a great impact on the budget? Is that growing, or just how do you deal with it? But primarily, that issue currently with women who are pregnant who go into the system, how do we deal with that? And currently, is that working for us?
Yeah, so currently I think we deal with pregnant females quite well. We partner with Emory University with our doula program to help our women. So they're housed at a separate facility, and they have wraparound services in there for them pre and post postpartum. So they receive phenomenal care with Emory University with our doula program, and I can get you some specific numbers if you want that numbers on the fiscal impact, but
yeah, we talked about that number
yes.
you had, and there's a facility to deal with it. Is that
correct?
Right?
Correct. It helps. Yes.
And the mental health that seemed to be just spreading exponentially. How are you dealing with that and the cost and the impact of it? How you identify it and go from there?
I think as you can tell, not only in state prisons but across the country and around the state, prisons and jails become more inundated with mental health patients, and that's one of the reasons why I think our partner is asking for an increase to kind of help with mental health counselors. This body, and along with the governor's office recommendation last year, we helped support some of our current mental health workers with an increase, but that population steadily is increasing. We have a lot of offenders. I want to say was let's say 13,000, over 13,000 on the mental health caseload currently, and that number is continuing to rise each year.
I heard you mention also the elderly and the crimes, they commit crime, they still go to jail.
Yes.
And just how is that affecting? How is that just really growing? How do we deal with it? To let them go early, whether they're sick or not, or just they have to do the time? How does that work out?
Yeah, I mean, I think based on the sentence structure and how they're sentenced, and whether or not they can be released or not. I will say, with that older population coming in, and as they're coming in younger and staying with us a lot longer, that's what's kind of driving up some of our health care costs as well.
Thank you for what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Chair Lady James. Where's the mic? The portable mic?
We got it right here.
Thank you, Commissioner Oliver. I'm so glad to be on the subcommittee for corrections. So I know a lot of things that I never knew before until about 2 years ago. You had a person, Rita Rucker, who would answer the calls. I get at least, at any given time, I have at least 10 people who are parents or spouses who have questions. And now she's not there anymore, and nobody calls me back or anything. I know you're having, I guess employment is down a lot, is it?
Yeah, but I think she was working for the Pardons and Parole Board, from my understanding. So she wasn't at the Department of Corrections. But we do have a line for families to call within GDC, and we have a designated team, a person, and a team there to kind of help facilitate those calls.
Do we have one that legislators can call? Because
Yes.
when they call us, they always tell me that someone will call me right back, and they never do.
Yes.
Who is doing it?
Well, I'll read forward Louis DeBrew. He's our legislative liaison. He's actually standing up right here. Louis, you can raise your hand. You can get with him, and then we'll make sure you got his number again. We'll pass that along. We'll send another email blast.
Also, I look forward to going to the subcommittee meeting, because I have a whole lot of questions. So I want to sit down with him or with whoever can talk to me.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
won't take up any more time from this committee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Look forward
thank
to
you,
it.
and then y'all keep up the good work. I know you're understaffed and you need some help.
Thank you.
Representative Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for the work that you're doing. Thank you for recently being on a call with the local law enforcement in my district. I really appreciate that. But same question I've asked everybody else. That building in Taylor County, that's part of the Department of Corrections inventory. So is there any plans to ever put that building back online?
I have to take a look at it and assess it. I think we spoke about it earlier. I think it was we closed it for a reason, and so if there's a particular need and seeing what type of service it can actually provide for the department, we'd be able to take a look and assess that. But opening up as another facility to house the level of offenders that we have right now, I don't think that might be the best use of that building. But maybe it could be used for something else.
I sure hope so. But again, thank you for all that you've been doing, and I support your work. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let the people of Taylor County know that their representative is trying to get that facility back used. Senator Lucas.
Commissioner, can you walk me through what happens when you have a prisoner that is being paroled? What steps do y'all take when he's being paroled to be let out of a prison? Do y'all work with him with the Labor Department or anything, trying to find a job? Basically, because if you get out and you're making some money, you don't want to lose that money, so that might help the recidivism rate.
Yes, sir. We work very closely with Pardons and Parole Board on releases, and we have monthly meetings with them, and they work very closely not only with Pardons and Parole, but also with community supervision to ensure that's a smooth handoff. Currently, right now, especially working with our transitional center inmates, we ensure that they have a smooth transition back into the community where they can either stay in that community and continue to work, and/or maybe transfer somewhere else. Prime example, I know we have a couple of offenders that have actually left our custody and care with over like $20,000 or $30,000 in their bank account to help get started and still continue to work. As a matter of fact, we actually hire ex-offenders that we train for our fleet operations. So when they get out, we train them up, and then for our auto body and mechanic and repair for repairing our vehicles. Once they get out, or some are still might be on probation, then we actually employ them as well to ensure continuity with their employment.
Chairman Parsons.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you, I know there was a question about the cell phones just before I came in here, and I understand there are legal and technical issues revolving around that. I wanted to ask you, though, about the telephone system that are used by the in the facilities. There's a system, I understand, that where families or whoever wants to contact the inmates have to pay so much money to be able to use that system. My question is, and of course, anytime, so many of the expenses when people are inmates or anywhere in the whole legal system falls back on the families anyway. But that's not my question. So my question is, who chooses the particular system that you all use? Is it Department of Corrections? Is it DOS? Or how is that chosen? How often is it chosen?
It's in a partnership, and we actually have an RFP out right now currently for that system. So I can't speak a little bit too much about that, but it's chosen by both DOAS and Department of Corrections.
Okay, well, I just, well, good. And I don't have any real information, but I would just ask that y'all take that in consideration, that here again, so many of these expenses, whether it's probation expenses or whatever, it falls not on the inmate, not on the person who's committed a crime, but it goes back on the families, parents, grandparents, cousins, whoever will chip in, and that telephone, as my understanding, is a pretty great expense, and I hope they take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're currently, I think with 6 cents, 6 cents a minute from 13. So we was 13, it's now at 6 cents, so we have reduced it. Yes, sir.
Chairman Parsons, that use of those had gone down drastically because there were so many cell phones, but it has begun to pick up because we're stopping some of the cell phones. Commissioner, I do have one question. If I'm an officer and I get caught bringing something in that I'm not supposed to, what happens to me?
You'll be terminated and arrested on the spot.
Turnover. I think you addressed it, but can you just, what is your current turnover right now or close to right now, and any special things that y'all are doing to attract employees?
I know our turnover has continued to reduce. I can get you the actual percentages. I had them here in my notes, but just for the sake of time, I can get them back to you. But year over year, we've reduced turnover, and what we've done over the past several years, at least the last 3 that I can speak of intimately, definitely with the help of the governor's office support, with the current pay raises and this body supporting this, but also our cultural assessment, our cultural alignment that we've done internally within the Department of Corrections, has definitely helped a lot with our turnover. We've netted employees year over year. I think this past year, like I stated earlier, 317 correctional officers. Doesn't seem like a lot, but at one point we were losing about 60 officers per month, and now we're at a net gain. We're starting netting employees. I think we're sitting at around 20-something months consecutive of netting just correctional officers. And so I think pay raises have definitely helped, but then also in creating an environment and a culture internally to where people and these officers, and not only just officers, but people, anybody who works behind the wire, it's a tough environment that they want to stay. And so we pride ourselves on making sure that stays intact. It's a continual process, and not something that we started 3 years ago and let our foot up off the gas. It's something that we continue to do each and every day, every second of the day, to ensure that we support all of our employees that work behind the wire, not just our security staff, but non-security as well, make sure they have everything they need to do their jobs more efficiently and effectively.
So we asked the Commissioner of Juvenile Justice what her starting officer pay was, and yours is?
Right now it's $48,000 for a CO1, and then it jumps up to $50,000. It starts at $50,000 when you work in a close security special mission prison.
And your average officer pay is around?
It's like 47.
The average, like the average of?
For all of them?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Starting at 48 and to 50, so that's going to be just usually average.
Thank you. You certainly get a lot of attention from us and everyone, and we know that every time you take one step forward, it seems like you take 2 steps back, but I'm looking for the day it's the reverse of that. So we appreciate all you do, all your staff does. They work long hours, and anytime I've needed them, or you've been approachable and able to be reached. So thank you. Keep up the tough work. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to our presenter that was going to come after lunch, so we can get a little ahead, since we are a little ahead. Next up is our State Property Officer, Marty Smith, and State Financing Investment Commission, Diana Pope. All right, y'all, we can get, let's try to get started back. Hey. Members, we'd like to start. Thank you. Who's up? Ms. Pope. You're up. Thank you. The floor is yours.
All right. Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery out there, members of the Appropriations Committee, members of the General Assembly, good afternoon, and thank you. It's an honor to be here today. Your work directly affects what we all do, and we appreciate the many hours and the many meetings you all will participate in over the next several months, and all the effort it takes to develop a fiscally balanced budget that serves the citizens of our great state and also protects the state's AAA credit ratings. It's intentional, I think, that I'm kicking off our joint presentation here. A discussion of debt, while critically important, admittedly is not very exciting. The good news is I only have a few slides, and then I'll hand the baton over to this great team here who will walk through the many positive things they are accomplishing with the capital investment funds that you've allocated to so many transformational projects. You've seen this graph before, but it remains one of my favorite slides. It illustrates how the state has managed through challenging periods such as the Great Recession, when the ratio of highest debt service to prior year revenues peaked at 8.1%, and the current impact of leveraging recent surplus revenues. As a result, we now estimate ending this fiscal year 2026 with the lowest debt ratio in the state's history at 3%. This is a significant accomplishment. This slide is also one of my favorites because it showcases the impacts of key financial decisions, most recently beginning with the amended fiscal year 22 budget and continuing through this fiscal year's original budget. The state has allocated over $6.7 billion in cash for substantial one-time capital investments and other critical capital projects. And this team is very aware of managing all of those projects. Of that total, around $3.6 billion was earmarked to the Capital Projects Fund, which was established in the amended 24 Appropriations Bill. By using cash to fund these capital needs rather than issuing general obligation bonds, the state reduced its outstanding GO debt by more than 20% from the start of fiscal year 2023. This approach also generated significant savings by avoiding hundreds of millions in future debt service payments. Truly remarkable accomplishments. As someone who's been personally involved with the state's debt management plan since 1998, I can say it's rare to see a negative 5-year change reflected in the plan. This graph vividly demonstrates the powerful impact of cash-funded capital projects. The state's outstanding debt peaked at $9.79 billion at the beginning of fiscal year 23, and after 2 years of funding those projects with cash instead of bonds, that debt increased by over $2.3 billion, now standing at $7.47 billion. Although I have a personal plan to be debt-free by the time I retire, let me also be clear that I'm not opposed to carrying debt. Until someone discovers an orchard full of money trees, prudent and conservative debt management remains an important tool in advancing the state's goal, supporting economic development, addressing population growth, and continuing to invest in critical infrastructure. This slide gives a great picture of how the state has demonstrated discipline in challenging times while taking full advantage of good times. In every recession I have witnessed, the state has applied lessons learned, such as strengthening reserve levels, and positioned itself for the next downturn, because as Governor Kemp noted last week, it is not a matter of if, but when. So we cannot have a slide on debt without showing this map, for we are very, very, very proud to be part of this elite AAA peer group. One change from last year's plan is that Maryland is no longer highlighted in green. Maryland earned its triple in 1993, but was recently downgraded by Moody's in May of 2025 to AA+, driven by economic and financial underperformance, which is expected by Moody's to continue given the state's heightened vulnerability to shifting federal policies and unemployment and its elevated fixed costs. Each year, we make it a priority to make our case why our ratings should be affirmed, always being mindful that AAA ratings are not something we can afford to take for granted. So what's on the watch list from a credit rating perspective? Rating agencies are closely monitoring several external and structural risks, including items shown here. What we hope to stress is that these factors underscore the importance of conservative planning and flexibility. Based on recent 2026 outlook reports, the rating agencies believe most states, including our great state, will be able to balance slowing revenue growth against rising expenditure needs while maintaining ample reserve balances. However, we are all aware of uncertainty regarding federal policies in which states are navigating a complex fiscal environment that may result in pushing more costs to states. Regarding moderating tax collections, the rating agencies have recognized that Georgia has been very strategic in reducing state income taxes. Demographic changes include an aging population, which we're all aware of, and how that can potentially impact population growth, workforce availability, and service demands. Regarding reserve levels, we're in a great position, having built strong reserve levels over the years. Event risks, are typically outside of our control. I was very proud of how quickly you all responded last year to assist with the Hurricane Helene relief efforts. I think the bottom line is, as you all know, budgetary discipline will continue to be critical as states manage revenue pressures against rising expenses while preparing for the when regarding future downturns. And this is my most favorite slide of all. We are grateful to be invited to present during the budget hearings, and especially thankful that we're not here to ask for any money. As I stated earlier, your work directly affects all that we do, and we sincerely appreciate all the effort it takes to develop a fiscally balanced budget that helps our agencies carry out their missions, serves the citizens of our great state, and protects our AAA credit ratings. Georgia's credit profile is anchored by conservative fiscal governance and a strong commitment to structural balance. The state has demonstrated time over time a willingness to make difficult policy decisions to align expenditures with revenues. Strong reserve levels provide resilience against economic volatility, and it seems each year has its own flavor of uncertainty. A diverse and growing economy supports long-term revenue stability, and there's many reasons why our state continues to be the #1 state to do business in. And although not flashy, conservative debt management policies, including annual 100% funding of ADEC, remain a significant credit positive. So I'm making a note that I should have ended my part of our presentation with the last slide. The main takeaway of this slide is that we do make it a priority to make our case why we are deserving of the highest credit ratings, which includes maintaining those key credit strengths I just talked about. These factors enforce why disciplined budgeting and cautious debt issuance remain critical. We hope to post the state's debt management plan later today. Highlights are that Georgia is in a great position of strength, in which conservative debt practices, strong reserves, and disciplined financial management continue to support the state's AAA ratings. So again, thank you. Oops, I guess that's it.
I don't see any questions.
Oh, any questions? Sorry.
Those were great slides. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No.
Diana, there are no questions right
Okay.
now. Thank you very often. Representative Stinson's going to ask you about a building in Taylor County, though, so I want you to... It would not be...
Okay. Thank you
didn't have
all.
your button on, Representative. I didn't think you really wanted to ask the question.
It
That's
was
it. Thank you a lot.
working. There you go.
Well, Chairman and committee members and General Assembly, thank you all for allowing us to be here today and present and tell a little bit of our story here. Hard act to follow, the Finance Committee, Diana Pope and her team. I was appointed in 2019. She's got a long history here and has done a great job. And finance and construction works day to day together, and she's got a wonderful team. So it's been great and an opportunity and a privilege to build a team around that as well. So Diana, thank you again for what you do. As GISVIC, as a state property officer, my name is Marty Smith. Under purview, I have the 3 divisions. It's got the Georgia Building Authority, where we manage about 5 million square feet here on Capitol Hill, from badging, parking, and the cafes and everything else. So if it has to do with GBA, it has to do right here on Capitol Hill all the way to the governor's mansion. With that being said, SPC, the State Properties Commission, we're basically the real estate arm for the state, where we help agencies where we are purchasing land, where we are setting up leases for the state, or easements, and we do space utilization to help agencies stay within their budget and their future growth as well. And then obviously one we're going to talk about today a little bit more is GISVIC, the Georgia State Finance and Investment Committee. We are the construction side and work hand in hand with Diana as we each agency gets money from the General Assembly, whether it be bonds or cash each year, and then we're required to go out and procure and bring in agencies, general contractors to do the building, remodeling, or whatever we're doing for the state agencies there. With that said, and I was appointed in March of 2019. When I came on board, there were 146 active projects in GISVIC, roughly about $1.2 billion under construction. As of December of this past year of 2025, there's a total now of 246 active projects and approximately $4.8 billion under construction. So if you see how we've grown in just 7 years, and we've been able to do that with the generosity of the money coming to us, but we built a great team to work, and we're taking on a lot more projects. We were challenged when I came on in 2019 to dive in and start working on the construction manual and contract for the state of Georgia. What we faced with, unfortunately, is that small little implement that jumped in was called COVID. So it almost delayed us to almost 2 years, but what it did allow us to do was pull the 3 agencies together. We had shared services, and we were reporting to Commissioner Greg Dozier at the time, and he challenged us, said they'd been trying to get the 3 agencies together in the same building for 10 years. So we were able to make that happen. Of course, you can see one MLK is gone, so we are all located at Trinity, Washington now, and all agencies with shared services are located in one building. But one of the big things when we started changing the contract, we heard a lot of negativity across the state, how the contract used to be, the award system used to be, and our goal was to bring in people, get outside resources, and let them comment and bring in and help us make changes to this contract. What we found out is the average commission fee for contractors at the time was 11.88%, and that was awarded and negotiated after the contract was awarded on each job. The fee came into premise at that time. After changing the contract, we decided fee needed to be a factor on the input when we were selecting. What we'd heard is that everybody was going to quit working for the state. And I'm happy to say that the average CM contract fee now has dropped from 11.88 down to 9.03. And 100% of that money goes back into the project. So we're not getting to retain any of that. But it is better being better stewards of the money with the state, and we're getting a better projects as well. Even with this change, we have been able to increase participation with contractors all over the state of Georgia. And we're pleased to say we're doing more work with more people than we ever have. People that used to say it was hard to do business with the state, we have opened the doors, applied training, different opportunities for them to come work with us. Just use the right arrow. Yeah. Leave it to me to tear it up. All righty. Our just fixed projects right here on this next slide I'd like you to look at is construction schedules. Right now, out of those 246 projects, 149 projects are in the design phase, 45 are roughly under construction, and 52 projects are in closeout. But even with that total of 246 projects, only 4 are behind schedule and 1 is ahead of schedule, but the rest of them fall on schedule. And that's pretty good considering we've got that many projects across the state. The next slide you'll see what is very impressive. The reason we find out people love, 1 is the money with the state is always good. Number 2 is when they submit an application, we're averaging them having money back in their hand once we approve a pay application within 16 days. And that's phenomenal when this national average is 83 days. So people love working with the state because we pay our bills and pay on time. So contractors receive it in a very timely manner. With that being said, the next just project, the almost $5 billion that we've got under right there represents over 28,000 construction jobs across the state of Georgia, of each community of people getting involved with the state, and a lot of those are first-time contractors. Right now, I'm going to call on Mr. Gerald Pilgrim real quick. Put on your seatbelts. We're going to take a quick tour around the state of Georgia, hit a few highlights of some projects. We're going to run around the state and land right back here on Capitol Hill to give you one you all want an update on, and that's the new LOB building.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and I think that is one of the things that what this committee does, what the General Assembly has done by investing in these projects, the impact that goes into local communities. We're going to kind of talk about that a little bit, and that the money goes in, and Chairman Hatchett and I have had a conversation, and one of the things that I think the General Assembly is not aware of, even on state construction projects, we pay sales tax on those projects. So not only that, we're paying money and it's going into the local community where it's being built. So that is part of state law. We've gone through, that's Department of Revenue, the Attorney General's opinions. So that's money that's going back in just like there. So we're adding services to the community in addition to some of the other things. But we'll go to, think all of y'all know about some medical college, new medical college at the UGA, $100 million project. Hopefully we'll have this completed November 15th, 2026. And what's unique about that $100 million, within 35 miles of Athens, 25 million of that, so 25% of that are subcontractors that are located in that community. So we think that's a very telling. You'll see that as a pretty good average on most of them. We have the Larry Walker Arena in Perry. That one has not started construction yet, but it's an $18.5 million project. The local contractor the contractor selected was local within the community, within several miles of the community. It's anticipated that the subcontractors are probably all going to be regional and within that community. So all those people are going to be working in those areas. Muskogee, we've got the commissioner, DJJ commissioner a moment ago, $23 million project over there. Within 28 miles of there, $6 million of that is into the local community. Waco, which is out in where Marty and I are from, out in the West Georgia area, small project, $10 million project, but $5 million of that are people within 10 to 15 miles of the campus. Additionally, the general contractor was located 10 miles, went through a competitive process to be selected. Moultrie, Georgia, $37 million project. Project's starting up and it's wrapping up hopefully within the end of this month. $5 million of that there. Dental college, that's one that we don't, Savannah, it's hard to say we're going to have a big impact with all the construction going on in Savannah, but we all know what the impact that will be. That construction starts in, they've gotten through all the area, going through final pricing. It starts in April, will finish in May 2028. The Washington State Prison, we got the commissioner back there with his staff, so $876 million. All the important things that will be for corrections, but in Washington County, what does it mean? These are the local, you'll see on one side the local vendors that are actually participating in this project. This is a very complex project. Takes a lot of specialty people coming in. We've got people in the region. There'll be 500 jobs for 2.5 years additional added. That people are going to come in, use the services and everything in that community. We'll work with the local development authority about trying to find more businesses that could have opportunities as the construction starts, that can provide help labor, other things along that lines in there. The Chamber of Commerce is working with us doing a guide for the 500 people that have come to this community that need to know where to buy groceries and eat. They're doing that. So we're proud of the local participation with there. That takes us to legislative office building. I think all of y'all like to hear that, and that's what we're going to go from there. That's what's coming up over there, you'll see to the left. January 25 of last year, we were wall site. This is January 1st of this year. It is flying up. So that is a $324 million project. We will be complete and have everyone being able to be in seats by October 31st of this year. So it is a very aggressive schedule. Our contractors have stepped up to it. We're very proud of that. Economically, regionally, this is big for Georgia. It'll be something that I think that will be added benefit. And as you see the bottom slide, well, the top slide is the balcony that'll be looking out on the 5th floor, looking out to the Capitol, the view that'll be, that members will be able to take guests out. They'll be able to have receptions out there. And then the bottom view is the side view. We didn't get the front view on this slide. I don't know why. The side view from their new appropriations room. So next year, this committee will be able to, both House and Senate that are members of the committee will have their own seat. They'll have a computer monitor in front of them. They'll have a comfortable chair. There'll be additional seating in the back for the public and for members that are not part of the committees. So very proud of that. And from there, we kind of just take your questions, and we've got a lot of things to go from there. So,
thank y'all. Any questions? Well, thank you for all the work y'all done, you're doing. We're all anxiously awaiting, definitely that last one. This may be the last day of joint public hearings in this room. How about that?
We look forward to having it open, and if anyone would like a tour, we're giving tours at later times, so you just come and schedule one, and we'll get y'all over there.
We're done for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock, and what we're going to do is since we're ahead, we're going to push everybody ahead so we can finish earlier. So Commissioner Walter Rabin will be here at 1, Director Johnny Sabo, 1:45. Commissioner Nunn, 2:15. Director Dunn, 2:45. Thank you. right, we're way ahead. We don't want to get behind. Anybody in the hall coming in, come on in. All right, boy, it's quiet. I guess we'll go ahead and get started. People will start coming on here. That way you might not get as many questions, Commissioner. Come on up, Commissioner Raven. I'm glad that y'all could come on early and help us move on a little quicker, and we look forward to hearing what the Department of Natural Resources needs. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. Look forward to discussing our amended FY26 budget along with our FY27 budget for the Department of Natural Resources. Let me begin before I get into my talking points to say how thankful we are to Governor Kemp and Director Dunn for their continued support of the DNR mission and our employees. And I look forward to working with all of you in the General Assembly and hope you can also be supportive of these efforts. Before we get into the actual DNR budget, I did want to give you a brief update on several items that you funded last year in last year's budget. I hear from many of you throughout the year, and everyone knows that feral hogs continue to be a hot topic throughout the state. Thanks to this body and the governor, last year we created a new awards program that was funded and is being administered by our Wildlife Resources Division. The name of this new program is called the Hog Down Awards Program, and what we have done is incentivized the killing of feral hogs. We have a contest and we award five traps, feral hog sounder traps, each quarter. So thus far, we have awarded 10 traps to date, and those applicants that have put in for those traps have killed more than 4,000 hogs across the landscape of Georgia, which is a very good thing. And then along with this incentivized program and the Feral Hog Task Force, we have removed over 12,000 hogs from Georgia's landscape, which I hope that many of you will hear positive comments from the ag community in your areas. Additionally, I wanted to thank you for your continued support for the Hunters for the Hungry program. We are greatly appreciative of that. This program has grown significantly with the funding that you have provided. We now have 56 processors across the state that are participating, which covers about 52 counties. 99 food banks across our state have received that donated venison that our hunters have harvested, which accounts for about 106,000 pounds of venison. We're working towards our goal for the year of 140,000 pounds of venison for these food banks. We hope to achieve that goal through the extended bow season that is still going on in our metro counties and down in southwest Georgia, but also through our crop depredation damage permits. And while I'm on crop damage permits, we continue to receive, and I want to make sure you hear me correctly, great feedback with our program and what we have done working with you, hearing your comments and implementing those into how we issue crop damage permits. Over the past year, we've issued over 900 crop damage permits where we have authorized the killing of up to 31,000 deer outside of our regulated deer season. So we hear you, we hear your constituents, and are committed to continue to work toward that problem while maintaining a healthy deer herd for our hunters. Now moving on to the budget, what we're here to hear about. DNR has several items in the governor's budget report for AFY 26, and that begins on page 259. We are very, very thankful for the $2,000 supplement in the amended budget, which recognizes the importance of recruitment and retention for the men and women of the Department of Natural Resources, and are very appreciative of those dollars that'll go toward that. And you'll see that supplement reflected in every one of our division's budgets. Under Coastal Resources, item 2 there is a $500,000 request to replace our Coastal Resources database, which is over 20 years old. This will help to streamline the permitting and application process all along the coast. If you'll look on page 260 under Parks, Recreation, and Historic Sites, item 2 is $1.25 million for erosion control at Crooked River State Park in Camden County. If you ever visit the park, you'll see the enormous amount of erosion that has taken place there since the 1960s. We've actually had to move our 11 cabins 3 different times because the erosion continues to encroach. So this request is to be used for the state match for a $5 million grant that we have applied for to address that erosion problem. Item 3 provides $500,000 in pass-through funding to the Stone Mountain Memorial Association for financial and operational review and planning. On that same page, under Wildlife Resources, item 2 provides $5 million for road paving project on Sapelo Island. Item 3 provides $2 million in funding for land acquisitions that would expand our wildlife management areas, provide outdoor recreational opportunities, and help to conserve our endangered and threatened species statewide. And then I'll end the amended budget with several capital projects that can be found on page 381. Item 35 provides $1.75 million for the North Georgia Mountains Authority for improvements and renovations at Unicoi State Park. Item 36 provides $10.4 million for a helicopter for our law enforcement division to support our search and rescue operations. We currently have a fleet of 3 rotor wings. We would sell one of those rotor wings to keep our fleet at 3. We want to replace one of our 407s with a 429, which is a twin-engine helicopter, and with the increase of rescue missions that we're flying in the gorge, I think if any of you were in that helicopter during one of those rescue missions, you would certainly want a backup engine should we have a skip or a fail. Item 37 provides $3 million in funds to support facility improvements and renovations at our fish hatcheries throughout the state. We currently have 10 fish hatcheries and produce about 11 million fish annually at those hatcheries. Item 38 provides $1.5 million to replace gangways at DNR operated properties throughout the state. That money will be used to replace 67 gangways statewide. Item 42 redirects $15 million out of our FY25 funds that was authorized for land acquisition at Paulding and Dawson Forest to be used for land acquisitions at Pine Log Mountain in Bartow County. Probably before it was left our inventory, it's one of our most popular WMAs, and with the proximity to Atlanta, it's a great investment for the state of Georgia to conserve those properties so close by. And then lastly, for the amended budget on page 384 under Go Bonds Issued, this allows us to utilize the remaining proceeds from a bond from fiscal year 23 that was used for Vogel State Park for dam repairs. This will allow those monies to be used at other DNR maintained dams. Any questions with the amended budget? If not, I'll move on to FY27.
We do have one question on the amended.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Tarvin.
Of the other 2 helicopters, how many of those have 2 engines?
Neither. They're
This
both,
will be the only twin engine?
This will be the only twin engine. Yes, sir.
That's it.
Okay. Moving on to FY27, which would begin on page 261. Each of our division's budgets, you'll see, reflects the change in the adjustments to the agency premiums for the DOAS administered insurance programs, as well as the GTA telecommunications and infrastructure rates, and the state health benefit plan. Going to coastal resources, item 4, page 261, eliminates the one-time funds that were used for beach restoration in the amount of $1 million. This was pass-through funding in our FY26 budget. Under item 5, also with our coastal resources, it removes $75,000 in one-time funds for equipment and vehicle costs, but we are retaining the personal services for those positions for the recreational fishing data collection. Along those lines, I've heard from many of you over the last couple of years about Georgia's red snapper fishery, and as you know, it's managed currently by the federal government. We have asked for a federal exempted fishing permit, which would allow the state to manage those fish off the Georgia coast. We're very hopeful that we will get that exemption, and these monies would be used to help us gather that data so that we can provide numbers and manage that fishery as it should be. If you look on page 262 under the Law Enforcement Division, item 2 provides funds to enhance the retirement benefits for select post-certified law enforcement officers. We're very appreciative of the governor adding that and realizing the challenges of recruitment and retention in law enforcement. On that same page, under the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program, items 1 and 2 show an increase in funds to this program. Item 1 restores the 20% reduction that we saw in FY26 due to the revenues decreasing by 1%, and then more than $5.7 million are restored to the trust fund in FY27. Additionally, in that program, if you'll look, item 2 shows a $4.9 million increase in funds to the program, which will reflect the increase from fiscal year 25 collections. And that's the collections of sporting goods from sporting goods stores and tax. Moving to the Parks, Recreation, and Historic Sites Division on page 262. Item 3 eliminates $7 million that was one-time funding for outdoor recreation. Again, these were pass-through funds from the FY26 budget. Item 4 eliminates $300,000 in one-time funds that was dedicated to the Sam Shortline Railroad. If you'll look on page 263 under the Wildlife Resources Division, item 4 shows an increase in funds of over $1 million for the Wildlife Endowment Trust Fund. That makes that trust fund whole based off the number of lifetime license that was sold during this past year. And then lastly, item 5 provides an increase in funds to the amount of $200,000 for additional operational cost at fish hatcheries. You heard me say that we produce about 11 million fish annually that we stock in all of Georgia's waters, and with inflation, you know that the price of fish food has gone up tremendously. You'll see a couple of bond projects in FY27 if you'll look on page 390. Item 1 under the Department of Natural Resources provides $4.94 million to fund replacement vehicles and emergency equipment. Of these funds, $1.25 million will go to the gentleman that will speak after me, and $3.69 million will remain in DNR to assist us with new vehicles, as well as 7 aerial ignition drones that will support our fire efforts across the state. Item 2 provides $16.91 million to fund facility major improvements and renovations at DNR facilities statewide. And again, of that $16.91 million, $1.25 will go to the Environmental Protection Division, and we would retain $15.66 million in DNR. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members of this body, I want to thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, there they go. Chair Lady Smith.
Right in front of you. Good afternoon. First of all, I just want to do a shout out to what you and all the employees of DNR are able to accomplish with a very small team for the state of Georgia. And also to those who are listening, the DNR maintenance and care of our state makes us one of the most attractive tourist spots in the country. And another plug for Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Act. We've got it happening in Georgia, and I appreciate you and all the people who work for DNR and what you do.
Thank you so much. We're very, very proud of the system that we have provided. And when I say we, that includes everyone in this room. But the men and women of DNR work hard to make them look good every day with very streamlined budgets. I'm proud of the work they accomplish.
Senator Lucas. Lucas.
I can hear you.
Let's not try that. Let's try grabbing the person beside you, if you don't mind.
Do you by any chance, has the department by any chance looked at extending deer season?
We have. We routinely look at those numbers, and again, what is a healthy population, and then, you know, we have a window that we can change the seasons in. One thing we did this year that was very, very popular, increased our deer harvest statewide, was to add 2 doe days prior to firearm season coming in. So yes, we do look at that almost on an annual basis. And we do have probably the most liberal deer season of anywhere in the nation.
Well, the reason I asked, it's been kind of warm, and going in the woods, and it's 75 degrees, it doesn't do any good, but the deer still run all night long.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're not suggesting we stretch that to the dark hours?
Representative Mathis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I just wanted to say thank you. Had an incident on a big farmer down in my county where a bear had totally obliterated a cotton module or round bale that John Deere puts out. Tore them all to pieces. I want to know, within 2 hours, they had somebody over there trying to attack, catch the bear, trap it, and that sort of thing. And we were really impressed. The farmer was impressed. I was impressed. I had the privilege of going over there. It wasn't far from where I live. And they were real appreciative. So I want to say thank you to your folks in the field, to y'all, to getting the message out and come over, because we've had several instances where the bear do tear up cotton modules, and as we were talking earlier, we're trying to figure out why they're getting into them. We got several theories, but I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you,
for
sir.
what y'all do, and that's simply it. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Chair Lady James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 3, lakes or waterways that you regulate.
Yes, ma'am.
The one for the Chattahoochee is right in South Folsom, right at the Douglas County line. And we have to do a cleanup so many times. Does your department have somebody that comes to clean up? Because we have a riding down the hooch, but it's just our keep South Fulton beautiful.
We do partner with many volunteer organizations. I know Director Cowan and the Environmental Protection Division also sponsor a number of days throughout the year where we do help with cleanup efforts.
We have so much trash when we finish. We have at least 10 people who have their own boats. Somebody, I don't know whether they're getting approved or what, but we have everybody that show up, and we have vendors that give us the orange jackets and the
Yes.
grabber thing. So they want to know if they can get something from the natural resources. I told them I would call or write you.
We are happy to partner and organize an event. Yes, ma'am.
And the other one is Sweetwater Creek. All of that is in my district in Douglas County. And Roger Bruce just retired, and he was in the House. He was the House member for that. And he had Let's Go Fishing once a year, and everybody wants to know what's going to happen with it this year. But he told me that I needed to talk to you or somebody in your department to see about putting fish in and how I could get fishing rods for the little kids.
We can certainly do that. Of course, he could come out of retirement for a day to help us.
Wouldn't that be
with
great? That would be
project.
great.
Yes.
Okay,
I hope he's listening.
And the last thing is a horrible thing that I was part of. I went to Sapelo Island for the annual family
Cultural Day.
And I am glad that I had already gone over to the other side, because I could see from where I was that people, about 30 people, some people drowned, but they fell off right after I had gone up that route.
Yes, ma'am.
With my family too. So I wanted to know, because they called me the other day and wanted to know if they were going to get the insurance didn't come through for some of those people who died. And there are people from Sapelo Island, and some of their heirs, they own little tiny houses.
Well,
they want to know what natural resources are going to do about pushing the insurance company who is supposed to take care of those individual people. And I told them to give me the names, and I would send it to the department.
That is still probably the most tragic day in DNR history, and one of the most tragic days for the state of Georgia. The investigation, believe this or not, is still ongoing. We're crossing every T and dotting every I to make sure that we get it right. So we're probably still a few months away from the release of the final investigation. But we will certainly keep this body updated as that develops.
They did replace the ramp that fell, but the thing is still wobbly, so I don't know who. I tell people don't get on it.
Well, it has been replaced. It's being replaced again, and we're way over engineering this. Not that it wasn't engineered properly the first time, but it's going to be very substantial.
Thank you. So I can say you told me that. Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do that too. Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Yurda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you, Commissioner, being here with us today, and appreciate the job your agency does for the citizens of Georgia. The General Assembly has supported recent efforts to improve game warden, post-certified employee compensation. Has this had a result in improving folks interested in becoming game wardens and enrolling in the training?
Anything that we can do for any of our employees is of a great service, but yes, it has been a challenge, not just for DNR law enforcement. I think Colonel Hitchens would say the same thing. Director Hosey would say the same thing. It's been very difficult to recruit people to law enforcement in general, and we are part of that. We have seen a slight uptick in the number of applicants we've had the last couple of years. Our turnover rate has improved with what you have done and the governor has done over the last several years. But it continues to be a challenge to recruit those people that'll stick with us for a career.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Anderson.
Oh, boy.
Commissioner, just thank you for you and your staff. It's a pleasure to work with y'all. I would like for you to give us all a little update on how we help our disabled people be able to get in the woods and go hunting.
Well, you have done that already, y'all. I hope that everyone in here would say that you've heard of our Outdoors Beyond Barriers initiative, an initiative that we took on 2 years ago. Chip Madron was the brainchild behind that, who is a cancer survivor that's in a wheelchair. With his idea, his vision, we've built upon that. We've got a statewide program now where we're offering opportunities, those with any mobility impairments, to get out in the woods and do what we do day in and day out and enjoy that. We've expanded that from deer hunting, we've had dove hunting, we've had some turkey hunting, a number of fishing events across the state, and that program's just going to continue to build. I'm super proud of the small staff that has put that together, but again, all of you have supported those efforts in your local communities, and if you have a contact in your communities and would like to see one of those events come to your area, please reach out, because we've gotten the tools. Now we're just trying to get our message out to the people that can capitalize on this great initiative.
Chairman Saines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to preface this in thanking your department for working with our office with this local input, but I know as the revenue has increased in recent years, there's also been some local concerns in terms of the department's larger land acquisitions and the changes that does to local revenue. Has there been any changes in terms of the local input process when we're making large acquisitions and determining the appropriateness?
We do hear that. You know, if you look at the DNR inventory across the state, I don't think that it's big enough to greatly adversely affect, you know, tax incomes. What I would say to that is the economic impact that comes from hunters and anglers coming in and staying in your hotels and motels and camping in our state parks should offset any of the tax concerns with that. But yes, that is something that we do follow closely. We're not out there haphazardly buying every piece of dirt that's for sale. Again, those that have the greatest conservation value, those that we're able to manage efficiently because they already join some of our properties, are what, you know, really gets our attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Raven. That's all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Director Johnny Sabo with the Forestry Commission. Oh, are you gonna go? I didn't have you down. Sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not the first time I've been forgotten, Mr. Chairman.
How could we forget you?
Good afternoon, Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery. My name is Jeff Cowan. I'm the Director of the Environmental Protection Division of the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all today, and I will be quick. But first off, I wanted to say that I began working in the environment of Georgia in 1990, and I want to let everybody know today that our air, our land, and our water are cleaner, and they continue to be clean. I attribute that to the EPD team and the partners, this body here for giving us the appropriate laws and tools to do our job, and our DNR board to set the policies for us. And I'm really proud to be working on this for this is my 36th year in that. Now on to the budget. I want to thank Governor Kemp and Director Dunn from OPB that have continued hard work on our budget. This recommendation gives us the resources and funding to succeed through the end of the fiscal year 26 and into fiscal year 27. Looking forward to working with you and the chairman and the General Assembly as a whole as we go through this process. As far as the amended FY26 is pretty short for us. We have a little over $1.5 million for a one-time pay supplement of $2,000 to our full-time state employees, and we really appreciate that being fully funded. That helps us a lot because we have a lot of fee-funded and federal-funded positions. Then on our solid waste and trust and our hazardous waste trust fund, there's no changes in the amended 26. Now I'll go on to the full fiscal year 27 budget, which will start within the DNR budget on page 261. We have the normal statewide adjustments, $76,000 for DOAS insurance programs, reduction of $8,600 to reflect adjustments for our telecommunications and infrastructure for Georgia Technology Authority, and also a reduction of over $1.1 million to reflect a reduction in the employer contribution rate of state health benefit plan. Next, on page 262, we have a true-up to the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund to align the budget with fiscal year 25 collections, which resulted in an increase of $3.1 million. This is attributed to when the collections of these funds come in. Sometimes they come in a little before July 1, sometimes a little after, so we have to true it up at each session to keep it straight. And then on page 266, we also have a true-up of the Solid Waste Trust Fund, the new replacement tire fund. It's true up with the 25 collections, an increase of $270,000. Then on page 390, the commissioner sort of talked about this. The first is a capital expenditure for $1.25 million to do some improvements to our Brunswick office. We do a lot of work there at our Brunswick office. The project will be in 2 phases. The first phase will replace the metal panel roof, and we'll add more offices to accommodate our water quality team. We're doing a lot of ambient water quality monitoring on the coast. And then in phase 2, which will be requested in the future, we'll focus on a sheltered boat storage as well as parking lot grading and pavement improvements. Then next, as far as replacement of our vehicles, we got about $1.2 million, $80,000 will be to replace the aging air monitoring shelter at United Avenue monitoring site in Atlanta. This is where we do our ambient air quality monitoring. We have $25,000 for a backup air monitoring equipment at our South DeKalb monitoring site. We have $510,000 to replace 4 pieces of laboratory equipment. This equipment will support our drinking water analysis for water systems across the state as well as our water quality work. And finally, we got $565,000 to purchase and replace 12 vehicles that are eligible for DOS's replacement through their methodology. Chairman, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Right now, you have one. Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here I am. With the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund, is there a list somewhere of the projects that are funded with those funds that are brought into the fund?
Yes, ma'am. It's all the hazardous site inventory facilities. It's all our old leaking landfills and all, but yes, ma'am, we can get you a list.
Okay, thank you.
I'll get you information on that.
That'd be great. And then for the Solid Waste Trust Fund, we use that to try to promote recycling, and that the idea behind that was to try not to fill up our landfills so we don't have to site anymore. You don't have to do this now, but the capacity of our landfills compared to what we're doing with recycling, I'd be interested in knowing if where we are with that.
So mainly our 2 things there is to clean up tires and promote making sure that the enforcement and permitting of tire carriers and tire processors, tire disposal operations are done in accordance with our rules and regs. Also, we have a lot of recycling grants that we're moving forward, trying to help create a circular economy in the state, which will keep waste out of our landfills, and will also help businesses start up in Georgia to recycle a lot of these materials. So yes, ma'am.
Chairman Lynn Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm right here in front of you. So I want to back you up on what you said about improving our environment, land, air, and water. When I was first elected, the greater part of the Atlanta area was in a non-attainment zone. That meant no business, no industry. All of these things were on hold, and it's taken years, but y'all have done a great job with that, with not that many people to help. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. It's our team that does all that great work with y'all's help. Thank you.
Representative Glaze.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if you guys have a list of municipalities who are no longer involved in recycling. And the reason I ask that is I know that we have the grant money to help support and encourage that, but there are some cities in my district who have moved away from recycling, and for me, that's a great concern. As much work as we've done to get a better quality of water, air, and soil, we need to make sure that our cities are continuing to join this state effort.
Yes, ma'am. Our program that is headed by Leah Sassoni works to do that, but we'll also work with the Georgia Municipal Authority and the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia, try to get the message out on this grant opportunities and work with these local governments to help them set up things that hopefully will help it continue on into the future. Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to provide that to us so that we can get that to those municipalities that we know have moved away from recycling?
Yes, ma'am. We'll work on that.
Thank you so kindly.
That's all the questions. Director, thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
And we'll move to our next item. Mr. Sabo from the Forestry Commission. Director?
Sir, good morning. I've got a PDF version, but did you want to plug in your PowerPoint version? Yeah, because I got a video, if that's okay. Sure, sure. I'm going to have to point it out. It's, yeah, sorry. No, it's okay. I would copy it, though, because this USB port I've noticed sometimes.
Oh, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Good deal.
Oh, thank you.
We're glad you flew in to talk to us.
I didn't quite fly in, but yes, sir. We'll talk about that too. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you all for this opportunity to present today. I'm going to run through a variety of things, but first thing that I want to do is recognize a few folks in the audience. One is my Deputy Director, Mr. Chris Butler. He's back there in the corner. Ms. CFO, Ms. Michelle Gray right here, and then two gentlemen, when I asked how do they want to be introduced, because they're pretty integral to something we're doing, they said just Bo and Andy, and I love that. So two of our fine members from Georgia Tech back here, so if we get into technical questions later on, I will absolutely defer to them. I always like to remind everybody of our mission, vision, core values. And really, this comes into play more now than ever, especially using facts to drive our decisions and being responsible for our own success. And I'm going to play into that a little bit, but especially when we start talking about the forest industry and how does Georgia climb out of the hole that we are currently in. First, a little update from last year in recovery efforts. I appreciate the funding for tractors last year, so we have received 5 of the tractors so far, and 24 are expected within the month. So we are rapidly gaining that equipment in, and we will be ready to go this spring season. The fuel mitigation program, the $135 million, 132 of that was allocated for the cost share program with landowners. All of it is still allocated, so far $7.9 million paid. And one thing that we did, if y'all noticed, we had a second sign up. We called every single applicant, asked them where they are, do they plan on using the funds, do they need help, what constraints do they have, and how can we help them. And most of them said they plan on using the funds or they're waiting on cost share. We had roughly 16 million turned back in from landowners saying they were going to use EFRP, the federal program. So that's where we did the second sign up with the 16 million to account for that. And more than enough in reserve if we have to do anything further. As far as landowners wanting help. As far as one neat product what we did with that program is landowners said they wanted help but they couldn't find a contractor. We then worked through the master logger program with UGA to find loggers who were looking for work. And all the logging equipment's not the best equipment in the world for debris cleanup. You can do it. And so we have loggers getting involved and helping clean up Pauline. Just looks a little bit different, but some of them are getting creative, putting rakes on the front of their skidders and different things like that. So I'm happy we could help find work for some of the loggers. The fire breaks and forest road programs, we have finished with all the initial signups. We're still continuing to do that for free in the impact area. To date, over 3,700 miles of line put in. You see the hours, over 11,000 hours, and that is just in that immediate impact area. Really in the worst of the worst. So that doesn't include all the other lines around the state and everything that we've been doing. All right, I want to jump right into the Governor's Forestry Task Force before I kind of come back to more traditional GFC ask. Want to start with the mass timber building, and I've heard a few questions about that and the what and the why, and I want to thank the Governor. I think he teed it up nicely when we talk about building with mass timber in the state. So when we look at nationally, population densities are actually supposed to decrease and go down. Lumber, dimensional lumber, it is tied to new starts. When I say new starts, that's new construction. So if we think new construction is going to go down, which it has been, then how do we find other uses for this wood to increase construction? And mass timber is an outstanding answer for it. There's some discrepancies in what costs are for mass timber to build with mass timber. I'll just be honest, and it looks like some of the numbers are on average about 10% higher to build with mass timber. But you're getting a superior product, carbon sequestration, natural resources. We're the #1 forestry state in the nation, and there's no reason that we shouldn't be doing it. The other thing it will do is if we start building with mass timber from an agency perspective, GFC has 101 offices around the state. We have 37 that need serious repair or rebuilding. And I think about all of our other agency partners. We're in prime position to attract a mass timber facility into Northeast Georgia where they have market access to Atlanta, Chattanooga, Asheville, Greenville, all these cities that are utilizing mass timber. So then we start finding another market and an avenue for our wood, but we have to start somewhere. So that's my commitment here is we get this done. Let GFC figure it out. Where can we find efficiencies building with mass timber within the state, get the product we need, a product that's going to be around for 100 years, and then go forward. The Georgia grown wood product, phase 2, we're asking for a one-time 660 in the amended budget, and sorry, I should say all these asking are our AFY 26. Phase 1 at its heart was content development. There's some meat on the bone and push out with it, but phase 2 really starts working with economic development and others to how do we put ourselves #1 in the line for trying to attract industry. And if you think about it, South Carolina lost markets a couple of years ago, Alabama's lost markets before that, Mississippi before them, and Arkansas. So if you're industry and you're looking to come in, your cost of wood that is a major factor into when you're building industry, right? And if your input costs are significantly cheaper somewhere else, then why should they go where their input costs are a little bit higher? Well, number one state to do business, we just need to show it off and show off our infrastructure, our ports, and everything else that we have. And this Georgia grown wood project would allow us to do that. The last one, the one I'm really most excited about, and I'm going to apologize because I'm actually just going to read something straight, which I hate to do, but it is the Georgia Forestry Innovation Initiative in partnership with Georgia Tech. And I'll set this up to say there's a lot of stuff that flies around, and the Forestry Task Force took a deep dive into. And one big one, sustainable aviation fuel and all these other markets. Well, what's not widely known is that's pretty much hamstrung by the renewable fuel standards at a federal level. I don't know if you've tried to change anything at a federal level lately, but it's pretty tough. And so we're looking for something, what can we do with our small diameter wood, because that's what we lost with the paper mills. How do we use that product and we make it sustainable, and not just sustainable, but profitable, where it doesn't have to be subsidized. We're not looking for rules or regulation. It's just good, sound business. And so the folks at Georgia Tech have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes to get to where we are now, and could not thank them enough. But if you'll bear with me, I'm going to read this real quick. The Georgia Forestry Innovation Initiative will enable forest industry expansion into manufacture of high-value carbon charcoal-related products, solvents for automotive coatings, and pharmaceuticals. Be established by the Georgia Forestry Commission and Georgia Tech, and will engineer, design, test, and transfer these technologies into concrete business activities. The two-year economic impact could add up to $2 billion to Georgia's GDP, and at full maturity could grow up to $80 billion, supporting thousands of rural Georgia jobs and utilizing roughly 12 million metric tons of wood. Now I want to stop right there, because what we lost when those mills closed was about 8.2 million tons of wood and 4 million tons in Georgia. So if we get a third of this right, we've replaced a market that we've lost in the state. These projections are dependent on healthy investment in piloting the technology to business transfer and to help incentivize investment. So they've done the research, they've done the studies, they've done the lab work. This is going from that tabletop to scale up and moving forward beyond that. There's multiple forest industries that's interested in this project. There's a lot of visionaries out there, but there's still some risk. So that's what this is, helping the state take a little bit of that risk away. And to me, 10.9 is not a huge ask when we think about a $2 billion GDP return in a couple of years. And if we want to go more in depth on that one, on the what and the how, that's where I will absolutely get my friends from Georgia Tech up here. Keep it on AFY 26. Let's see, Walter left the room. Talking about helicopters, this is the helicopter that you appropriated last year. I want to thank you for that. It is in Virginia. We should take ownership of it next week. We were planning on it this week, but the the weather and ice storm, we're like, why don't you leave it up there under shelter before we even bring it down here? It's going to be a little bit different than anything we've ever had. If you see the snorkel dangling down below, it will actually fly over, suck up water, has greater carrying capacity, and we're very excited about what this will bring and what this will mean to our fleet. Just in case anybody has the questions, no, it's not there all the time. It kind of tucks up in and out the way. Just really want to thank the governor for the employee supplement fund. That is massive when we talk about turnover and employee morale and what that means for our agency. $107,000 operational funds for the new helicopter. You'll see the full amount in FY27, but that's essentially the last quarter to cover the full amount when we think about fuel, maintenance, and everything else when we have an addition to fleet. 10.9 for the Georgia Forestry Innovation Initiative. That's what we just talked about with Georgia Tech, and $148,000 in pass-through funding to Talbot County. As far as capital outlay, 2.6 for mass timber that we just went over, and then $12 million for tractor replacement. And I want to touch on that one a little bit, and I'm going to show the importance of why here later. But last year we were asking for 10.9 in the amended, and we had 1.1 in our actual operating budget. This year that 1.1 is going to be shifted, and we'll show that. And so we won't have the full 12 million, if you will, going forward. So the 12 million is actually going to be in an amended budget as we move. But that 1.1 we really need for operational funds. So when we get into the FY27 budget, when you see that 1.01 in operating funds, that's what we had for equipment replacement. Now it's being taken out of that and moved to operational funds. On average, our average fire response now is costing us $480 more per fire. So when we talk about 4,000 wildfires in a year, it's just taking more to attack the fire. Fuel goes up. I don't have to tell you all inflation's going up, but honestly, it's just more people, more manpower, especially in the impact area. $428,000 for the helicopter. That's what we just talked about, 107 in the amended for the last quarter, and that will help with operational funds in our aviation fleet as well. Full support for the 2.4 thousand and the post-certified law enforcement officers. Many folks aren't aware, but GFC actually has law enforcement officers, and we do arson investigation, timber theft, partner with the fire marshal's office, DNR, and we actually arrested one arsonist this past week, and we're on one in another one this week, and I won't get too much deeper than that. But they do a lot of good work, and a lot of times they go unnoticed, and to me that just means they're doing their job, and it's couldn't thank that group enough. Capital, 1.7 for light-duty vehicles, so that's everything from engines to transports to pull to tractors, Chief Ranger trucks, things like that. 1.6 for major maintenance and repair, and then a little over $1 million for new construction for a truck shed in Coffee County. And of course, this was all done before the kind of mass timber movement when we put this in there, but of course we're going to look to do that with mass timber as well. So that is the absolute goal. And I would like to pause for a second to point this picture out. If y'all look at that picture, it doesn't really look like Georgia, but it's a pretty neat moment. We had 12 boys and girls from this state fly up to Alaska, and they handed them the #1 priority fire in the nation, which means it could not be ripping anymore, could not be doing any more damage, and they turned it over to a bunch of people from Georgia up in Alaska. And could not be more proud of them for 2 weeks. Not going to say they stopped the fire, not when there are conditions like that, but no one was hurt and no homes lost, and protected everything critical to the state. So really proud of our team for what they did. Moving in, just kind of a wildfire outlook, and I know this feels a little weird seeing as we're bracing for an ice storm, but it's there and it's real. So the governor mentioned over 4,000 wildfires, 26,000 acres. We have seen an increase in wildfires, and it's cyclical, and now we have a lot of fuel loading from Helene, which we talked about last year. This fiscal year, when we looked at just this fiscal year instead of calendar year, so far we're halfway to that 4,000 again, so we're still tracking for a high year. And then one number I did want to throw out, and some of y'all in this room may not like that as I'm looking at Senator Goodman, as we talk about Okefenokee Swamp, and when we talk about using data and facts to drive our decisions, I'm not saying this is going to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I really hope I'm wrong. But that 52 inches annual precipitation is pretty important down there. So when we go back to 2006, we only had 40 inches. 2007 was a terrible year. 2010, we had 36 inches. 2011 was a terrible year. 16, 47 inches. We know what 17 was. And so far in 25, we've had 41 inches. So that swamp is really dry. Everything surrounding the swamp is dry. Our whole southeast corner right now is just a tinder box. So this rain we're getting is not going to mitigate that. It's going to give us about a week off at most to kind of rehab our equipment and get ready to go again. Kind of prove my point, when fire is burning like this at night, these are all within the last couple of weeks, that is not a good time. Usually at night, humidity comes up, winds lay down, and we're able to catch it. When you see, pictures like on your, where is it? Your bottom left here, and it's spotting out in front of itself in the middle of the night, that's not fun. So those are the kind of conditions that we're facing right now. And quite honestly, the lines that we've pre-established have been a big help, roads, and we're just going to continue to be aggressive on putting in lines, pre-establishing lines, working with landowners, and be aggressive to the scene as soon as we get called. And I wanted to play this for you too. We're leaning more and more into technology. So we had a big swamp fire in Atkinson County, could not access it, could not get into it, and so we utilized a drone to light it off in the middle and then light the edges to where it starts burning, coming together. And I thought y'all may appreciate this one. It's a quick 30-second clip. So it's hard to see, but the drone's dropping what we call dragon eggs, and those dragon eggs will eventually light on fire. And then when it starts burning and come together, the interesting part was the landowner told us his whole life he's never seen that swamp dry, and it's dry right now. So it's once again, using data and facts to drive our decisions, and then just a wildfire outlook. So we'll continue to be prepared for ice storms, wildfires, whatever it is, but I could not thank this committee, this body enough for the support that you've given us, because without you and without your support, we would really be ineffective in doing our job. So it is critical, and thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you. And it's outside my pay grade, obviously, but I know that there's some folks that are taking wood pellets and shipping them over to Europe and making power with them. And my question is, how far off are we from an economic standpoint for being able to do that in a state that's clearly hungry for power? Has there been anybody talking about that, or is the environmental regulations too much for it to work?
Yes, sir, I won't say the regulations are too much. There's a lot of conversation on that. Matter of fact, I was with the speaker before I came in here, and we were having that same conversation about moving forward. So there's a lot of conversation revolving around that, but at the end of the day, it's got to work in the right place, and the numbers have to work too. Sure. And so I want to say that's the driving factor. Some of that starts, I'll be honest with you, I went to school to grow trees and light things on fire, so it starts to get over me just a little bit, but it's really more about, is that the most efficient use as far as just the electricity and everything else, and in some cases it probably is, and so we're diving deep into that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there's a lot of people talking about coming in to backfill overflows and selling it at a premium, and if you could sell it at a premium, then the math might work. So,
yes, sir.
Anyway, appreciate you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Chairman Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you. How long had you been over the Forestry Commission when the hurricane hit?
10 days.
10 days. And I just want to tell y'all, I mean, the work that your agency did of getting out and chainsaw crews and clearing up roads and really the work that y'all do every day, but also the work that you've done with me and others in the legislature in helping craft legislation. I mean, your service on this task force, 2/3 of this state's covered in timberland. And so anybody that doesn't think that what happens in the forestry industry doesn't affect all of Georgia, I promise you that, that it does. And really, there's something that I've talked to you about it before, I'm going to bring it up, but y'all, down where I live at, it's 11 miles to the closest place to buy gas. And you all are really the last line of defense in us losing everything we got. And y'all fought 4,000 and nearly 4,100 fires, right?
Yes, sir.
And we're talking about the swamp. I remember in 2007, I was on that fire. And it was 2 o'clock in the morning. And I wish everybody in this room could be there to experience what he's talking about, because the humidity gets real low and the fire spotting 3 miles ahead of you, and it literally sounds like a freight train, and it's creating its own weather, and it's sucking so much oxygen, feeding the fire, that when you stand on a dirt road, it's like a sandblaster on your face because that fire is pulling oxygen so fast. And I remember Buck Klein, who's retired now, but he was over in Lowndes and Lanier, chief ranger. 2 o'clock in the morning, he strikes out. He puts this thing around his face where he can breathe because you can't breathe. And he and about 20 other tractors went off into the woods, and I just remember praying, God help them get back, And so one of the things that before I leave this building that I hope that it get done, and I'm speaking for me now, not for you, but I'm speaking for me, 4,100 fires. Those guys that are fighting these fires, y'all are heroes. And they cannot participate in the state firefighters pension. And that is something that I hope that everybody in this room, before I go back to Cogdale and hang it up, or the folks in South Georgia send me home, that we can do that because those folks deserve it. And I just honestly thank you for being my friend, but you really, you've done a great job.
Thank you.
And you were thrown into the fire, and I'm proud of you and proud of your agency.
Thank you, Senator. Well, I could not thank you enough for your support and everybody's support. And it's a great team. It's not just me. Outstanding team. So, yes, sir.
Chairman Tarbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will echo what Senator Goodman said as he made those remarks. I had chill bumps on my arms from experiences I've had when I was a child. And Director, every year when the humidity drops and the wind picks up and you look out and you see all the places that are grown up, and I think of you and your predecessors.
Yes, sir.
The questions I've got is one for employee safety and the other is for logistics. Over the years, this is what I think of every fall when we get into this season. The cab tractor situation, as far as percentages, elaborate a little bit on if our percentages, of course, are picking up. I'm sure they are. And the logistics problem we had years ago with some of the heavy equipment, being able to get it moved around the state properly. Are we pretty much stocked up in regions at least where we can move the larger equipment? And again, thank you for what you guys do.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the comment. So I'll start with the logistics question and moving around the state. That is absolutely solved, and a lot of that sometimes depends on the personnel to move the equipment, right? And I could not be more proud to say that our turnover rate, if I take out retirements, because in my mind, you do 30 plus years, you deserve to retire, we're at 3.2%. So that really helped solve that logistics problem of moving equipment, getting it around the state pretty quick. Even with retirements, we're at 5%. So we're not talking about a huge jump. As far as open cab tractors, we've been working with OPB for several years to put a plan in place. This $12 million that we're asked for and amended is part of that plan. We replaced roughly a third that we had left before last year. We had 100, right? So we've replaced roughly a third of those. 2 more shots of $12 million will take care of all of our open cab tractors, and then the goal is to bump it back down to like a $6 or $7 million a year, and that'll put us on a 20-year replacement cycle. So that's the vision. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chairman Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director. You don't know how much I appreciate all y'all do. Those guys in Stapleton do a marvelous job. Brandon Davis and all those guys, y'all do great work. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned we can't do enough for you guys. First of all, in my opinion, 2/3 of this state's in standing timber. And a lot of people don't realize that, and y'all got a lot to do. But you mentioned the 8.2 million tons of wood we've lost in Georgia. That's huge loss of demand. To what degree, an issue we're working on, the transferability of tax credits, job tax credits, investment tax credits, in your opinion, to what degree would that be helpful for us to get? You mentioned mass timber, biofuel was mentioned by the chairman up on the podium there. So tell me what your thoughts are on transferability of tax credits.
Well, I go right back to we're in competition with other states, and there's a lot of fine people in some of those surrounding states. And so we're at the back of the line because we started last, and somehow we got to get to the front of the line. And so anything that we can utilize to attract industry to this state, to either attract industry, and if it uses a load of wood, it's good. That's kind of our motto. So, yes, sir.
All right, this fourth line over here, y'all need to get together. Chairman Smith, Chair Lady.
Thank you. Right in front of you, look down the, so first of all, to the people who are listening who do not live out in the rural areas where there's farming, Georgia, and with the help of Georgia Tech and some other groups, we were the first state in the nation to do carbon credits, and the innovation and willingness to stick your head up and look around to keep advancing us forward has been of great benefit to Georgians. I think city dwellers need to see what mass timber actually looks like. It's not something they readily identify with, but it's as safe as any other product used in construction. But overall, and to all of our presenters this afternoon, we asked these agencies to do a whole lot with little resources, and so I greatly appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Chairman Yurda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. Echo what everybody else said about the job y'all do for the state of Georgia. And I love the aspects of mass timber and what the possibilities are there. Do you have an idea, how many in the United States, how many manufacturers of mass timber are there?
I'll have to get that answer back to you for the United States, but I do know if we want to use southern yellow pine, there's one that we use in that Smart Lamb in Dothan. So.
Okay, very good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Mathis.
Director Sibo, appreciate you very much.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to throw out one little thing here about Arrowhead Seed Orchard. A lot of people don't know what that does in the state of Georgia. When they go up and they pollinate these trees, they graft trees, they've increased from 30 years down to about 12 years or 10 years on growth on pulpwood. It's amazing what they do and how they do it and how they catalog it. I know they work with DNR combined up there on the land that we have there. It's part in Pulaski, part in Bleckley. My Senator Walker here, he's part of that. And I also, just to listen to the North Carolina state people that are involved in that and how they graft these trees, it is unbelievable. And I would encourage anybody in the timber business, anything that grows timber, to come down and watch them when they bag the trees and they pollinate certain things to get a certain tree. I was amazed, and I've lived there my whole life, and I didn't know they did what they do up there until I got in the legislature and was invited to go up and see that. But I do thank you for some of the equipment improvements that you've given us over there, the tree shaker. They have to shake all those cones to get down, and I know it was wearing out a few of those.
Not a fun ride, is it?
Yeah, since from 1976, the same tree shaker, so that was a deal. But there are a few more needs down there, and I'll talk to you on the side about that, and I appreciate it. But I do encourage anybody that's in the forestry industry to take a look at that.
I'm very happy you brought that up. So I'm proud to say right here in front of everybody that my team was ahead of me, and there's 2 that will be there in March.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I was going to mention that you had come in and just in a minute you were faced with a hurricane, and then you were faced with the mill closures, and you've been faced with the residual from the storm, which is a fire hazard or opportunity that we'll have to face in the next few weeks. And I guess this is going to feel like, well, what do you want from me now? But there's a lot of the state of Georgia that don't understand how important forestry is to the entire state. Several have said that. There used to be a line item in the budget for the commission for education, particularly in the schools. And I remember when it was cut drastically. Is there any money left in your budget anymore for education in our in our school systems to the youth about the importance of forest?
We do. I mean, to your point, there's not a line item. We have one designated person that is their full-time job, works with Project Learning Trees, schools, sits on multiple committees, and then develops materials and handouts that we then train our county units, our chief rangers, foresters, and gives them, fresh new products year in and year out that we'll find federal grants for to then implement in classrooms. So Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad to hear that because I think we do need to keep people informed.
And all we have to do is offer Smoky, and they take us in every time, so that's,
Awesome.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you for all you've done. This man's listen. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to rush, and I'll be quiet. But we've had so many people upset about the mill closures, and I've gotten so many calls, and I usually call him immediately after they call me so I can share the pain. And he's been very gracious.
Thank you.
Whoop, whoop, there we go. Director, thank you a lot. Also, just a parting comment, I want to remind you that Representative Jordan Ridley is certified in wildfire management and fighting fires. So if you need him, he said he'd volunteer back there.
That is good to know. We'll put him to work.
Take him on crossover day. That might help us with some votes. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Next.
Next up is Commissioner Nunn, and then we're done. Just kidding. We're going to hear from Director Nunn.
You get to use that twice.
Commissioner Nunn, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I know that I'm the 40th of your presenters over the last couple of days. I started to bring some milk and bread for y'all because I know you've been sequestered away, but I think there's still plenty there. Chairman, members of the Appropriations Committees, I'm Christopher Nunn, Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs, and I'm delighted to be here with you today to give you a little bit of an update and share our budget. I will do my best to be brief and to the point. Quick reminder, DCA is the state's community development agency. We support community planning and economic development, infrastructure, financing, and housing. We focus on helping build strong, vibrant communities, which, as you know, includes access to affordable housing. As one of 53 state and territory housing finance agencies, DCA effectively delivers solutions for homeownership and safe, affordable housing. So I'm going to work off of your sheet. I don't have a presentation. In section 16 of your budget documents, you will find a handful of agency recommendations. And I want to first start by thanking Governor Kemp and the legislature for your support for our state employees. When I left the private sector, I didn't really have a clear idea of what to expect. But I have had the pleasure of working with some of the most talented and dedicated employees and individuals in state government. And of course, I'm biased to DCA, but I will tell you that extends beyond DCA to all of the agencies across the state. Director Sabo, I enjoy partnering with him. Rick Dunn, who will be up here after me. I really appreciate the talent that we get to work with, and I thank you for recognizing the hard work of these professionals. While important and impactful, our work can be thankless at times, and I appreciate your full consideration of the proposed one-time supplement that's reflected throughout the budget. At line 703, under housing initiatives, you will note a $50 million proposed one-time funds to the State Housing Trust Fund to address homelessness across the state. So it is our intent to roll out a flexible, competitive grant program with these funds. And I'll just break this down into three basic things. First, you've heard me share a 2020 GAO study that shows a strong link between rent and homelessness, specifically a resulting 9% increase in homelessness for every $100 increase in median rent. In fact, homelessness is a complex issue, and it affects urban and rural areas alike. With these funds, it is our intent to focus on the issues of unsheltered homelessness. So the unsheltered population is on our streets. Second, we recognize that while $50 million is a lot of money, at the same time, when you consider the housing needs statewide, it's not that much. And so in order to stretch these funds even further, we do expect for these competitive applications to include matching funds. I've already had conversations with a number of philanthropic providers and with communities. Solutions to homelessness are best defined at the local level. This initiative is aimed to support locally driven initiatives by providing flexible funds that are leveraged by local and philanthropic matching funds, thus stretching the $50 million even further. And finally, while solutions in Atlanta and Savannah may look different from those in Gainesville, Tifton, or Statesboro, we do plan to require all grant recipients to provide us with the data so that we'll have a better grasp of the scale of this important issue statewide. I'm sure there are questions, but I'm going to continue through, Chairman, with the budget. At line 717, I must say with the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, I hated to see my friend and colleague Hunter Hill leave in November, but I'm excited to be working alongside Trey Bennett, who's the new Executive Director at GFA, and I expect that you will hear from him in the subcommittee hearings. At line 717, you will see the proposed addition of $35 million. Last session, Senate Bill 13 expanded GFA's responsibilities to include project financing for natural gas facilities. This amount simply provides startup capital for such projects. Moving to One Georgia, in its first 25 years, One Georgia has made significant impact all across the state, especially in our more rural communities. And that work continued in 2025 with $12.5 million awarded to 11 communities for industrial capacity and recruitment. The recruitment activities entailed 3,067 jobs in places like Cedartown, Metter, Midway, and Warrenton. In addition, workforce housing and site development initiatives continue to address important community needs. Last year, we extended 11 workforce housing infrastructure grants in Cairo, Carrollton, Douglas Coffee County, Gilmer County, Greensboro, Hagan, Leesboro, Moultrie, Richmond County, Swainsboro, and Thomaston. And the pipeline in that program remains strong. At line 725, this relates to an FY26 legislative add for disaster recovery. You appropriated $25 million to assist communities affected by Hurricane Helene, and we stood up in One Georgia a new program and conducted 2 grant cycles providing assistance to 17 communities in Appling, Bullock, Glenn, Hancock, Irwin, Jeff Davis, Jefferson, Lawrence, Lincoln, Lowndes, McDuffie, Richmond, Screven, Tift, Toombs, and Wilkes counties. This proposed reduction in the budget reflects all of those remaining funds, which we recommend moving to ag and forestry budgets, as you just heard from Director Sabo, to address ongoing timber-related disaster needs. Also on line 726, the governor recommends an additional $15 million for a successful site development initiative that was launched 18 months ago. The impetus for this initiative is the demand after successful deployments of sites that have been developed in conjunction with One Georgia over its first 25 years. These small to mid-sized industrial tracts enable local leaders to grow their local economies. However, many have been deployed amid unprecedented statewide success over the last 5 years. So since 2024, One Georgia has awarded 11 site development infrastructure grants to grad sites, that's Georgia Ready for Accelerated Development, to grad sites in Baldwin, Bullock, Camden, Dodge, Glenn, Lawrence, Liberty, Houston Peach, Screven, Toombs, and Worth counties. There are an additional 11 scholarships or smaller planning grants that have been extended to other communities that are seeking the Department of Economic Development's grad certification. And we anticipate that many of those planning grants will lead to infrastructure funding requests, which is the objective behind this addition. Shifting to the FY27 budget document, there are a couple of items beyond the standard enterprise adjustments throughout. At line 802 under Departmental Administration is a $2.8 million increase to address partial funding for prior year cost of living adjustments. I've heard other agencies highlight the fact that reimbursement of federal funds might take years. As the administrator of block grants, there are no additional federal funds to offset DCA's agency cost increases. We are not seeking full funding for the increased agency cost. However, we do ask your support for this increase to address the impact on our home ownership program. Many of you are familiar with the highly successful Georgia Dream program. This program, which is funded by mortgage revenue bonds, relies on proceeds to finance down payment assistance. Last year, Georgia Dream supported a record number of first-time home buyers, 3,035 to be precise, all across the state. And a significant portion of the agency's cost of living cost increases are borne by the Housing Finance Agency with funds that might otherwise be used for down payment assistance, which is needed to sustain the increased homeownership production. Under housing initiatives at line 820, this simply reflects the reduction of $2 million to the State Housing Trust Fund, which you included in last year's budget with the explicit note that those were one-time funds. And so we are making those one-time. And also at line 836 under GFA, similarly a $500,000 reduction, which I understand was included in the 26 budget for a specific project, but also was reflected by this body as one-time funds. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my quick presentation, and I'm happy to entertain questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's an individual that has their button pressed. She missed the DNR presentation, and I think they said they would take their building in Taylor County, but I'll let Representative ask a question, maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for your presentation. And he's right. I do have an empty building that's owned by the state in Taylor County that if Department of Corrections, Community Affairs, we'd love for you to take it on if you feel that you need some additional space. But also, just to let you know, I wrote a letter of support from Macon County for the CHIP grant. So if you see my name come across, I'm supporting Macon County for that endeavor. But you mentioned in your presentation that you're the administrator of the block grants. So as administrator for the block grants, is it required for local governments that are applying for block grants through Department of Community Affairs to have public hearings to notify the public of their intent to apply for a block grant? And if so, can you explain that process to me?
So absolutely, and I'll kind of tie your question together. So you mentioned a really important program, the CHIP program, Community Housing Initiatives. That's funded with federal block grants. So the state receives that block grant, and we subgrant that to communities who are, in fact, required to do public hearings as a part of the application process for those competitive funds. The state is the block grant recipient, and those funds are granted to communities. I hope you're successful in the application. I know that program is fantastic, and it contributes to the construction and rehabilitation of homes in communities across the state. So yes, the public hearing is a requirement for that process. Those are federal grants.
Okay, very good. But again, there's an available building in Taylor County.
Thank you very much.
Representative Carpenter. Thank you. Appreciate you being here, sir. Quick question. First question is on the I didn't realize this, but under the building construction line item, you guys set building construction codes for the whole state. Is there a possibility that we get a group of people that do a lot of building in our communities that complain about certain codes that are excess, that are driving the cost of housing up, to sit on some sort of panel to discuss these things instead of just carte blanche accepting international codes, et cetera?
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question. And I honestly would appreciate any of you who have questions about this process to come and see me, because I think this is a very misunderstood process. So in fact, you created a process for creating state minimum codes. It's the minimum code, and that is done by a subcommittee of the DCA board that is made up of 21 defined professions in the law. So it is the HVAC industry, it is the electrical industry, it is the building officials, it is the fire marshals. So it is 21 qualified professionals, including home builders, who sit on that panel. And every 6 years, so the international codes come out every 3 years, but so that we are a predictable state in which to do business, we do every 6 years, we revisit the latest international code and adapt that to Georgia. And it is that group of professionals from the industries, from communities across the state. Local officials are represented by local building officials and by local fire marshals, each of the industries. It's a very thorough process. I don't know that I have ever seen the international codes adopted carte blanche.
Right. Sure.
We are always working, and cost is absolutely one of the criteria that they look at as they go through that debate. So I'd love to talk to you more and share with you more about how that process works. But to be clear, that's not a handful of agency people at DCA defining state minimum codes. That is a group of industry professionals that were defined by this body.
Sure, maybe even just like a friendly suggestion box or something. The other piece is, of course, on the homelessness piece. I heard what you said. I just hope that sometimes it can be a much more cost efficient to catch it before it happens from stretching those dollars. So hopefully as we move through this process, we can have that conversation.
Representative Glaze.
Thank you, Chairman. So Commissioner Nunn, I was wondering if the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing is going to play a part in helping with those homeless dollars and trying to get more inventory on the market. And the reason I ask that, there is a lot of municipal, what we call barriers to developers actually coming in and building out more of what we need. And so some of that is around just going through the process of platting and making sure that they're streamlining some of those local processes. Is there a way to put that into the GIC program or the homelessness program, that grant money, to make sure that developers are not being hamstrung in the municipal process for getting, from the dirt to a key to a door?
Right. So great question, and short answer is yes and no. But thank you for highlighting the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, which I think is a fantastic long-term planning program. And the way that I think that the answer is yes is, over the last 20 years, we've had nearly 100 communities across the state that have participated in the GIC program. Worst acronym in state government, right? Remember, pay attention when you come up with an acronym in your law, because it's just going to get so I think when you look at those communities, many of them, for years going forward, continue to maintain that team to address community housing issues. And I think in those communities, absolutely, they can play a big part in how do we address homeless needs in a particular community. I think because that program is a planning program, so the people who come into the program this year are participating in a 3-year process, and I don't expect that anyone in this room would consider appropriating funds to an agency that you want us to deploy 4 years from now. And so, I think that the way that the GIC participants will play a role in addressing these homeless issues is that alumni community that has participated in the program over the last 20 years, or maybe in the program today.
That's exactly the program. The alumni are the ones we need to be talking to make sure that they help us with these barriers. We get this every day. Our developers are telling us we cannot get houses on the market because local governments are literally causing us not to be able to get there in an efficient and financially sound manner. So we need help, and I think the state can give some kind of assurance that we're making sure that those who come through the GIC program have this information, and we give them some information to help them streamline the process. If they're going to get the grants, and we're going to get the housing on the market that we need so that we don't deal with homelessness at this rate, we've got to get everybody in the game, and they got to participate.
Thank you so much.
Representative Lim. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I always appreciate working with you. I just to stay on homelessness for a second, I appreciate the focus on unsheltered homelessness. To bridge that with what Chairman Carpenter said, we also know that a lot of the issues with that is people who are sheltered, at least by the HUD definition, become unsheltered and are not accurately captured by the periodic point in time counts. And I'm wondering, and we know a lot of locals struggle with that, is there any guidance that will be given, even some funds directed to addressing that? Because I think that bridges the gap between unsheltered and sheltered.
So I will just highlight, to you policymakers, we laid out a rough idea of a plan that was included in the governor's budget. $50 million is not going to solve all housing issues in the state. And in conversations with some of the philanthropic partners that we have talked to, focus is important. I know, and you remember, we administered $1 billion in emergency rental assistance during COVID, which that's 20 times this $50 million. And so we are certainly open to that feedback and to tweaking this program, which is simply a concept at this stage to address the needs in our communities. I mean, that's really what I meant when I said the intent is a flexible program that meets local needs. We really do believe that the solutions in Rome are probably going to look different than they look in Toccoa or in Atlanta.
Last question, Senator Orr. You don't have a question? Okay, sorry, your light was on, but maybe not. Maybe it was Senator Eccles? Oh, guys, you hit the one behind you. Never mind, it's perfectly fine. Commissioner, thank you a ton. And two things I want to bring up for just subcommittee purposes. One, we'd love to know the rules, what you're looking at for this housing program. We're obviously very leery of what we saw happen in Minnesota. Want to kind of have some ideas of what our guardrails will be. And then also, what is the total announced matching funds you think are coming from other agencies or other places that will be there? If you know that already, feel free to share. If you need to bring it later on, that's fine.
I don't. We would expect that as a part of the application process. Okay. And I think that probably looks different. I just say this because not everybody will be in subcommittee. I think that looks very different in a community like our capital city than it would in Tifton. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the variety of hats you wear. Our next and final presenter, we move from none to done. Director Dunn. Your mic's not coming on, Mr. Hatchett. There you go.
Shall we say the best for last?
Probably.
We do have the block grant hearings at 4, so just so y'all know that.
And even though we're finishing early, please know because of federal law, we will still have to wait until 4 o'clock to hold that hearing. So we will not be able to accelerate that one.
Sorry. Director Dunn.
I've got
The
an
floor is
hour-
yours.
I've got an hour video that explains the budget process at OPB, if you don't mind me, no. Yeah. Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, members of the Appropriations Committees, I appreciate once again being able to join you this afternoon to wrap up your budget week. Last week, the governor released his budget recommendations for AFY 2026 and FY 27. This week, you were able to hear directly from the governor on his budgetary priorities, our state economists on the revenue estimate and the state of the economy, and from our executive and judicial branch leaders on their agency needs and specific budgetary items contained in the governor's recommendation. My task here today is to attempt to summarize and wrap up this testimony before you head into your subcommittee work and putting the stamp of the General Assembly on the final budget. Let me start off with revenue performance. We ended last year, FY 25, with general revenue up $1.48 billion, or 4% higher than the AFY 25 budget revenue estimate. For the first 6 months of this fiscal year, general fund revenue is up 1.6% over the same period last year. This is not great, but these are decent results, especially if you keep in mind that the first 6 months of this year includes a 20 basis point lower tax rate than the same period last year. The current FY 26 budget passed last year is built upon assumed general fund revenue of $35.9 billion, which is $1.3 billion, or 3.4% less than FY 25 actuals. My point here is that revenue performance to date, as well as our previous cautious budgeting, will allow for additional tax reductions in 2026 and allow for expenditure growth in the FY 26 and FY 27 budgets over the current base. So for this year's budget revenue estimates for AFY 26, general fund revenue available for appropriation is set at 2.3% growth, or $822 million above the current FY 26 base. This is 1.2% less than FY 25 actuals. In addition, we are releasing $372 million from the RSR for K-12 adjustments and $3.3 billion from the undesignated surplus. That makes the total amount of general funds available for expenditure in AFY 26 of $40.4 billion, or an increase of $4.5 billion, that's 12.5%, over the FY 26 base. For FY 27, general fund revenue forecasted to be up 1.8%, or $662 million over the FY 26 base. This is 1.6% less than FY 25 actuals. There's no release from the surplus in the base budget. That's a total of $36.8 billion of total state general funds. It's important to note that these projections incorporate the expected fiscal effects of the governor's proposed tax changes announced last week. Personal income tax and corporate income tax rates for FY 26 are assumed to be 20 basis points lower, and for FY 27 assumed to be 30 basis points lower than the FY 25 baseline on a blended rate basis. You heard from the governor at Exit Issues, the State of the State, as well as his address before this joint committee about his priorities for the revenue growth being recognized in this budget. The governor's priorities in building this year's budget include, number one, returning revenue to taxpayers; number two, utilizing the midterm budget to make high-impact, one-time investments into infrastructure and economic development; number three, prioritize public safety, particularly in security improvements in our state prisons and support for state law enforcement officers; and finally, number four, fully fund formula and enrollment growth in existing programs, fund new legislation passed by this body and signed by the governor last session, and annualize items initially funded in the FY 26 budget. This is generally what we usually call workload growth and ensures that our current program commitments are appropriately funded. You will find that the governor's budget recommendations closely align with these priorities. Just to briefly review some highlights from the proposed budget. First, for taxes. The revenue estimate has built in the return of about $750 million each year on an annualized basis back to taxpayers through lowering the personal and corporate income tax rate from 5.19% to 4.99% effective for tax year 2025. If the General Assembly supports this proposal, the state would have reduced its income tax rate by 76 bips, or 13.2% over the last 3 years. That's $4 billion in income tax savings. Not explicitly in the budget is another round of income tax rebates, which is returning surplus revenue to taxpayers. If approved, this would be the fourth such rebate following those approved in 2022, 2023, and 2025. The proposed 2026 rebate represents a one-time refund of over $1.17 billion and is equivalent to about 7.2% of personal income tax collected in 2025 being returned to taxpayers. 7.2% of personal income tax collected in 2025 being returned to taxpayers. I'll stop at 2. If approved, the checks will be mailed to eligible taxpayers directly from the state treasury and deducted from the surplus fund balance. In terms of infrastructure and economic development and the midterm budget priority, the governor's AFY 26 budget recommends over $2.3 billion in general funds to accelerate transportation projects, including the expansion of express lanes on I-75 south of Atlanta. These investments, I want to note, are above and beyond growth in the dedicated motor fuel funds that are included in the budget. So these state funds that the governor's putting in $2.3 billion are above and beyond the motor fuel funds that are in the budget. The governor's budget also includes one-time investments in economic development programs in rural communities. As Commissioner Nunn just stated, these include $15 million to replenish the One Georgia Rural Site Development Program, which was established in 2024 to assist rural communities to prepare large development-ready sites. $35 million to GEFA, the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, to seed a revolving loan program for local governments, development authorities, and public utilities to finance the development of natural gas infrastructure. When you passed Senate Bill 13 last year, you recognized that the availability of natural gas is often a key driver of industrial recruitment and business retention, and many communities lack the resources to provide upfront financing for these projects. This is an attempt to begin to fix that problem. Finally, in the rural economic development bucket, there's almost $14 million to implement recommendations of the governor's Timber Task Force, including almost $10.9 million to support the adoption of technology developed at Georgia Tech that utilizes wood scraps for carbon solutions in the automotive parts and pharmaceutical industries. I also want to mention $33.2 million provided in the governor's capital budget to draw down federal funds for the drinking water and clean water state revolving funds. Both in last year's budget and this year's budget, we have included a larger than normal state funds infusion to draw down the increased federal funds made available as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. This $33.2 million is twice of what we generally put into the state revolving funds as matching funds. These funds are critical to local communities for replacing or expanding drinking water and wastewater systems, reducing lead in drinking water, and managing PFAS contamination. Public safety, you heard about this morning. The governor's budget includes large additions to the Georgia Department of Corrections, as well as improvement in the retirement benefits for state law enforcement officers. We worked closely together last year on the GDC budget, and we saw historic additions of over $650 million to improve staffing ratios, harden existing facilities, and expand bed space. This year's proposed budget for the Georgia Department of Corrections includes over $200 million for capital improvement at existing facilities, $55 million annualized for inmate physical health care, mental health services, and dental services, and $27 million for 335 new correctional officers to improve the staff-to-offender ratio. The governor announced at the State of the State a special law enforcement retirement plan for officers currently enrolled in the GSEPS tier. The new plan is an enhanced employer match to contributions to the 401k savings portion of the plan. You know, GSEPS is a hybrid plan. It has a pension component and a 401k component. This impacts the 401k or the savings portion of the plan. Under the proposed plan, employer match to the savings plan of state law enforcement officers would increase after 5 years of service by 2 percentage points each year, capping out at 15% of the salary at year 10. To be eligible for the full state match, employees must continue to contribute 5% of their salary to the savings plan. I will not go over the math, but the increased contribution plus compounding will result in a significantly enhanced benefit at retirement and result in a plan that is among the most generous among our surrounding states and local jurisdictions. The governor's budget reflects a $5.2 million increase spread across law enforcement agencies to help pay for the projected costs of the increased match. Last thing I want to talk about is workload. We have talked about significant tax relief and infrastructure and growth investments in the governor's budget proposal. It's important to emphasize that we are able to make those investments without cutting existing agency programs or budgets to pay for it. Addressing formula and workload growth in a state this large is a big lift. When people ask me, where is the budget growth going to? The answer is most of it goes to workload or just maintaining what we are already doing. The AFY 26 budget contains over $320 million for workload growth and $1.5 billion for workload growth in the big base budget. Let me repeat that. There's an additional $1.5 billion in the FY 27 budget just to keep up with the growth in our existing programs and funding formulas mandated by law. That's 4% growth in our state general funds budget, and that is fairly typical. The largest workload increases, as usually is the case, are in education and health care. The governor's budget includes a $550 million increase in earnings for K-12 education, $27.6 million for dual enrollment growth, $33 million for TCSG credit hour growth, and $219 million for enrollment growth at USG, all in the FY 27 budget. For health care and human services, this includes $237 million for Medicaid growth, $23 million in increases at DBHCD, and over $65 million in increases at DHS. I'll close by mentioning a few other significant proposals in the governor's budget. The governor's FY 27 budget proposal recommends a debt package for capital projects. You heard from Diana this morning. We have not issued any debt for the past 2 years, instead paying for capital improvements with our balance sheet. You heard directly from the governor on the benefits of doing so. There's savings of $3.3 billion in interest payments over the next 20 years. We have reduced the state's outstanding debt by 20% and lowered our debt service to revenue ratio to 3%, which is significantly less than the constitutional cap of 10% and the lowest it's been since the state began issuing general obligation bonds. We are no longer in a position where we can fully use cash to fund our routine capital needs. However, we are returning to the debt market with substantially less debt burden and greater flexibility to meet future budget needs. About $600 million in capital spending is funded with cash in the AFY 26 budget. For FY 27, the governor's proposed debt package is just over $650 million in authorized principal. So bottom line is our debt package is roughly split 50-50 this year between debt and cash. Second thing I want to emphasize is the governor's AFY 20, just mentioned here a moment ago, the governor's AFY 26 budget proposes $50 million for a grant program to local governments and nonprofits to address street-level homelessness. Grant recipients will be expected to put up local or private funds in order to be eligible. And though grants may be used for emergency shelter, transitional housing, outreach engagement, and wraparound services, the funding is intended as one-time with the goal of building community support and involvement around high-impact interventions to address the homelessness problem in this state. The FY26 budget includes a one-time salary supplement of $2,000 for state employees, Board of Regents employees, and teachers to keep our workforce and help them deal with higher inflation. The total cost here is $612 million. And finally, the FY26 budget provides $325 million to the University System of Georgia's Foundation DREAMS program to provide needs-based aid to students pursuing an associate degree, bachelor's degree, or technical degree. The DREAMS Scholarship Program is an endowment whose earnings provide annual needs-based scholarship funds. The purpose of this appropriation to the endowment is to incentivize philanthropic and private donors to contribute. A reasonable goal for the foundation is to have a total of $1.8 billion for the endowment. Assuming reasonable returns, that should generate about $80 million on average in current dollars each year for needs-based aid. Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, I will close my remarks there. We have been working on this budget for the last 7 months, and now we're happy to hand it off to you. To that end, I hope this has been helpful, and I look forward to continuing to work with you, your subcommittee chairs, and members of your committees as we work our way through the process. Thank you.
Before we have anybody ask any questions, we just want to make sure you know that Representative Stinson has a building in Taylor County.
I'll look into OPB South. For that. You're welcome.
President Pro Tem Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Dunn, thank you for all the great work you do for all of Georgia. I appreciate working with you. I have some concerns on the $50 million housing initiative. I support the idea, but it's in the amended budget, and that's a new program that's got to be rolled out and deployed before July 1. Does that give you pause, or?
Certainly, all those dollars will not likely be allocated prior to July the 1st, but we anticipate there'd be a good case for reserve of those funds if the process has already started.
And Mr. Chairman, could I ask a follow-up along the same lines?
Yes, sir.
$2.5 billion in transportation infrastructure
Yes, sir.
investment. Certainly, I see the need for that. It just seems like that would take a long time to get spent. How will that work?
Yes, so for example, I-75 is placed in CERTA's budget, which is an authority and not subject to lapse for those very reasons. But those funds will be encumbered. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. You were talking about the DREAM Scholarship,
yes,
which a lot of us are very excited about. Hopefully everybody's excited about it. But you mentioned there that could be used for any degree, including technical. And I had asked a question to the Chancellor earlier this week about my concern that those dollars were only listed under the USG budget and there was no mention of them in the TCSG budget. So I wanted to see where I may be missing something. Hopefully my concern is misplaced.
So the current DREAMS Foundation, the current USG Foundation's DREAMS program, both TCSG and USG are eligible, and we're just adding to that. So they will, I'm sorry? Yes, ma'am. Now, I will also note we included another $1 million for college completion grant explicitly for TCSG students. And the last thing I'll mention here is we've got some pretty good data on the financial need of USG students. We don't have a lot of good data yet on the needs gap, if you will, for TCSG students once you consider Hope Career Grant and things like that. But again, we look forward to understanding more about that need, and again, our expectation it would be used for both.
Yeah, and it sounded like from the Commissioner that, well, and I know from work over the past years that there definitely is a gap. There's not going to be a gap for everybody, but there's still a gap for a lot, and on average, you go and pluck 5 students out of USG institution, you go pluck 5 out of a TCSG, more than likely the students that you pluck out of TCSG are going to be in those households under $40,000 or $50,000 a year, so certainly would have the need. But I just want to make clear, so it doesn't matter that that money is listed just in the USG budget. TCSG students would still be eligible.
That's correct. We expect the DREAMS program to continue to operate as structured, and as currently structured, TCSG students are eligible.
Okay, and what about the students at the private colleges?
They would not be included.
Okay, and they're not eligible now, and,
That's correct.
okay, thank you.
Director Dunn,
Awesome.
you must have done a great presentation.
I like being last.
Thank you. Look forward
Thank
to working
you.
with you.
Yeah.
Members, just a reminder that all the presentations that were made are online under the House Budget Office tab on the legislative site. There are subcommittee meetings tomorrow, and there are subcommittee meetings scheduled for Tuesday. If there are any changes there, like everything, we'll keep you informed, and we'll look out for notices from the Speaker and from the Lieutenant Governor's offices on attendance and those issues. And also, these are House subcommittee meetings. Senate members are invited to attend so they can learn as much as they want. Mr. Chair?
Is that would that be considered dual enrollment, Mr. Chairman? I'm trying to figure that out. Guys, thank you all, members, for being here this past 3 days. You've put a lot of hours, a lot of time in this. As you know, there have been over 40 presentations so far. Some things to remember. We are on a timeline, and while the weather interrupts that timeline, it does not slow it down. So please keep a watch of your emails. Also, you've got the governor's budget book to roll through. You know the subcommittees that you're on already. Expect that we will have to start rolling those very, very soon in order to keep up with the timeline that has been laid out by the full calendar. Thank you so much for your attendance, for your participation, and Chairman Hatchett, you get the last word.
We're adjourned.